Okay, so I did some work over the weekend, not a ton of it, but part of it was this post stream list, ps.txt. This was 1100 lines, I believe. Now it's down to 730. It took me a long time to go through a lot of this stuff because if you read some of these notes, it's like, hey, here are some design questions. I can't just file this away somewhere. I need to make sure that they're still relevant at some point and then handle it or put it into to-do items or something like that. Hey, Adeo. So, okay, let's add some of these easy ones. All right. There we go. All right, and I also started over the weekend. Let me show you this. I started using proper commit messages here. So prior to, well, this is the wrong repository, but I did add one, wait, what? Why is it sort of a star? Anyway, add API. This is a proper Git message, whereas all my other ones always started with a star. So, okay, I see. They start with two asterisks now. And then there would just be, it'd be a bulleted list of what happened. And I followed no real conventions other than the whole have everything start with a star. So now I'm going to follow proper Git commit messages. This is what the post stream list tells me about. It's things like, hey, maybe I should consider doing that instead of whatever it was I was doing. Sorry, I got distracted for a second because it doesn't look like I'm actually online. Let me make sure it is before I keep talking here. Okay, yeah, I am. Whoa. Hey, Civi. So good weekend? Yeah, it was a good weekend. Uh, My wife is out of town right now, and one thing that's been kind of weird ever since I started streaming about a year ago is that certain things that used to be relaxing are no longer relaxing. So I used to be able to just sit around and play a video game and feel like, okay, that was fun. But now I feel like, oh, this is taking time away from Botland. But I don't want to work on Botland for 7 days a week because I think I'll get burnt out doing it. So I was kind of just in this conflict a lot over the weekend. So at one point I'm like, okay, fine, I'll play video games, but at least I'll stream. That way I'm not just doing this alone. But that went terribly. Yeah, I might try that again at some point, but I don't know. Okay. So yeah, today let's go edit that. Adam is going to be I'm going to be working on this stuff basically. Have the matchmaker tell you who you're going to play against. Adam is going to get the matchmaker to tell you who you're playing against as opposed to type in an opponent's name. Have you played Factorio? Yeah, I did. There's a stream of me playing it. Let me see if I can find this. Echo, I don't know if I can help you. I haven't used Unreal Engine, and also I would want to be producing work at a certain quality level. Was it this one? Games, games, games? Did this end in Factorio? No. I don't remember where this was. I ended a stream with it. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so if you want to see me play Factorio, I'll link you to this. And then let's switch. It's like roughly at this time, Civi. I wasn't a huge fan. I think it's a cool game. I just really wasn't in the mood to learn after 8 hours of working. And Unico Rush says, I don't see anything. You should try refreshing. Okay. Okay, got it. So some of the stuff that I did over the weekend, well, one, I already fixed up the to-do list. Normally I would have done that now. Oh, also I started way early today, huh? Normally I start like 15 minutes from when I did. But I already got this stuff done. And you can see the timestamps on these. So I worked for what, an hour basically? Yeah. It was good that I did that. So now we're gonna start with matchmaker stuff. So let's go get to that. Keep track of players with their defense Glico scores. So right now everything is taking place in MMQ, which was the matchmaker queue. However, there's no queue any longer. Or at least not really. I guess it could be. But no, it's not really. Yeah. The whole queue thing was like the account server will tell me, "Oh, hey, someone wants to have a match." And I would add them to the queue and perhaps 10 seconds later they'd get a match. Well, now it's the account server says, "Hey, this person wants to be matched against someone." And I'm like, "Oh, here you go." And I should instantaneously return what it is or as close to instantaneously as possible. So this represents a matchmaking queue. So I think everything in here, unfortunately 1300 lines of code, is going to have to go away. Not all of it, actually. Some of it's necessary still, but man, there's this whole concept. Oh man, I don't want to have to ever. I did so much for this. So much. Yeah. Oh, well, I'll describe this here before just gutting this class. Gut the parts of the MMQ that no longer makes sense. So here's what I spent so much time doing. Let's see if there's a place where, yeah, matchmaking. Hey, Unico Rush. Okay, so here's how this old algorithm worked. You had players who were particular skill levels, and we just bucketized these into skill levels of 1 to 10. So you can see here, these are the IDs of the players who are in this skill level. Now, you see some duplicates here. So for example, player 0 is of skill level 1. Well, they went long enough without finding a match because you needed 6 people in order to actually play a match. So they bled into skill level 2. And there are only 4 people there as well. So eventually they'll bleed into skill level 3. And at that point, you would say, okay, cool, I've got 6 people to play a match with now. And you would go form a match with those people. So something like this will eventually, I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen here. Hey, Mandra. But for now, this is all going to be just dead code, I think. So write down. Also, I had some ideas about where to go with this. Future ideas would be something like massive scale battles, e.g. 1 to 2 bots per player, 40 players in a game, 4 teams. This makes it really hard to collude. And the other one was, I don't know. I wanted to do the whole like botland by mail thing. There was something else I wanted to do. I don't remember what though. Oh well. In what language did you make the Twitch bot? So my bots are Phantom bot, which is something I did not write. This bot is written in Java and executes scripts in JavaScript. And then the other bot I did write, and that was in Node.js, which is JavaScript. Anyway, we gotta gut this. Oh, this feels bad. I've talked about this over the last few months about how there's refactoring where I delete 1,000 lines of code and I feel good about it. and there's refactoring where I delete 1,000 lines of code and feel terrible. This is one of the bad times. And the reason why is because I spent a long time on this, and it's just the game design changed. It's not that this code didn't work or it didn't do what it was supposed to do. Or, yeah, it's not going to be a thing anymore. Also, I believe this communicates out to the rest of the world via pub sub. Yeah, replicate to secondary, yeah. So we're still going to need to replicate everything. Oh, where do I start? Okay, well, these things are still necessary. Pusher, I don't think pusher is even needed. That was another thing that we needed in the old system that we don't need any longer. So in main, we make a new matchmaking queue, and we have this dot pusher, which we set up with the app ID, the secret, whatever else. I guess we get rid of pusher altogether. The thing is, I'll probably want it eventually. Hey, Rami. How you doing? Yeah, I think I should get rid of this. Because the only thing we use pusher for is for telling people that, hey, the game just worked. This is it. This is the one line of code we used it for. I guess this line of code is pretty easy to figure out, right? Reserve a game server and then tell the player about it. I don't see a need to use pusher any longer because all of this is going to happen over the course of like 2 seconds, so it shouldn't be such a big problem. And if it didn't, you just get an error and it would say try again, and you click it and then it would work. Yeah. And yeah, Rami, that is the emote that Wouter drew. Or, well, traced, I guess. Yep, I think we get rid of pusher. Okay, so package JSON, pusher, uninstall, pusher. This should get automatically modified, so we should see line 21 disappear. Yep, there it goes. So it's gone. Okay. Hey, Digite. Well, yeah. It is an earlier start than normal. We'll see how long I end up streaming today for. It might be longer than the normal 8 hours, but maybe not. Anyway, okay, so we got rid of that. Now, I want to save off the code that sets all of this up. So where do I talk about pusher? I don't. Oh my god, hang on a second. I'm trying to figure out how... There it is. Okay. So what we're going to say here is pusher. How did your Saturday stream go? Not very well. What happened is, so for those who don't know, I streamed on Saturday for an hour, and I was playing Castlevania Circle of the Moon. You won't find it in my past broadcasts because it was such a terrible video that I deleted it. Well, what went wrong is that I wasn't saving the game, and I was playing pretty carelessly because I wasn't just focusing on the game. I was also talking and looking at chat and everything. So I died, and then I had to go all the way back to the beginning. And then in trying to like get back to where I was, I just ignored all the enemies. So then I got to the boss, and I died again. Oh, I still want to play that game on stream sometime. I just want to do a better job of it. Hey, EJ. Wait, what? Wrong quote. Hang on a second. Right. Yeah, Digite, I might do it again. I want to do it again. I like Castlevania, and I like just kind of hanging out instead of having to code necessarily. So I'll probably give it another shot. I'll just save more frequently, that's all. And then I think it'll be fun. I think I was just in a weird mood on Saturday. I was saying earlier, I think before you were here, that things that used to be relaxing aren't as relaxing anymore. Okay, so this is how to set up pusher. So basic usage. I'm gutting this from my server code. Usage is super easy. So, man, okay, let's do it this way. Set up pusher. There. And then when we want to use it, it's literally just this. There. And as Hideo commented a long time ago, I think, there is a code style here. Yeah. I have to go to the cinema, but I'm so tired. I'd rather stay home and spend some time with you. You have to go to the cinema? That makes it sound like it's not an enjoyable experience. But Unico, what movie are you going to see? Aw, EJ. That's not very nice. He's new to it, right? I'm sure if I ever do Unity stuff, a bunch of people will be laughing at me. Okay, so now that we've commented on this, I guess we can just delete it all. So setup pusher will just be gone, which means we don't need pusher app ID, pusher key, and pusher secret. So in the matchmaker, where is all this stuff? Yeah, that's interesting. That is interesting. I don't remember where this is. Set pusher env. That's what does it. Okay, we're gonna not need that any longer, so let's get rid of that. Hey, Freak Technic. And hey, Zilly. And Raymond, what game are you working on? Okay, so once we have this in matchmaker state, well, we no longer need that. So all these pusher things, delete, 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 delete. Actually, you know what? No, we should do this the proper way. The proper way. We do it this way. There. Mr. Steal your views. No, that's never a goal of mine. Also, I don't know what I would do on a Unity stream. I feel like whatever I would do there would be taking away from botland. Oh, interesting, Unico Rush. Huh. You had to split yourself to overcome puzzles. Okay. And Zilly, what is that gigantic link you just pasted in? Oh. Wow. That was an absurdly long link to just a picture of Pinocchio. Yeah. Okay, so setup pusher is no longer going to be there. Good. And then anything to do with pusher is no longer going to be there. Yep, delete all that. Cool. So now in the MMQ where we have pusher here, we don't any longer. So tell the players that they're going to get, yeah, all of this is going to change. Oh, this is why I didn't do this over the weekend. All right, see you, Unico Rush. Enjoy the movie. And Raimi, I feel like this is part of programming. is starting a project that might be a little too big and then realizing halfway through that, wait, I could have coded this better. And Rami, I think that what's important is to realize that it's usually an indication that the project is too big. So this bit about player status, I think this is, yeah, I think all of this is going to go away. I think the matchmaker is going to be totally different. Oh, this doesn't feel good. So Freak Technic, for of gets turned into insane code. For let I of some array. So check this out. This is why I don't use for of. There are 2 try catches in here. I don't like that. And dot sum and dot every. Yeah, you could do that too. Actually, is there a difference between for each and sum? I guess sum will always return if this thing is, yeah. Okay, fine. Well, Freak, this project started back when the highest node version was what, 0.12, I think. So switching, I have changed a lot of stuff, I guess, but the client code still needs to be run outside of node, obviously. All right, so what else? What else no longer makes sense here? So pusher secret no longer exists. Oh wait, does it? Oh man, I didn't even go take a look. This could just be taking a long time. Yeah, we'll have to see. All right, so now is approximately the time I would have started the stream on a regular day. Yeah, this is just taking a long time. So we don't know what these things are. So make sure these are gone. We'll get to that point. So it all still boils down to this class. Matchmaker state, I guess, is fine. Overseer REST client is fine. We're going to need the account server REST client in here. So fine, let's go do that too. That's never going to finish, apparently. So we make the queue before we even have the REST server. Yeah, I'd like for this thing to exist. Hey, James. Ah, there we go. And yeah, this does still exist. We're going to have to delete that. Mock matchmaker. Oh, man. All right. So the MMQ was made so that we could have it in our REST server. Well, we could just have a pub sub in there. Let's go take a look. So game server terminated, remove players from matchmaker, getting status. Yeah, I guess this is definitely easier to have here, or at least it was. It's probably not going to be as necessary anymore. So then I'd like to keep that the way that it is. Enter. Okay, so is used by REST server, but requires. Oh, wait a second. Matchmaker state can just have this thing set later, huh? No. What? Set overseer REST client? Yeah, I guess this happens here. Okay, let's change it. This should be done before attempting to connect to the other matchmaker in case there's a critical error, so that we can send emails. Yeah, this dot start is probably not going to be a thing though. And then there are update functions in here. Yeah, we're going to get rid of all of that. Okay, so then let's make a function here for... Or you know what, this could probably be done first. Yeah. In case you end up using it again, my PR embedded Twitch TV has been merged. Totally removes the features when alt tabbed. RIP user that used to do that instead of putting an option, but at least it's fixed for me. Wait, can you link me to the part where it was merged? Because I switched chat clients just because of that. That one bug caused me to switch. So this needs to be over here. Ah, thanks. And by the way, I looked at this for a while and I kept trying to think of like, should I respond to this? Should I not? I saw EJ responded to it. And I decided in the end not to because I felt like I should really understand this more. Does fat arrow translate to if this do that? No, Wimbles, that's just function definition syntax in ES6. Where is it? I don't see it here. Arrow functions. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Good job, Hideo. Good job with all that. So, I wonder if I should give Better Twitch TV another shot. Because I've been using this chat client, which I like this. One thing is it lets me see the thumbnail of my stream. I can also see how many viewers are here, which I could have done already. And the one thing I'm missing, I guess, is a slash viewers command. Just to get an updated viewers. And, oh yeah, being able to press up to get my last messages. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'll switch back. We'll see. Alright, where did I leave off here? Yeah, okay, let's delete this. We have set account server rest client. No, what? Ah, here it is. What's that MGS dev's last name? Hideo something? Hey, Ally. MGS devs? I'm not sure what you're asking. Since it's an embed frame in open source, can't you add Better Twitch TV in it? Oh, I mean, I probably could. There's not much of a need. The only feature I think I'm really missing is being able to press up to get to my last message. Oh, Metal Gear Solid. Okay, never mind. I understand. Yeah, you're right. Kojima, I believe. I wonder if just searching for this is good enough to find. Yeah. Makes the chat slow? I don't find that. Added AI movement. I just end up sitting here for about 5 minutes watching them move. It's so soothing. Yeah, I think this is why simulation games are so interesting sometimes. They can just be relaxing to watch. I was going to do something here and I've forgotten what now. Oh yeah, that's right. I wasn't going to do anything. I was just going to fix this. Okay, cool. So that's done. Time started, I guess, is interesting still. Total number of players seen. The total number of players that we've seen go through this system. This does not track unique players. So if the same person joins and cancels 7 times. Yeah, a lot of these stats are still going to be really, really helpful. I just... Man. Where does your name come from, Hideo? And hey, Reality-O. Oh man, having the hardest time just holding this button down. There we go. Just wanted to stand up. Yeah, so I think this is still fine. Number of failed reservations. This is not going to be needed any longer. We'll put this on this list. What is this? Wait, didn't there? Oh yeah, what's that green tile at the bottom right, Zilly? Okay, so none failed reservations. Do you have a chair? Yeah, I have a chair. I just... I just feel like standing right now. Number of games generated. Yeah, man, so much of this doesn't make sense anymore that I should just add statistics in later, I think. Oh, you hovered over it. Got it. Long story, too personal. Have a dentist appointment driving under a tunnel. Yeah, sure. You don't have to answer. All you needed was any one of those excuses, and I would have let it fly. Okay, so how much of this do I just totally gut, and how much of it do I leave and then try to work around? Longest queue length, like that's going to be gone. Number of games generated. There is no wait time stuff. Wait times are going to be negligible for all of these. What did I just link you to? It's a GIF of me, and then there's a YouTube video for sound. You don't have to. You don't have to watch it out live. I just think it's funny. I think I should just gut everything. I think we add in statistics later. Man, this is gonna suck. Okay, fine. Let's get rid of it all. I don't feel good about this. Number of players to have in each game. Where is this even set to 1? Where does it get changed? Oh, right. I remember. This is some debug variable I had. That was not red? Yeah, it was, right? That's totally red. Oh, that. Oh. I see. Yeah, what happened is there's a piece of tape on my... Well, anyway, watch that video, I guess. It'll all get explained. How many lines of the low dash statement did you just have a second ago? It was probably something in wait time statistics. I think you were talking about these. This is a whole bunch of statistics tracking that I was doing. So this is actually, I mean, pretty straightforward. Like minimum wait time is the minimum of all the wait times. Maximum is the maximum. Mean is the mean. I think this is what you meant. And this was all just for the sake of reporting to me, so it didn't have to be like great code or anything. Rip whatever I saw, my lying eyes. Oh man, alright, yeah. I'm going to remove some parts that did make sense, e.g. around statistics tracking, so that I can start from a clean slate. Okay, well, let's get rid of some of this stuff then. Total number of players seen. Good, delete that. Number of failed reservations, we already have that there. Good, so delete all of that. Number of games generated. This is one of those ones that still makes sense that we're also going to delete. Longest queue length. This does not make sense anymore. Canceled queues. This is not going to make sense anymore either, because you can't take yourself out of the matchmaker. Player status. Every player that is currently being tracked by this matchmaker will show up in this data structure. Keeps track of whether a player is in the queue or in a game, and if so, which particular game. Yeah, so that's not going to be the matchmaker's responsibility anymore. If you're in a game, the account server will know because you'll have a defense copy. I think we get rid of all of this. This feels so bad. So let's get rid of this. Also, this entire class should probably be renamed. Or should I just start from scratch with all of this? Probably a better idea. Hey, Darkstorm. Yeah, I'll lie. It was pretty terrifying. Do you remember if you, Adam, realizes something on Friday? Oh, are you going to go through and try to harvest an emote? I don't know. I kind of doubt it. There's one thing I could think of. It's when someone came in a chat and said, "Is this cookie clicker?" And I just started laughing. And then Hideo later told me why that person probably thought it was Cookie Clicker, because the title of the stream was Professor Glickman's Glicko Glicker, which had nothing to do with Cookie Clicker. What do you think of AutoHost so far? Does it seem to have good impact? Yeah, I think so. It's raised every developer's view count. I'm sure gaming streamers too. But yeah, I don't know what exactly that means as far as growing as a development streamer goes, or any streamer really. I think originally, so I'm going to sidetrack myself for a bit here. Twitch had a problem where you would have like stream 1 and you'd see underneath it, like 1995 users or something like that, right? Stream 2 would have slightly fewer, 1,200 users, or viewers, I guess they would be. Stream 3, and then so on and so forth, where you'd finally have like stream 20 would have like 1 viewer. And I think the problem was, this is why people started view botting, because in order to rise through the top of the view list, there was no real way to do that if you were a new streamer. Like, you don't have the views, so you're not going to be at the top of the list, so people aren't going to come discover you. So people view botted it first, and then Twitch addressed that problem. Well, now I feel like what's going to happen is, if you're not on a team of people who will auto host you, then you'll consistently be at the bottom. Because now, how are you going to get to the top? Because even like stream 3 would be on this list of auto hosted people, and then when these couple of streamers go offline, now stream 3 will get boosted to the top. So I think this is going to hurt people who aren't on teams, and I think it's going to greatly help the people who are on teams but weren't getting view counts themselves. So just like any feature that's going to distribute views, I think it's going to hurt some people who were probably already getting views, and it's going to help some people who weren't getting views. So in the end, that probably is a net benefit for Twitch, I think. And hey, Sanchez. And Puka, hey. By the way, check this out. I finally automated this. Automate top10.cmd. And done. So there's the link now if you want to look at the top 10. Also, I upped it to top 250. Fetch the time in chat. Time that the line in chat was set. I'm not sure what it is you're referring to, Zilly, but maybe either of those will help you. Hey, Davey. Next step, automate lunch BRB. It's been automated close enough to what I want. All I have to do is whisper my bot lunch, and then it gives me a command to run. And hey, Motorfall. Do I have the code for that? Yeah, I wrote it over the weekend. Although someone gave me the curl command a long time ago. And I'm assuming you're talking to me, Digite. So this is the code for it. I'll just B-paste this. I don't think this really matters or anything. Where's bash? Here it is. Did I accidentally type into this thing though? Let's just paste it again. So I'll just send this to you. There. Oh, I see what you're saying, Zilly. Yeah. Okay. And you said what, Motorfama? I was just saying hi. That's it. It's turn complete. It can paste itself. Alright, so match stats. Every time we make a match, we record some statistics about the match. This array is capped at max stats to track. What does this have in it? Wait times and then the skill level deviation. Yeah, that's actually kind of interesting. I guess it's good for the matchmaker to be able to report that it's matching players of mostly similar skill levels. That might still be helpful. Just not exactly the way that I have it here. You just realized something I did at Twitch chat. This is a trick. Oh man. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna have to add these in at the end. Make sure the matchmaker is still tracking salient stats. Well, so one of them is the skill level standard deviation. What do we actually have? Where do we add to this? Oh, come on, this is gone. Seriously? Did I ever use this data structure? No, apparently not. But I guess this is where it existed. So standard deviation between all of the skill levels. I guess that's helpful. Let's go find out how this looks when... Well, let's just try something. Hey, Max. What are you up to? Did you implement that MMR algorithm? Yeah, I did. That was on Friday. Well, it's not really me implementing it. There's already an implementation. I wanted to see if it would be suitable for the game. So require botlan util.standard deviation. So let's try this. If we have like 1500 and 1300, does this tell us anything interesting? Standard deviation is 100. So this is always going to be just the numbers difference divided by 2. Yeah, so then this is not really... Right, what's the formula for standard deviation? It's like calculate the mean and then, I don't remember. Where's the... Here we go. Take the square root of the average of the squared deviations of the values from their average value. Okay. So squared deviations of the values from their average value. So let's see. The average value here is going to be 1400. The differences are each going to be 100. So the square root of the square of those, of the average of those, is always going to be that same number when it's 2 numbers. Yeah, so then for 2 numbers, standard deviation is pointless. Well, not really pointless, but easy to calculate. You don't need a standard deviation function for that. And yeah, Bing. Hi, the Magnificence. And hey, Basic. Do you know my post-work lessons? I realize how similar the language is. Even though the syntax is fatter. I don't know what that means. But it's pretty funny. So Sanchez, I wanted to ask you about this. How do you like your teacher, and do you think that the classes are helpful? Because it sounds like from what you said that things are going pretty well so far, but you're the one who's the judge of that. Yeah, so standard deviation, skill level differences, maybe as a percentage. Standard deviation for two numbers is just the difference divided by 2. Oh, thanks for following the Magnificent. Okay, so we're gonna have to get rid of this thing too. This never existed to begin with. And then match stats, matchmaker stats to track. I'm basically gonna just gut this whole class. Min skill and max skill. Players by skill. Keeps track of players' wait times by their skill level. Players can appear in multiple arrays here thanks to their flex property. Oh man, all of this stuff is going away. All of it. Feels bad, man. Wait, so Sanchez, I don't know if you heard my question earlier, but I was asking, what do you think of your teacher so far, and do you like the classes? Reset players by skill. Yeah, let's get rid of all that stuff. Players per game. This is the kind of thing that makes me think if I'm gonna gut all of this from the code base, I should probably just completely remove this class and then start from scratch, because none of this stuff makes any sense. Time of last game server error log. This is the last time that we printed an error message about not having any available game servers. We don't want to spam the console with this, which is why we keep track of this. Log error about no game servers. Yeah, I guess this is actually technically, it could still be a problem. Oh, okay, got it, Sanchez. So if we try matchmaking when there are no game servers available, is that something the account server could just figure out for us? I guess it could, but it's actually not something that should. Darn it, hang on. Okay, so client wants to play a game. They press play. Client contacts account server. Account server looks up client's stats from the database, sends to matchmaker. Matchmaker finds a match, returns opponent's ID to account server. Account server goes in. Actually, no, this is totally fine. We don't even need game servers online anymore for this. Yeah, goes and downloads their defense. No game server needed for any of this. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, okay. Well, that's not so bad then. So we could probably get rid of this. In fact, we don't even need to contact game servers anymore, do we? More reason to just get rid of this class entirely, huh? Well, this morning's not going to be fun. Not for me, at least. I don't know about you guys. How frequently will call check for players stuck in game? Yeah, not going to exist anymore. And then update function is not going to exist. Matchmaker timer ID. What's this? Oh, yeah. Nope. Not going to be needed. And then subscribe to messages. This is actually needed. So, cool. So we can get rid of all of these things. There. So what are we left with? Just the basics. So we can probably just wipe out the rest of this entire class and still be okay. Probably. So let's delete this. Reset players by skill. Yep. Subscribe to messages, that's still needed. Critical error, that's still needed. Cool. Get player by ID, that's probably going to be necessary. I also want to think about what these data structures are going to be exactly. So this is just going to be sorted. But what if we wanted to get a player by their ID? Oh, we can binary search them in this array. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Getting a player by their ID can do a binary search on this array. So lookup won't be constant time, but it'll be log n, which is never a lot of numbers. I mean, even if you have 1 million players, that's what? 2 to the 20th, right? 2 to the 20th is, yeah, just over 1 million. So yeah, 20 iterations, that's not bad. By the way, in case anyone's curious, you should all just memorize that 2 to the 10th. If you're in computer science, you should memorize this. The 2 to the 10th is 1024. It'll save you a lot of time when thinking about this stuff. So when you're thinking about what is 1 million, well, it's 2 to the 10th times 2 to the 10th. And as you remember from math class, multiplying exponents is the same as just adding the exponents, basically. So that's how I came up with that. And then you can verify it, and you see that, yes, it is more than 1 million. I guess the other easy way to remember it is that you know 2 to the 8th is 256, or you should know that, because that's the number of bits in a byte. And so just multiply by 2 to get 512, and then another 2 to get 1024. I'm going to shut up now. So get player by ID. Replicated data. This is still going to be needed. However, these particular replicate calls are going to be totally different. Two to the 10 begins with 102. If you're looking for the number 102, you're going to find it. Yeah, so this is going to need to change greatly. Player added to queue, yeah, all these things. So go through this and find out what is no longer needed. Alright, so let's save this for now. Replicate all data, same thing. Same as replicated data. And then start. Start, I don't think is going to exist any longer. Yep, so get rid of that. Get game server details. This is just a debug function that will tell you which player IDs are in which games. Delete Postman APIs. I've thrown down the gauntlet. Yeah, this doesn't exist any longer. Cool, so let's get rid of this. These things are still necessary. Debug generate player. Simulate adding a player to the queue. You should never use this function in production code because it may stomp on real player IDs. Yeah, not really necessary anymore. Could be helpful to have. Oh, it was Zilly who wanted it. I don't know why I'm typing to you guys. Okay, so debug generate player. That's gone. Cool. How many lines of code do we have left to look through? Another 800. So not too bad. Check for players stuck in game. That's going to be totally gone. And the reason why I say 800 is not too bad is because now we're down to, actually still 800. Well, anyway, we get chunks of like 30 of these gone at once. So add a player to queue by params, yeah. Is player in queue? Is player in game? Get queue status for a particular player. Remove players. There's no removing players anymore, is there? Remove from queue. Add player to queue. This is, well, it's going to be important eventually, but it's not called that. Insert by skill, yeah. Flex updated. The whole concept of flex. Ugh, so annoying. Yeah, update players. Okay, so then match make. I think this whole function is going to be gone too. which is a sad day for me. We really should just form a new class out of all this, I think. Hey, Type Theory. You build this game from scratch, or are you working with a framework / engine of some kind? I would say mostly from scratch. I am working with some frameworks. It's almost impossible to use Node without using extra libraries for it. So yeah, I have them for setting up a REST server. I have them on the client side for rendering. I generate the JavaScript abstract syntax tree using ESPrima, and then I generate code from that using ESCodeGen. So yeah, there's a lot of extra libraries there. Hey, Wouter. Hey, Skynet. It's a found match for players. Yeah, I don't. I'm not feeling this. There's like 50 functions I'm gonna have to delete. So I think starting over is probably the best idea here. Oh, none of his reserve game server for players. Re-add player to queue. Just stuff that wasn't necessary anymore. Record stats for game created. This is probably going to be helpful to have at some point. Remove from skill arrays. Let's just get rid of all of these things. There. That's everything. And then convert player array into string. This is such a minor function. Okay, so that's all of it. Let's go delete all this stuff now and then find out what we're left with. Probably hardly anything. There. Yeah, we're left with 200 lines of code, and that's only because I didn't look through this stuff yet. So I really think starting from the beginning is probably the best way to go about doing this. So basically anything that used the MMQ should just be gone. That makes more sense. That multi-copy paste? Yeah, if you control double click something, you can, sorry, hang on. You can select multiple things, and then you can copy, and you'll just end up with all the things you copied over here. Wouter, I have no idea what's going on there. And I looked into this more, and I couldn't find anything on my side, and BounceWeb couldn't find anything on their side. So maybe this is some timeout is getting hit, and it's just, I have no idea. Okay, so yeah, here's the conclusion I came to. Conclusion, none of the MQ makes sense any longer other than construction and some vague functions like getting statistics. I think I should replace this entirely. Okay, so what do I call the thing I'm replacing it with? I think it used to make sense when it was, maybe I called it matchmaker, but it's kind of already the matchmaker. Like the matchmaker has main.js. I guess we also just make matchmaker.js. Do I like that? Because then my path would be matchmaker / source / matchmaker. Yeah, fine. That probably makes the most sense. Conclusion. Rewrite all the code, yeah. Either the server / whatever is easily triggered. Wait, yeah, Wouter, if that's what you're doing, that is probably the thing that'll get you banned. Because that's what Hideo did once. And Hideo was immediately banned. So yeah, if you try loading just one page at a time, it should be fine. But yeah, now maybe you're banned again. Who knows? Yeah, okay, let's call this matchmaker. So this is pretty much done. Make a new source file to contain everything, matchmaker.js. Then change all references to MMQ. Okay, the reason why this is probably bad is because the word matchmaker already exists in all of these places. Matchmaker. Okay, what are the functions this is going to have? Let's look at it from that point of view. How am I supposed to make templates if I can't load other pages? No, you can, but you can't do something like this. Like, I don't blame you out there. I don't think this is great, but I also don't totally control the server. So you can't do something like this apparently, where you just middle click a bunch of tabs on the wiki and then be like, oh, I'm going to edit all of these things. That's apparently not going to work. And yeah, maybe I should switch to hosting it myself. I don't know. Oh man, maybe I should just find a new web host. Yeah, Wouter, if you have VPS, you should just try editing it from there. Load in sequence instead of in parallel. Yeah, yeah, any of that should be fine. All right, I don't like the name matchmaker.js. I want to think of what this thing has. I'm not set on the name yet. I want to know what this thing is going to do. Alright, so it's going to keep track of players. Players by score is an array, and it's going to be like players tracked at all. What is this? Yeah, LRU. And we are going to need to get by ID and a remove by ID. Players tracked, just players. LRU. Where's my defense skill? Hey noob. You can easily get it done with GitHub and have the markdown advantage. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we should do that then. Because all I need to do is stop certain people from editing it so that not anyone can change the wiki. It sounds like from what Freak Technic said, I could do that. And I also need this thing to be online all the time. GitHub is online 99.9% of the time. And yeah, then I just let Wouter run free in his little wiki land. What's on the wiki to begin with anyway? Probably not much. Why does this only show the chat, not also join the stream? Because Mandra, that's just the API for interacting with chat. So TMI stands for Twitch Messaging Interface. It's not the Twitch Stream Interface. Hey, Endor. So yeah, what's on here? Coding in botland, commands and controls, in-game hardware, streaming schedule. Yeah, okay, so Wouter, do you want to take on the task of making the botland wiki on GitHub? Or should I make that? I should probably make that. Yeah, I'm going to make that. Alright, I'll do that later then. And then I'll just add you guys as contributors. So I'll write this down. Switch botland wiki over to GitHub. Add Wouter as a contributor. Are you okay with that, Wouter? Does that sound like a good idea to you? Also, how do you even go about doing this? Can I just like make a new repo here? New repository. You can just use Wikia. No. This site is like riddled with ads, isn't it? And loads horribly on mobile. I do not want to do that. I think I despise that site. Okay, wow, dude. Calm down. All right, so Botland Wiki. Can you have spaces? Hey, you can. So anyone can see this. You choose who can commit. Initialize this with a README. Create repository. Okay, it's been done. I have made the Botland Wiki. Nando says, and what do I have to use to see who joined my chat? You can use TMI for that. Wiki settings are in the repo settings after it's created, but I think it defaults to contributors only. Yeah, that's fine, right? Because I can add people. There's a wiki here. Welcome to the Botland Wiki. Yeah, that's fine. Create the first page. Okay, so then I can add Wouter as a contributor. To convert from MediaWiki to Markdown. Oh, I don't even think I want a tool for this necessarily, because I don't think there's anything really worth copying over. Like this, for example, coding and controls. I need to go modify this whole thing anyway. Time to create a new issue. Okay, so Wouter, do you have a GitHub account that I can add here? Also, do any of my moderators have a wiki account or a GitHub account that they want added? And how do I even settings? Collaborators. Forgot password. I don't remember this. Okay, I'll have to look into this later apparently. Or you know what? Let me try a password first. Why did that not work? There we go. Oh, that was actually correct. What happened to chat now? There it is. Same username. Okay, so add Wouter. I never actually type your username, Wouter. Hideo. Alright, so how do I do this? I add you as a collaborator. Add collaborator, Wouter. Gotcha. Okay, cool. And then add Hideo. Cool. Okay. Cool. You guys have been added. I can do the rest of this stuff later. I just want to make sure I got this set up for now. You don't have to do anything, by the way. I just wanted to know if you guys wanted access. At some point, I'll probably modify some of this too and get some content on there. So, all right, Wouter, there is just one thing I want you to keep in mind. Back when everything was on just regular wiki.bot.land, I think it was okay to treat it as like a, oh yeah, there can be some kind of joking pages. I'd rather keep this more professional. So try to keep the tone as such. And having things like what are the commands you can use in chat? That's fine. You can have something like, hey, there's a Twitch stream associated with this. But in general, try to keep the memes to a minimum. And what about me? And yeah. No, I'm only adding moderators in chat to there. And he forgot me. Oh, that was your oh. I see, Endorn. My bad. I didn't realize what that meant, NVD. Okay, what happened to that GitHub page now? I don't know. Where's my... Alright, hang on a sec. Settings, collaborators, add NVD. Gotcha. Ignored? Did I ignore somebody else too now? Poor Wouter gonna get fired on the first day. No, I think we have a ton of mods in chat, Skill Bubble. So I probably won't be promoting more people to mod. And yeah, I figured Enduring. I have more information than the average chat person does, given that I know someone who met you in real life. Mwahahaha. Okay, cool. So let's get back to this. I just need to come up with a name for this. This is going to have these things, players by score or def skill or something like that. And we're going to have something like find opponent, which I guess is called matchmaking, right? I want to just call this matchmaker.js. I just think it's going to have collisions with so many other things. So I'm going to search for this .matchmaker and I'm going to find matchmaker state. And I'm going to find like whatever else actually. It's only matchmaker state for now. I'll just call it the matchmaker and we'll not worry about this. Oh yeah, not everyone's a mod who's been here for a while. And I don't like, okay, so I think this is something that is a point of contention for some people because I think, I don't know, people treat being a moderator as, I don't know. Oh, CDad59, thanks for subbing. Hey, wait, let me copy paste this. Got it. Mike went above the 3 welcomes. Yeah, so thank you. Thanks. First sub of the day. So, Mags, I got your whisper. I actually can't stream to multiple sites any longer. I never used to, but I at least could do that before. Now I can't do it. And hey, Anonim. I like JavaScript. I wouldn't say it's a beautiful language. But I also I have a problem with live coding. I've pasted this in a bunch of times, but I'll send this to you too. What is this? This is the worst face. Zilly. Oh man. Oh man. What was the fourth emote? Oh. Botland wiki memes can be moved into a meme namespace. If you're able to ever access the old wiki, then you can use the old wiki for that. But like I said, I'd rather keep memes off of the GitHub one. Because they'll be saved there forever in history. And they would have been saved in the history of the new one too, but I don't know. Oh man. Oh yeah, I switched over to using paint.net. I wanted to... Oh, see dad. Okay, so let's go make matchmaker. MMQ. We'll just replace this with matchmaker. Oh, powerful. Yeah, I think most languages are powerful though. I like JavaScript, definitely. Don't get me wrong. I don't know if I'd say it's like the greatest or anything like that. Live coding site is kind of confusing and misleading. Well, that's the other thing. When I go there, I'm still thrown off by their UI. Like, I sorted channels by popularity, and I think I got the ones with the most views, but not the most concurrent views. And I wanted to find the ones with the most concurrent views just to see what is everybody watching on this site. I just couldn't figure it out. I think I found one that was live, but I couldn't see a view count for it. I didn't see chat, so maybe it wasn't actually live. But again, none of this stuff is like clear to me when I go to their site. Okay, so now that we have this, so remove MMQ from everywhere. Oh, Wimbles, that must be what I ran into. That they're mixing videos with streams. I think they hide views because nobody watches there. Oh, that can't be the case though. How are they making money then? Is it just from investors? What do you think is the all-time best languages? I really shouldn't answer that. "300 days." Okay, so instead of MMQ, we're going to just require the matchmaker. And then everywhere that we use this, we'll say... Let's take a look here. Now, Zilly, I don't know. I think it's hard to capture this without it turning into Adam kissing face or something like that. But also, we only have 2 more emote slots right now, and I want to use one for Adam LED and one for Adam Boat. I sent an email to Twitch. I don't know if they're going to get back to me. Let me check really fast. No. Okay. So I've got this new file. Now we're going to go gut all the old calls to this. There. So MMQ probably still appears in many places in the REST server. Matchmaker REST client, yeah. Oh god. Yeah, all that time I spent refactoring code was spent refactoring it on the client and the game server and the account server. But now I'm finally at the matchmaker and it's like, whoa, none of this makes sense any longer. That's why I said this morning is not going to be that much fun. Oh, and live coding is also free, I'm pretty sure. Leave MMQ, yeah, all of this stuff. How many references are there? 233. Oh boy. Well, what do I do about this? I guess some of these are just names. Not like they're that important. But some of them are references to an old thing. So the only references that there could be are going to be in the matchmaker folder. So here, for example, yeah. Oh man. Okay, so we can search for, what was that? I just stepped on something sharp. Alright, this isn't as bad. It's still not great though. Test cases, yeah, that's gonna be gone too. Alright, let's start this. So the whole replicate data thing, I guess we're gonna have to get rid of that for right now. And then these used to be called and subscribe on messages, which we don't have any longer. Okay, the rest of this is fine. Potentially matchmaking star, we don't need this. Okay, time started. Yeah, we'll do that later. Okay, so there, that's it. That's the minimum we need for this class. Have you ever have you had a rage day again since the first time where you just had to have a breather? Or are your breaks and holidays working out well? I mean, I guess I was raging a little bit on the Castlevania day. Not really though. I wasn't like out of control or something. But no, I don't think so. I think Digitay, a lot of that was because I was working on the same thing for like 4 months, and everything I added was more uncertainty that I was adding in the code base. I made the Boatland emote. So the Boatland emote that I want to use is the one from the Boatland video, which is right here. So I sent Twitch an email saying, "Hey, this is Creative Commons BY 3.0. Am I allowed to use it? And if so, where do I provide attribution?" And they haven't gotten back to me yet. Oh, and it's an SVG. Wow. Impressive. So yeah, hopefully this... How do you... Hang on a second. Does Paint.net have tabs? It does. Okay. So I'm not really used to Paint.net. Let's find out whether I can do this. Something like that, and then we zoom out. Yeah, it'll look okay, I think. Not to ask to death, but date on Portal 2. You mentioned it would probably be end of October. Maybe this Thursday. And when I say maybe this Thursday, I mean I'll try it probably on Thursday, but I don't know if it's going to work. Like, I might have graphics card problems. So, yeah, maybe this Thursday. Okay, so that's fine. Change all references to MMQ. Well, the main ones have been changed over, but then REST server doesn't have the changes. So this is going to take in the matchmaker. You cool if you have randomness when you emote, so that Adam bow could be any of the colors? Yeah, that would be neat, but that's not something you can do. Yeah, so MMQ. So a lot of these just aren't going to exist. And it should be okay. Let's try restarting the matchmaker and just, we'll see what happens. This, yeah, okay. That's about what I expected. So this is coming from here, matchmaker status type. That's, oh, it should have been MMQ status type. Okay, yeah, I see. All right, so there we have it. Now this is running on 8081. So let's try going to there. Apparently this isn't like IPv6 addresses. Yeah, that's working. Okay, so we'll go make new data structures, I guess. We'll get rid of the old one. Oh man, I don't know. This is going to be a massive undertaking. I did expect this to take 2 days, but I was kind of hoping that it would only take 1. So we got to get rid of this. This is the code for what I have planned for the new homepage. It'd be helpful to see what this converts to in Markdown. Which, by the way, Wouter, if you want, this is something that Adam is actually really good at. And that's not me being snarky in the third person. That's Atom, A-T-O-M. As you type Markdown on the left side, you can have it show you the rendering of it on the right side. So, if you want, go download that. Then you can just change... You can just do Markdown Preview Toggle. And you can enable this. I think it's pretty nice. Read parts of the post. Totally doesn't surprise me. Well, but Mike, why doesn't it surprise you? Because I don't think by seeing a company you can tell how their CEO is going to act. Some CEOs are great and the company might not be great, and some CEOs are terrible and the company might be great. And I don't think customers usually have that kind of visibility. Okay, Walter. Yeah. I mean, it's also just a text editor if you want to use it for that. So change references. Let's get a couple of these things over here. Also, you know what? I'm gonna just close this. Let's open it up in this one. There. So in the matchmaker, we're going to want players sorted by this dot players by def skill. We need a player object at some point, and then we also need a player least recently used cache. Yeah, Davey. Hey, Vlad. All right, so I want this, which I already have. Cache object that deletes least recently used items. So I would get and set players, and then on set we might end up wiping something out. Hey, drunk bears. Ohio to all of you. Okay, so do we have this on the matchmaker at all? That's something I don't remember. So if we go into modules matchmaker, npm list LRU. Oh wait, no, it's not called LRU. It's called LRU cache. Does this exist? Oh, perfect. No, not perfect. It's in Restify. Okay, so npm install LRU cache. So what we should do here is use it the same way that I'm using everything else. I think I just use it as LRU. Yeah. So we're gonna put this here. Ohio star. Players LRU equals new LRU. Okay, so then there's max size in bytes we can keep track of, and a length that tells you how many things there are. Where else do we use this? Here. Max and then a dispose function. I don't see a need for the dispose function. I also am not sure what the default length is here. N times 2 plus key dot length. If you're storing strings or buffers, then you probably want to do something like return n dot length. The default is return 1, which is fine if you want to store max like-sized things. The item is passed as the first argument, and the key is passed as the second. Okay, so I am not doing this correctly totally. This is a max number. This is in bytes. I see. So we only want to know how many players can we store. We could figure out how, no, that's, yeah, let's just do it this way. Okay. So new LRU, we need a max. So the maximum number of players we can store is actually going to be based on how much memory we have and how much memory each player takes. So a player is going to be an ID, a defense skill, and maybe a date. So an ID and a defense skill, that'll be 8 bytes. And then a date would be another 4 bytes, so probably 12. It's probably like bytes per player is like 12. Is there a better way to do this? There might be. We could like inspect all of the properties or figure out how many bytes this works out to be. So max, we'll just say const max players to store equals. Let's think of, let's say they are 12 bytes, and let's say we have 1 gigabyte of RAM, and we have to duplicate all of this data, so it's really like 24 bytes. Actually, it's more than that. Each player is really going to be, let's say 50 bytes. And we don't want to use all of the RAM on just this. So let's say we had 700 megabytes. Let's say 500 megabytes. So I guess just store 1,000,000 players. Oh, that's... I just hope this isn't too much. 1,000,000 players at a byte each would be 5 megabytes. Or 1 megabyte, excuse me. So at 50 bytes each would be 50 megabytes. And yeah, I think that's fine. I think we could store up to 500 bytes per player then if we wanted to. I don't have the highest opinion of live coding particularly. Well, partially because they try to convince users that they have more active streamers and viewers than they actually do. Huh. Code I linked to equates to something along the lines of the slider on WikiVoyage homepage. Yeah, make sure you're testing this stuff on GitHub itself, because they have a Markdown preview and they use a flavor of Markdown, I think, that's specific to GitHub. Hey, antimatter tape. I mean, I don't have the highest opinion of the site either because of that story that I linked to, and also because one time they reached out to me and they said, "Dear Botland, what are you working on? Do you want to come to our site?" And I thought, no, you did not just call me Botland. You did not take the 3 seconds to figure out that my username is not Botland on this site. All right, so this is fine. Okay, so this is an array of players. We don't have a player object yet. Also, I guess in the LRU, we could just have IDs in the LRU. Yeah, maybe. On the completion of Botland, can you do a Reddit AMA? Yeah, I just don't know who would want to ask me anything. But yeah, I can write it down. So maybe this should just store... Maybe this should just store IDs. Yeah, Reality-O. I don't know if it was an automated thing or if they were just too lazy, but it was probably... Actually, how could it have been? No, because they typed Botland without a space. Yeah, and I've never typed it that way. I mean, other than when I just typed it to show you how I never type it. Hey, Galactic Flash. Yeah, okay, Digite. Well, I'll definitely consider it. Just store IDs. Every time we modify a player, we use its ID to see if they're new. Okay, so what am I setting for this then? Set key value max age. What is max age? Only actually pull stale items out of the cache when you get key. So I really just want to see... Can I set it to nothing? Would that even help me? I guess the best way to do this is to just launch it and try. LRU equals require LRU cache. Oh, my LRU. We'll set a max of 3 here. So my LRU dot set 1 comma, just set 1. Can we do that? My LRU dot has 1. Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, that's all we really need to do then. So if I set 2, then I set 3, it still has 1. Then I set 4, and now it no longer has 1. Okay, perfect. But if I do my LRU dot get 2, it's undefined, but we know that it has 2. Is there... I guess it's get that I want. It's has and get though. Okay, so that's kind of the problem, isn't it? I don't know whether something is in this unless I set it to true. Okay. Anti-blot. Okay, so I should just be setting these to, okay, let's make a new one. My LRU equals new LRU max 2. My LRU dot set 1 true. My LRU dot set 2 true. And then 3 is going to wipe out 1. So now my LRU dot has 1 is false. And then we get 2. And then set 4. And now 3 should be gone. Yeah. Perfect. Hey again, Edmardo. I didn't think I'd actually see you here again. We have the same mouse, we have the same name. Hey, Smelly Bat. Yeah, so we're just going to store IDs. Where's Adam bot? I haven't made it. And why is that? Because I have a command that lets me see how many people or how long someone's been in chat for. And don't ask why, but I happened to check this for you yesterday and it was at 30 something minutes, probably 38. And I thought, oh, okay, he's probably never coming back. Okay, so yeah, every time we set this, so let's do players LRU, player IDs LRU. This is an LRU. This just stores player IDs. And it correlates them to, doesn't really, is there a way to, oh man, is there a way to check and see if it has it and also update the recentness of this? For each. Yeah, it's just get. If the key is not found, get will return undefined. Okay, fine. I guess we're going to store that a key is set to undefined anyway. Oh, cool. Neat. And how do I say this? So there are, yeah, okay, yeah, the meme related commands, I guess having those be gone are fine. Also, yeah, I'll need to edit some of these things. Because something like this is only used by subscribers, and I should probably list what the colors are here too. But yeah, I'll check it out. No one's ever gotten back to me on that sheet music. I know someone in real life who's playing it. I'm like, hey, how far did you get? She's like, well, I played the first measure or two. Okay. Correlates them to a Boolean so that we true. The reason we use true is so that we can simply call the .get function on an ID. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to check. Is if we say set 4 to true, and then we say get the string 4, that's undefined. So I got to make sure, absolutely sure, that these are always the right data types as well. Man. We can call the get function on ID to update its recentness. as opposed to as and get. Wow, this is kind of a minor point here. Okay, the max players to store. Yeah, it's just a number. We should just say max to store in LRU. No, actually, it's all over the place. This caps the size of both players by def skill and player IDs LRU. All right, so now we need a player object, which is going to have what? These things, I guess. Rating, rating dev, volatility, CRE. And it could also include things like how many matches was this player used in. There could be a bunch of stats in there. Oh, wait a second. We're going to have a bias here, aren't we? Whoever we just so happen to pre-populate the database with. Rip 24 points. Anyone here starts a line on the comma when defining an array? I don't know who would do that. Maybe Hideo. And alright, Watu, yeah, have a good dinner. Okay, so whoever we just so happen to pre-populate the database with will be preferred for matchmaking. This is very bad. When you don't want to profile Botland's memes. What? Having an emote is different from not wanting memes on GitHub. Also, yeah, I don't know why anyone would use flashbang when they could do this. This is way cooler, right? Time to go cry under my desk and feel betrayed. Gotta keep some jokes in here. So this is very bad. I guess if you actually go to play a game, then you'll be a preferred player as well. Okay, so what are some solutions for this? Well, is this really that bad? This is very bad because they're just random players who were chosen. Well, not really random. Chosen just because they happen to be at a particular skill level. And thanks, Freak Technic. The notation seems a bit confusing. The notation should be just idiomatic piano. Let me see if anything looks weird about this. No, I think this is normal. This is what you'd expect for a piano piece. I think some parts I probably didn't use the best possible notation, but I think it should make sense to most piano players. So many of my favorite videos have been deleted. Yeah, I see you're looking through all those lists. So solution number one is, I guess, pull in players based on when they last played. Yeah, antimatter tape. I'll write it down. I don't know if I'm going to do something like that, though. I hate pawn. This is actually probably the best solution here. So let's say there are a million people playing the game and I needed to turn off all the servers. So when I restart them, the matchmaker is going to pre-populate a bunch of players. Or actually, solution number 2 is just don't pre-populate anybody. Don't pre-populate anybody. When a player wants a match, the matchmaker will reach out to the account server. Yeah, or solution number 3 is number 1 and number 2. Don't pre-populate anyone, and when a player wants a match, just pull in players based on skill level and when they last played. Yeah. Your light token didn't work, Mike? It says someone's attempting to use a token that doesn't exist, or they specify the wrong user. It's weird. Let me see what happened there. 078. Does capitalization matter? Because it shouldn't. Do these numbers match? Yeah. Mike, can you try again but use all lowercase letters in the URL? What is this? Oh, this. Yeah, I spent a lot of time on that. Whoops. How did you get into playing the piano? I mean, I started as a kid. Too late, I stole it. Wait, so Mike, did that work? Yeah, it did work. You have multiple tokens, though. Someone has multiple tokens. Someone's trying to use tokens as though they're me. You guys know I can see this stuff, right? Like, I clearly don't have a token here. Not going to share IP addresses or anything. Yeah, I guess it is comparing exact username casing. I can probably make it stop doing that. Make the light system stop comparing exact username casing. Stops hacking. Yeah, okay, so I think this is what we need to do. The whole not pre-populating any one thing. Yeah. Alright, I'll apply this later. It's just something I thought of right now. Bias problem. Yeah. Let's change all references to this. So I've got these things set now. I need to go make a player object. We have player.js right here. Flex change amount, ID skill. Yeah, so this is going to change to... Wait, we never get their rating, do we? Let's go take a look. So if we go to server.js, we say get match make get find what do I call this thing? Oh, this is the wrong REST server. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Match make players. Okay. So when we call into this function, we are getting their ID and their estimated skill. And that's it, right? Yeah, that's all. So we don't have all the glyco scores. Sort this list on CRE. Yeah. Interesting. What are we working on? And by we, I mean you. Yeah, there's the today command. Yeah, that is a pleb command. Did you learn to create algorithms? If so, any good starting point to begin at? Yeah, so almost every programmer will know how to write write algorithms. I think in general, it's like learning anything else. You just start small. So Severin Almighty, start with something like sorting algorithms. So basically, given a set of numbers 5, 4, 6, 2, 7, 8, 9, convert this into 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so there are easy ones like bubble sort and insert sort and selection sort, and then there are sort of better ones like quick sort and merge sort. And so just try these out. Like go through, look at the Wikipedia page. I suggest whenever you're looking at a page like this to look at just their pseudocode. So let's take bubble sort for example, which is a terrible sorting algorithm, but at least is a good place to start. If you look at the pseudocode for this, like, look at this and try to, or not even that actually. I wanted something that was written in English, not pseudocode. Look at even maybe just this picture and then think of how you could implement this. And so you start there and then you move on from sorting algorithms to maybe something like pathfinding, or maybe, I'm not sure, like interview question kinds of things. So something like, I have a get 0 or 1 function. How do I form any number from this and bitwise operations? I don't know, something along those lines. So yeah, Severin Almighty, I'd say just start small, work your way up, and eventually what you'll find is that you're looking through these and you're trying to figure out kind of what is in common with the other algorithms that I've written. How do I approach these? And this is very similar to how interviews work in computer science, at least in America. So you'll eventually find out that, like, wait, I should examine the time complexity of this and how much memory am I using and is there a better way to do this? Okay, so a player is really just going to be known by their their defense score. Flex change amount. Yeah, this stuff's going to be gone. Get skill, get flex, get join time. Join time might be interesting. It's not really join time though, it's like creation time. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what we want here. Let's take a look. We definitely need the ID. Cool. Then we need their defense skill. Skill value as a defender. And then that's kind of it for right now. Let's just start with that. And then join time, we're going to call this creation time. Creation time. Now, is that really necessary? Because we have this is stored in here, technically. But we don't have a way of getting that, do we? That's too bad. Yeah, there's no way to get the age of something. Aw. Yeah, that's too bad. Let's take a look at this library. I could just add one. I don't think it's really necessary. But let's see, when you set something. So set is a function that does what? No, this is for setting the max. What am I doing? Where is the set function that is just for the LRU? Here it is. Key value max age. So when you set this, it has the key. This cache get key. Oh, here it is. Thought that was the end of the function. New entry. So we take in now. What is now? Date.now. Yeah, so it is stored with this. So entry has this. There it is. This.now. But we don't have a way of obtaining that because we can't, because Git doesn't get that for us. Let's just take a look at .now. What is dump? What is dump? I somehow missed what that function does. Return an array of the cache entries ready for serialization. Oh, I don't want that. Set. Load. Yeah, it never gets returned. Oh well, whatever. We'll just store our own. What a bunch of useless information. Oh man. Alright, so a time representing when this player was loaded into the matchmaker. It's important to note that this is in UTC because it may get sent to players and we don't want their time zones to come into play. I don't actually think that's necessary to note or to care about at all. Yeah. Okay, looks good. Cool. So we don't need to do this, right? I don't know why this... Oh, yes we do. Yes we do. Alright, so we just change this to def skill, then flex, and then creation time, serialize player.creation time. Yep, sounds good. So we're taking this, cool, also sounds good. Update, we don't care about. Get skill is really get def skill, I guess. Def skill. Get flex no longer exists. Get creation time needs a capital C. And toString. So it's skill is going to be, I guess, no, let's just replace it. And creation time. Looks good. All right, nice. Okay, cool. So we've got this. Now we need the player object, which we have. Great. We store those. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, so this is going to have to go over here. And I want to keep track of this entire list of stuff. Oh boy. Yeah. So keep track of players with their defense glycos scores. Getting a player by their ID can do a binary search on this array. Keep track of players in an LRU cache. So I should just write these functions. Yeah, and I should write a simple thing right here, which is to do compute this number based on the amount of RAM on the machine. In order for this to work, we need to only have one matchmaker. I'll just say no. This would mean that we would only have... Actually, no. We should just be told about what this number is. This would mean that we would only have one matchmaker per machine. So perhaps this should be passed in via the environment. That is much better. Okay. Yeah, okay, I'm going to do this when I get back. I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'm also going to get a quick snack. Yeah. Does that work? Cool. Okay, yeah. All right, so I'll be right back. Okay. So, I think this is the first time you've ever seen me drink this on stream. I just bought Soylent. I don't want to see if it would make me be able to stream without taking breaks for longer. So we'll see. I should have mixed this before the stream though. Oh well. So when we add players into this thing, we need to say something like add player by params. Oh, whoops. Rat. I deleted that, didn't I? Yes, I did. You dislike the taste? I think the taste is actually pretty neutral for me. I tried one time. We have like caramel creamer for coffee. I tried adding that, but the densities are so different. I didn't stir it, so all the creamer like sank to the bottom. I don't know how to. I don't know if it's something that you can really mix that well, or if it'll just always separate and sink to the bottom. Okay, so what I wanted to search for was add player. I believe we have an add player to queue by params, yeah. Oh yeah, Pawn, I've heard about that. The bars screwing people's digestive systems up. So we'll say ID and then def skill. So player equals new player ID def skill. Actually, we want to check to see if they're already here. Yeah, I like the idea too. And mostly it's just a way for me to have some calories between breakfast and sometimes my late lunch. So I'm probably still going to take a lunch break today. Hopefully not for as long as I normally do. Well, actually, that's not true. I've got to eat a proper lunch. But this is, I think, 500 calories right here. So this should tide me over for at least like 3 hours. So, okay. First, maybe we want to see if this player is already there. So we should write a get player by ID function. So right off the bat, if not this dot player IDs LRU dot has ID, then just return null. So we can check in constant time to see. This should be constant time. I don't really know what their lookup is, but get. Yeah, this is just a table. Checking constant time to see if this player even exists. Once we know it exists, we can find the index of it in the array in O of log n time. Cool. Oh, Mike, that is kind of the selling point of the product, right? I know it sounds like a joke. We'll give you all your nutrition in 1 minute, but it's a big reason why people get this. I just wanted to try it out. I mostly wanted to get it for this stream. Pour some honey in that cup. Maybe. I mostly wanted to get it for the stream, but sometimes I get done on stream and then I want to go work out or something, but I don't want to eat a proper dinner. But I want to have something for some energy. So we'll see. See how this works. I think I like it so far. Okay, so once we know it exists, we can do this. Lodash has a function whose name I always forget. Oh, I didn't forget it this time. Use a binary search to determine the lowest index at which value should be inserted into an array in order to maintain its sort order. Yeah, and then once we add the player, we need to do sort the players by skill. Okay. The lowest index at which value should. So here's what we should do here. const existing player equals this dot get player by ID. If existing player exists, then existing player dot. So we want to do like update def skill, I guess. I'll just call it set because it's not really doing anything more interesting than that. Return existing player. Cool. Hey, Mr. Cheap. All right. So over here, we get the sorted index of this array, and we need to do sorted index by. So there's going to be a sort function, which I wrote somewhere. I just don't remember where. Maybe in that test code I did, JavaScript Glico test. Sort by CRE function. Yeah, that's it. Is that a protein shake? Yeah, it's just Soylent. Cheap, cheap. I remember that. And hey, Luculus. And no, Mr. Cheap, I haven't like given up food. This is just a quick way for me to get nutrition while I'm on stream and not feel weird about it. Because you guys have seen me drink things before, but I don't think you've ever seen me eat something. Well, maybe very small things. I think I had blueberries once, and I ate like 4 or 5 berries. How does it taste? It's hard to describe the taste. If you ever had vanilla protein, it tastes like a muted form of that. Yeah. Something like that. Honey sticks? Oh yeah, that's true. We've seen cake, but have you seen me eat cake? So get CRE. So we're gonna do static function, static sort player by. Why am I even doing this really? Does this really help? I guess. Sort player by def skill. And this takes in a player. Which Soylent version is that? It's 1.6. You hid yourself while eating the cake. I don't think I ate the cake on stream. I think I ate it during my lunch break. Okay, so now when we say sorted index equals get sorted index by, array value iterate. So the array is this dot. It's my desk. Value is going to be the ID. Wait, is that even possible? No, this isn't possible, is it? No, man. No. Yeah, I didn't think about this then, did I? There needs to be a way to get their skill. I guess that's what should be saved in that thing. Yeah, I didn't think about this. Yeah, this won't work. Darn it, this won't work. We need players to be stored in this thing with a reference to their player object. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Players by def skill, and then this would be players by ID. So this just stores players by their IDs. There. That's it. Okay, so that's fine. And it's just one player object. So once we know it exists, we can find the index of it in the array. We don't even need to do that any longer. We can just return... Actually, we can just do this entirely. Get ID. Yeah, there. That's it. Okay, so get rid of all this stuff. So now add player by params. Okay, sounds good. Otherwise, make a new player for them. Then do this dot players by def skill dot push. Well, no, we can insert it at the sorted index. Do they have a way to do that? I guess it's just inserted into there at the correct index. Yeah, okay. Add player. I'll just do this in here. This dot players by def skill, then the def skill, then this or matchmaker dot sort player by def skill. So now find the index in insert at, and then actually insert at that position. So JavaScript insert at array index. I think it's just splice, right? Yeah, splice index comma 0 comma the value. So this dot players by def skill dot splice the index 0 and then the value player, and then this dot players by ID dot set ID player. Cool. And so they're already sorted, so that we keep the array sorted. Okay, so setting this will be in log n time, setting this will be in constant time. So this is going to be a pretty quick function. And then I guess we can return the player. I don't know if that's really necessary. All right, sounds good. Cool. And proof by induction here, if we only ever add in a sorted manner, then our array will always be sorted. There is only one way that's not true, and that's here. Set def skill. This needs to, oh man. So there needs to be a remove player at some point, which, yeah, darn it, this isn't going to work, is it? Because as soon as we call set, okay, so there are two problems here. So to do, we need to sort players by def skill if we do this. And then here, to do, this may eject a player, in which case we need to remove the ejected player from players by def skill. All right, so what do we have? Also, sorry, I don't know why I just like shouted all right there. What do we have in order to figure out what was deleted here? Probably nothing. Yeah, that's not good. Oh, that's definitely not good. Oh, man. We need to know if we're going to end up removing something here. There's a dispose function. Oh, wait a second. There it is. Yeah, just dispose. Called with key value. It's called before actually removing the item. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, Reality-O. You should just read emails and meme out on the bike anyway. I've been going running lately, and it's really hard to do anything else while running than just listen to music. Even watching TV, like, unless I've got the audio of the TV playing, I can't really read closed caption as my head is bouncing all over the place. Okay, well, thankfully we have this dispose function that we can use here. So dispose is gonna be this. We get key comma player. And what we want to do is call something like this dot removed player from LRU player. Okay, so the way that we do this, we're going to need to remove this particular player from here. Pull at index. Is there pull index? No. There's pull at least. Removes elements from array corresponding to indexes and returns. Oh, it can be a number. That's pretty nice. Still a mile more than me, Kappa. Man, I cannot get myself pumped up enough to actually want to run at the gym. And it's been cold and rainy here, so I don't really want to run outside. How did you find that pic? Is this the photogenic runner from that marathon? Yeah, it is. Okay. So remove player from LRU. We get this player.defSkill, so const defSkill equals player.getDefSkill. Done, and then we remove _remove at players by defSkill sorted index. And done. Okay, great. So now this automatically is set. So I'll just say, note this may remove a player from players by defSkill thanks to the dispose function of the LRU. And Zerator, thanks for following. Backwards, your name is WroteRZ. I don't think you care about what your name is backwards, though. Alright, so we need to sort this if we do this, yeah. Yeah, which really, there's a way that we don't have to resort the entire array. And that is, we find out what position this used to be at, we remove it, and then we update it. Is this the Mexican hat thing on top of the photogenic runner? Oh no, this is even lazier than I thought. What is this? Hi Dargy. This is a game called Botland. I can possibly show it to you. I don't know what state the game is in, so let's try this out and see if it works. It should. Yeah, okay. So yeah, because I haven't shown this off all day. So I'll give you the Oh, yeah, never mind. Alright, I gotta link you to a video. Sorry, Dargy. I've broken the game today because I'm trying to implement matchmaking in the game. And so until it's actually been implemented, I just can't show the game off other than that video. So this dot update player defense skill. Player new def skill. Yeah, it's a meditate. Alright, so here's what we do. So first, remove the player from their old... Well, yeah. Alright, see you, Reality-O. Thanks for stopping in. Okay. Shouldn't have opened that up on stream. So first, remove their player from their current position in the sorted array. So we do this. So get sorted by the old def skill. And this is gonna be, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so then we do remove at. Okay, cool. Then find their new index and add them there. So this is silly. I should make functions out of this. Yeah, I should make functions out of this. Well. Fine. So add player to what do I call this function? Wait, who's hosting me? Oh, programming. Interesting. Why does programming have 88 viewers? Huh. Well, thanks whoever's controlling the hosts over there. And hide all the programming viewers. So add player to sorted array. Player. No, this is really, yeah, I guess it's player. So this is going to be what this function does. They had a lesson going? Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't actually followed the channel. I probably should. Follow programming channel. I think Adam just crashed. Oh, I was looking over at the side of the screen because I had to move my window to find out who hosted me. I have only part of OBS showing on screen right now. So let's see. Def skill, get that, and then add the player. Yep, that's totally fine. Okay, so then this can just be add player to sorted array. We take in the player, and we get rid of this. Perfect. VODs from outdated conferences most of the week. Oh, man. Alright, this may remove a player thanks to the dispose function. So that's totally fine. Now we need a remove from sorted array. Remove player from sorted. Why am I even typing this? I have this. Remove from. Done. So what we're really doing is we're removing it by their defense skill. We could get the player. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so here's what we do. Done. Cool. Okay. So Ramy. What do you use for authentication? I remember you using some library for generating auth tokens. So I use JWT for that. The actual authentication, so I guess there's multiple parts of this. Authentication is done with a username and password. And so the password that you pass to the server is going to be plain text, right? So your password might be something like hunter2. Well, then what's going to happen is the server doesn't have your passwords stored in plain text. They're hashed and salted. So hashed and salted. So we need to hash and salt hunter2 to figure out if it matches what's in the database. So we do that, and if that verifies, then what we do is we send you back a token that just says, okay, cool, here you are, here's your user ID. Your ID number 579. Now this alone, this is just plain text too. So if this was on an HTTP connection and you had a man in the middle sniffing packets on the network, you would be able to see what ID someone else is. But thanks to JWT, there's a signature on each token. And the signatures, so if I type in something like ID:5, so now I put a secret key here like, I don't know, password. How do you generate this? Well, whatever. Anyway, you can see that it says an invalid signature. So unless you can guess the password, you wouldn't be able to sign your own tokens. So then you just pass the token back and forth every time. And that way you're not putting your plain text password in the clear. Not that it ever should be in the clear. I will eventually switch to HTTPS. Okay, so we're going to remove this particular player from the array. Then we're going to add the player to the array. Add player to sorted array player. Then find their new index and set them there. Oh, that was almost very bad the way I just did things. Alright, cool. Their defense skill so that they'll get a new index. Wait, what did I even say eventually to xpixel? I've already forgotten what you're referring to. Okay, so here's what we have. Let's read through this, make sure everything makes sense. So when we're adding a player, we're adding them with an ID and a skill. So if they already existed, then we're going to treat this as the new skill level to set. So we're going to call update player defense skill. This is going to remove them from the array, which it'll do so in log n time. Then it'll set their defense skill in constant time and then add them back in log n time. So this is better than adding the player to some point in the array and then sorting the whole thing for n log n time. So it's 2 log n instead of n log n. Minor savings, but it's something we can do anyway. Then removing from here, this should be good. Adding should be pretty much the same thing, which is the opposite that we have here. Cool. Nice. Oh, eventually. Oh, right. HTTPS. Thank you, guys. Slightly salty lasagna. It's the most secure lasagna. Okay, so add player by param. So this is all set. So get player by ID. We don't need this. So this is done. This is done. This is done. All right, so the whole pre-population thing, I don't think that's going to take place. Yeah, this is going to happen later. We're not going to do this yet. Can we get a top 75? Yeah, I pasted it in earlier, but I'll give you guys a new one there. Where are you at in this, Remy? 53 and 48. And Endurn is... Endurn's losing to you. Wait, no. No, in points. Endur's losing to you. But not in time. Not in time, anybody. Okay, so I said let's get rid of pre-population to avoid this bias problem in the matchmaker. This is really... Well, I should just verify this before I do anything. So here's what was happening originally. Let's say you had players whose IDs were the exact same as their skill level. So you have player ID 1 has skill level 1, player ID has skill level 2, ... player ID 10,000 has skill level 10,000. Right? This will never happen in the real game. There's no way that just every player will coincidentally have the same skill level as their ID. But let's say it did happen. And now let's say when the matchmaker started, let's say this is like a gigantic number. So I was saying, hey, let's pre-populate the matchmaker with a smattering of players from each of these different sections. So we'll get 10 segments and we'll get 500 players or something like that, 50 players per segment, and we'll just pre-populate with that. So we'll end up with skill levels 1 to 50. We'll end up with skill levels, I'm not really going to do the math here, so let's just write some numbers out. I don't know. Then we'll end up with something else, 50,000 to 50,050 or whatever. Whoa. Oh, yeah, right. Well, thanks, Echo. Earn my way into the top 30. Hey, Wheatley. I got 100 bits. And yeah, that was the new light flashing system. Nice. I see my room turn purple. I know I got a purple amount of bits. So, okay, one of the problems with this is that these players haven't necessarily played recently. Did the lights react to the cheering? Yeah. They react to cheering and to subscriptions now. And based on the amount cheered, they'll change colors. So if you look up Twitch cheering, is it this? Yeah. So the lights will change these colors based on how much was cheered. So typically you'll see them turn either white or purple. There's no gray lights. Rainy, I'm working on it. So the bias problem is that pulling players 1 to 50 means that they'll be selected more frequently as defenders. Which is actually, you know what we should do? We should... No, there's going to be a bias problem no matter what, I think. When finding a match, we should randomly sample between any number of like 50 players who are valid. This is your full-time job? Yeah, this is my full-time job, Aztec Knight. Okay, well I was gonna paste in the FAQ, but Hideo beat me to it. You don't understand my powers, Hideo. Even then, we'll only get players who had played recently. I guess ideally, pre-populating the database would pull in as many players as we can possibly get. Huh. Rami, it was Antimatter Tape who made the emote. I just wanted something that represented the hacking video, and that one caught my eye. So there will still be a biasing problem, but it shouldn't be, well, I guess, but at least it's biased based on who played recently. Okay, so that's the question. In Botland, so you need to be present during a match, but another person doesn't have to be. So it's like Clash of Clans in that sense. Should it find someone who played a year ago and then who never touched the game again? I think the answer is no, because there's no real sense of accomplishment in beating someone who's got like a year-old defense. Are you essentially just typing in notes to remind yourself later? Oh, right now, yeah. I'm trying to work through this problem. So what I was saying here is picture... See, I haven't played Clash of Clans. I don't know how they do their ranking or leaderboards or anything. But if you've played Clash of Clans, picture that game, and now picture that you have to figure out, I'm going to go attack someone. How do I find out who I'm going to attack? And that's the job of the matchmaker, which is what I'm working on today. And I'm just trying to figure out what I want here out of this system. The only way to really... Well, I have to... Yeah. I have to bias based on something. Otherwise, you may find players who haven't played in the year. I think that's a problem. I think all we care about is, are they the same skill level as you, and have they played at least in the last like month or so? So I think this is fine. We'll still have a bias problem though. Yeah. So we don't do any pre-population then? So we get rid of this. Change references, that's going to have to happen too. Code find match for player. This should call into the account server. How should this work? Hang on a second. Excuse me. This should call into the account server if we don't have at least 50 people we could match with. Well, if there aren't 50 people to match with because there aren't even 50 players, then that means that this thing isn't going to be getting like hammered CPU wise. So I think this should be fine. But if there aren't 50 people because you've played against so many people that now those people are invalid for you to play against again, then that should happen infrequently. So this should call into the account server if we don't have at least 50 people we can match with. It's possible that 50 people don't even exist, which is why we eventually have to pick someone. Yeah. And Aztec, thanks for following. Okay, so when a player wants to match, pull them in based on skill level and when they last played. That means we need to consider when they last played. Darn it. Like, we can do that. That's not a problem. Hi, Protoss player. How should we consider? And yeah, Aztec, if you ever do want to learn, I wrote a short PDF there that I linked into you. But that's just sort of setting expectations. It's not really teaching coding. How should we consider when they were last played? We could do this when sorting in the database, or we could do it based on the results of the search. Overwath. Okay, let me take a look at this. So database wrapper. I have this right here. Get matchmake players closest to skill. So this sorts by people who have the smallest difference from your skill level. The problem is we might get a list of 499 people who haven't played in a year and then one person who has. So I guess there are two options. Have the database only find players who played relatively recently. And Blaze, thank you too for following. Or have the application sort through based on when they played. Which, that means we need to keep track of the last login time, which I don't think we're already doing, are we? Describe users. Is there a last login time? No. Apparently not. Num logins. Wait, there's num logins, but there's no last login time? Well, there's that. Does it ever get used? No. You gotta be kidding me. And yeah, wow, Turge, it's just Markdown. Which colors do you want for the LED emote? I think people voted for orange, so I think just orange at first, because I only have 2 more emote slots. Oh, man. Yeah, so one of the things I'm going to have to do is store the last login for each player in the database. So create a column in the users table and then update that column every time they log in. Okay. Should be on creating tokens or something. How many hours a day would you say that you work on this code? So I stream 32 hours a week. Typically, I only work on the code when I'm streaming. So 8 hours a day, but I don't end up streaming on Thursdays. And I've been working on this now for about 13 months, 13 and a half, something like that. So if we have the database restrict the search to people who logged in within the last month, then we may not return anyone. However, if we don't do that, then we may get a bunch of users who just haven't played in forever. I think we need to slowly expand the search. What's the plan of approach for the GitHub wiki? It's to get the content from wiki.bot.land. But not even. It's not even really that. For right now, it's just like, hey, put some stuff you think is important information on there. Things like in-game hardware, this stuff is going to have to change anyway. So I don't even think this is worth copying over. Because these aren't the final values. I haven't really simplified this list. Some of these don't even exist anymore. So it's pretty much just have a new place for any of this stuff to be at. So yeah, any of these pages, pre-beta, yeah, this isn't even a thing anymore. So that doesn't matter. Coding in botland, this was never complete to begin with, and a lot of this is going to change. So the plan is to eventually have it be the one-stop shop for figuring out what's going on in botland, but it doesn't need to be there yet. 2856 and 112, yep, that's correct. Yeah, okay, so I think this is what we have to do. I wrote this function for nothing then. So when we don't get as many results as we may want, it either means that our search was too restrictive or that we just don't have the players. So I guess we expand the search. What do you need that I can do right now? General form factors, perhaps? No, there's nothing I really need done right now. I don't think anyone's really going to the wiki for more than just Twitch commands right now. So as long as the Twitch commands are there, I think we're good. And I think they are mostly there. I'm still trying to think of the best way to do this. There's a lot of minor points to consider. One of the other points is that let's say you're at rank whatever 99999, which is like really good. I can't type today for some reason. And then let's say there are 1,000 players at rank 1. Really bad. Who do you play against when you want to play a match? It shouldn't just say, first of all, this should never happen. You shouldn't be so far above everybody else. That should be impossible. But if this somehow did happen, then the answer is you should play against one of the other players in the game, right? One of the level 1 players. And right now, there's nothing guaranteeing that that'll happen. I can only expand the search so much before... Actually, wait, no, that's not true. I can just keep expanding it. Yeah. Okay. We can just keep expanding the search until we've gone through the whole database. when there are people playing the game, we should never actually end up expanding the search. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, let's go see how much I've changed the matchmaker around. I mean, there's quite a bit of change here. We got rid of pusher. Matchmaker codes changed. Got rid of that too. Got rid of all the pusher things. Changed player. So these are pretty self-contained right now. We don't actually need to check that in yet. We're going to, though. I'm not ignoring those noobs in chat. I read everything you guys said. 168 million points. I know. Okay, so this has been done. This is the refactoring we're going to need to do. We'll just put this on the refactoring list. Matchmaker garbage. Hey, Blueberry King. What fast function is that where the word you're currently typing completely gets deleted? Use it when you're misspelling something? Probably control backspace. Control backspace is standard in most text editing programs. So including like you typing into Twitch right now, if you're on your computer, you can use control backspace and delete a word. So test, control backspace, control backspace, control backspace. Alright, so yeah, we just keep expanding that. So then this is gonna... Yeah, I actually... So Aztec, I wrote a lot of Sublime specific notes on here. There's a video in this blog post about me just using Sublime. But like I said, this is pretty specific to the text editor that I'm using. Okay, so create a column in the users table. So we have num logins. I guess the other thing we're going to need is last login. Last login date. What am I using for this? Last login date. Fine. Put that man in the Oval Office. Don't freak technique. You can't do that. You have to respect the NB part of it. Okay, so I have to wipe out the database, or do I? I don't think I have to. I can just alter it. Pray I don't alter it further. Let's go over to here. Alter table. Here we go. So add a column. So we're going to do this. Alter table users, add column, what did I call it? Last login date. Date time. And default to null. There. Let's try it. Does it work? It's got to update 10,000 rows. Okay, I think it worked. Describe users. Where is it? Last login. Where to go? There it is. So date time and it's set to null. Perfect. Nice. And no, Luculus, that's just, you're talking about something like Notepad where that happens. Yeah, that has to do with how control backspace gets interpreted there as an ASCII character. Hang on. Man, apparently the coughing didn't stop over the weekend. All right, so that's done. Update that column every time they log in. Well, there's no real login API. Yeah. 0 rows affected. Yeah, fine. So when the client logs in, we really say authenticate to account server. And what we're doing is we're doing fetch token. So I guess every time we do this, this is like another login, is it not? Yeah, it's pretty much a login. We'll treat that as a login then. generate, what is this called? Tokens. Create token. Nice, Indorn. Nice, nice, nice. So I want to try something. We need to go into Twitch chat pop out for this. Let's see. Okay, now we go inspect element and we change this to this image. Hang on a second, let me just do this off screen. Also, yes, you will hear some landscaping going on. Oh, I gotta change all of these. That didn't work. Hang on a second. Okay. Why did I not use the emote viewer? Because I needed to test whether this would correctly pattern these. Hi, Spray. So yeah, and during this is, I think this is fine. What I wanted to test here is these connection points. They're diagonal lines, but they're offset. So if you offset them too far, they're not going to look like they're connected anymore. But I think this is fine. Because otherwise, the alternative is making the connection points always be on a horizontal line and a vertical line. How does transparency work with emotes? Is it just like GIF transparency? It's normal ping transparency, I think. Also, like I said, sorry about the landscaping sounds. Those will end pretty soon. I'll mute the mic for a sec. Okay, they're like right outside my window now. Okay, I think they should be moving away from our place now. So yeah. All right, so when we do this, we are going to need to count it as a login. Oh man, this is pointless. This is just absolutely pointless. There are more lines, they won't seem offset when separated. The fact that there are only a couple prominent line makes the separation more transparent. I think you mean more apparent. And I don't think it's bad when you zoom out. Mad Skyper, I'm gonna purge that link. I don't trust links with a UUID in them. What is AWW app anyway? A web whiteboard. Oh. Well, it's probably legit, but just use Imager anyway. Okay, so update the column every time they log in. This is currently done in save token. Every time we save a token, we can just update num logins. Oh, we need to get how many logins they currently have. I guess can we increment that? Doesn't really matter. Excuse me. I wonder if we can say that. I wonder if we can do an update and a dot increment. Let's try it out. Num logins 1. And then last login date is date.now. Or is it new date? I don't remember. Let's just search for date and we'll find out. This is not helping. Let's search for date like this. Yeah, it's new date. So this was silly. New date. It's legit. Okay. Okay, it is legit. How do I zoom in on this without using the browser zoom? Show full size. So what are you trying to do? I need a part of a vector related to the world origin. So okay, whenever it comes to vectors, I think you should familiarize yourself with dot product and cross product of vectors. So a dot product of a vector is related to the cosine of the angle between the two vectors. So any two vectors are always going to be considered to be in a 2D plane with respect to one another. And so the dot product is going to differ based on the angle between them. The cross product can generate a vector perpendicular to both of those vectors. So that's in a 3D plane at that point. So you're trying to get y relative to the world. I think you pretty much want just an angle between the y of your object and the world itself, something like that. So anyway, yeah, look into dot product. Parallelize it. Oh. Okay, so update that column every time they log in. This may or may not work. I haven't actually confirmed it, so we need to test this out. Thankfully, it's super easy to test out. So let's do this. We will go log in as player 1. So where's MySQL? Here it is. Let's put this over here. So if we select num, like name, num logins, and last login date from users where ID equals 1, we get 0 logins and no last login date. So now we run the account server again, and we just go log in. Or at least we try to. It's going to break. But that's okay, because it'll still set this thing for us. So we log in as Adam. And now what happened? Num logins is 1, but last login date is still null. Why is that the case? I don't think both of these can work. Last login date should be new date. Man. Hey, Draugr. And hey, Ganarin. How's it going to both of you? This is weird. It updated one of these. If I got rid of this line of code, I bet it would update the other one. Let's go try that out. Yep, it did. Okay, so we need to do both of these, I think. Do you play any instruments? If so, for how long? Yeah, I play piano, and how long is a good question, actually. I mean, I guess I've been playing for most of my life. Yeah. Are you using MySQL? It's not expensive. I am using MySQL, and it's free. Can you do num logins plus 1? I can do that. The problem is I don't have the number of logins. So first I need to select the user, and then I would need to increment it. Or I just need to do both of these things, I guess, in a transaction. I don't know how to do all this at once. I guess I could just do this, really. Dot then return this dot connects users. I don't really like doing things this way. That's not that bad. I couldn't figure out how to update the number of logins in the same query as updating the last login date without first having the number of logins to begin with. Kyries, I think you're thinking of a particular engine for it. Doesn't Oracle have some fork of MySQL at this point that does cost money? Can you do num logins equals num logins plus 1? Can you do that? Oh, let's try that. You're saying I do this? Is that valid? I have no idea. Excuse me. Just gonna keep coughing over here. Okay, so num logins is currently 1, and the time was 1832. So let's go try this out again. So we just need to remember those two numbers, 1 and 1832. So let's take a look. No, neither one got updated now. Yeah, incorrect integer value. Yeah, you can't do that. Kinect probably does do something weird with that. Oh well, whatever. It's fine. I'll just do it in 2 queries. Okay, so let's try it out now. Now it should work for both of these. That's what the sequel would be. There probably is an update raw. Update raw? No. Data, comma, return string. Wait a second. Let me try this. Maybe there is still a way to get this to work. Update num logins plus 1. Maybe that'll work. Yeah, Compoise, I know they have increment, but it doesn't work with update. I need to do an increment and an update of something that's not an increment. So let's see. Does that work? No. Oh, well, whatever. I'll just do this in two queries. That's fine. There. Okay, so let's go verify that that one works at the very least. Oh, nice. It actually puts the login page back to how it was? No, it doesn't. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so both those, that worked that time. So logins went up from 1 to 2, and last login date went up from 5 minutes ago to now. Okay, great. So then we can mark this as done. Oh, hey, Nick. Thanks for the host. And how'd your stream go? Actually, is Nick even here? I frequently find myself talking to people who auto-host me. No, Nick is not in chat. Huh. Okay. So code find match for player. Well, it's gonna have to be different. What we could do, pre-populate. This isn't gonna work. All this stuff that I wanted to do is gonna change. Suomion. Thanks for following. I think I gotta write this in here. The matchmaker will need to know join time. I guess for players to even have gotten into the matchmaker, their playtime needs to have been within the last however long. And then we'll eventually just reject them if we never use them. every time you connect to the matchmaker. Okay, yeah, so we just have to be very, very careful with our usage of .get. This is just wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. It's just, we just, yeah, we have to be careful. There should be a peak function for this. Returns the key value without update. Yeah, this has to be peak. And anywhere else we use .get, no. So I need to be very careful about this. So who was that? No, Orange Sky. Yeah, thank you too. Was Orange Sky in chat? Is HD in chat? No. Apparently neither person's here. I'm gonna comment this here. It's very important that this remains a .peak instead of a .get so that we don't update the recentness of the player in the cache. And this is JavaScript, Blaze. Wait a second. That was weird. Alright, so this stores players by their IDs. The LRU part of this has to do with when this player was last looking for a match, not when a match was found that includes this player. This is an important distinction to make because the matchmaker will slowly build up a population of players. And players should eventually be cycled out if they haven't actually played for long enough. I don't know how it feels like when you host and disappear. I think most programming streamers do that. Actually, I bet most streamers do that, right? Like, who gets done with 3 hours of streaming and then is like, I'll sit here for another 3 hours. I still have it in me. But yeah, I saw your little cadre of kappas there. What do you think about Node.js? Well, I'm using it. I like Node.js a lot. So I don't think we do need to take this into account. Okay. So first, we need make a REST API that will call into this function. So in the matchmaker, we are going to need a find opponent for player. No, not even player, just player ID. And actually, this is going to contain their skill as well. Attack skill? What does this contain? Attack skill and defense skill. What platform? I'm using AWS. And is Heroku any good? From what I've heard, yeah. Okay, so we have this function. Now we need the REST API that calls into this function. So that should be here, yeah. And what's this going to be called? I guess matchmake? Yeah, we'll post to matchmake. Matchmaking, yeah, sure. So internal only, make sure we're accepting traffic, make sure we're the master matchmaker, and then finally call like find opponent for player. Yeah, that sounds good. So we're posting to this. We should get the user ID from the body. We should just get all this stuff. Yeah. So we need their attack skill level, their defense skill level, and then something else should be happening here. And I don't remember what this something else is. So let's go take a look at this. Find. What does this return? Because I have a to-do item here somewhere. Attack estimated skill equals here. What function is this? Find match for user. So this is the client calling into here. We are going to take invalid player IDs. Right. That's the part I was forgetting. Invalid player ID is going to be an array of IDs. The other thing I've got to be absolutely certain that I do is whenever I index that player least recently used cache, I need to make sure that I'm always using it by either a string or an integer, but not just using them interchangeably. Make absolutely certain that you're only ever storing player IDs as an integer here. If this were a plain JavaScript object, then it wouldn't matter whether you used an integer or a string, but this is an LRU, and it does make the distinction. Yeah. Oh man. All right. So when we add to this, we need to make sure this is an ID. Yeah, sure, but it has to be a number. This should be a number. All these things should just be numbers. I don't see a way for us to ever get them as strings, so we should be fine. We should be. Okay, so let's go take a look at this again. This server takes in your attack skill, your defense skill, your ID, and then the players you're not allowed to play against. And that's all we need in order to find you a match, right? Is there anything else there? No, I think that's it. And the only reason we even take in your defense skill is to add you as a player. Yeah. Okay. So we're passing these in as attack and defense estimated skill. So we're going to say attack skill level and defense skill level are these. And then there needs to be invalid player IDs equals underscore dot get rect dot body invalid player IDs. Hey Kadoku, things are going well. I think that by the end of okay, I can't show you this. Oh man. Well, the game used to work, and if I can get back to the point where it works again, I can't really show you this. Yeah, all right. Well, anyway, the short story is things should work in a couple of days, I hope. Yeah, flashbang colors I think should just be removed probably. Oh well. But yeah, looks good, Walter. Thank you. I'm thinking of recording a video at some point about a new version of what is Botland. I just don't think it's super important. It's not news for players or people who've been watching the stream. It's news for newcomers. And then, yeah. Everyone should start with sorry. Yeah, a lot of people actually do that. All right, so user ID. User ID was not defined or was not a number. Sure, this is going to be the case for all of these. So let's just there. So attack skill level, defense skill level, and finally invalid player IDs. And that should be an array. Perfect. And yeah, Wouter, I did give Hideo a point. All right, so now all we do is call into matchmaker dot find opponent for player, which I have typed opponent. Okay, I don't know what just happened. Invalid player IDs. So it's ID, attack, defense. We need their ID. So user ID, attack, defense, and then invalid. And then we'll just do hello world. Okay, cool. So let's go try that out. We need to restart the matchmaker. So run that. Perfect. Now we need to make... So the matchmaker has a bunch of these things. Let's make one called whatever the name of the function is that I've already forgotten. I really should remind myself of what they are before I go over there. So this is going to be find opponent for player. And what do we post to for this? Matchmaking. So find opponent for player. We're going to post to matchmaking. Say less. Thanks for following. All right, and then in the body, we're going to have user ID, attack skill level. It's not called attack skill level. What's it called? Why can I not remember these things? So this is even it. Find opponent play. Yeah, here. It's called attack estimated skill, defense estimated skill. Okay, fine. So attack estimated skill. Say it's 500. Def estimated skill is 700, and invalid player IDs is, what is this? This should be JSON. Probably need to stringify that. So let's just do this. JSON.stringify 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, it's just with quotes around it. Okay. There. Well, actually, yeah, that's fine. So send. Invalid player IDs was not defined or was not an array. Can we just specify an array there? No. Can't do any of that. I guess it's always got to be a string. What am I doing? There. Now we restart this. Wait, Hideo, did he somehow not use Markdown on that? I apparently didn't pay attention enough. Is this not Markdown? Also, these styles actually matter. Edit mode media wiki. What? What? Seriously? Wow. I'm surprised this even exists. Alright, I didn't realize this. Well, I think Hideo should lead this effort of picking what... It's not Markdown and deleted all my work. Yeah, I think Markdown's actually probably better. I didn't realize, Wouter, what it is you were doing there. Wouter. All right, I'm gonna switch this back to Markdown later. Make sure the GitHub pages are in Markdown instead of MediaWiki. Oh, Wouter, I'm sorry. I didn't realize what it is you were doing. And also, why are you out if we go Markdown? Markdown's actually really easy to use, I think. It's pretty straightforward. If you want to make something, you just search like tables in Markdown, for example. And I go here and I click tables and we see this. Actually, I guess this is less easy than MediaWiki. Well, yeah, you can just paste this in here. You should be able to see it immediately. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay, so this finally worked. So now we have find opponent for player. Okay, we're starting to get this thing. Call into the account server if we don't have at least 50 people we could match with. I need to figure out what this is going to look like. Yeah, the official guide is pretty good too, huh? All right, this is the heavy lifting part of today. If I get done with this, then yeah, this should be the majority of it. I wonder if Adam trusts me. Yeah, I think more or less. I think if, let's say, I had, I don't know. Yeah, the short answer is yes, I trust you. What you posted earlier is gone forever? Seriously? Okay. Yeah. We should. I'm gonna look into this then. Yeah. Sorry about that, Hideo. I don't know what happened. I'm noticing something about Soylent that I didn't notice when I had it in the last couple days, which is that my breath smells terrible now. I wasn't talking to myself in the last couple days, so I never noticed this. I want to go get mouthwash or gum or something. God, this is the worst. Just be thankful the Futurama smell-o-vision doesn't exist. I'm like Wario right now. How much Soylent did you buy? I got 28 meals worth of it. Should I even bother trying to type out keyboard? Okay, I beat Hideo to it. It smells in the EU. So calling the account server, you don't have at least 50 people we can match with. So that means that we need to figure out how many people we have that you could match with. And if we don't have enough, then we've got to go get more. So this dot get potential matches for player ID. You know, invalid player IDs always needs to consist of player ID. I think the matchmaker should be who is concerned with that. You can never be matched with yourself. Yeah, okay. So get potential matches for attack skill and invalid player IDs. And so to do, update this player in the LRU. Update this player's def skill. Update this player's recentness. Add it to your wish list. No, I have mouthwash. I just need to go use it. Like I said, this is the kind of thing that's not obvious when you're just, drinking or eating something in your own room and not talking for 4 hours. Okay, so get potential matches. Attack skill, invalid player IDs. So how many players is enough variety? Like, okay, let's say you're an average player and let's say there were like 1 million people playing the game. So I don't know, maybe 20% of the player base is going to be available for you to play against. That's 200,000 people. That's certainly enough variety. Now let's scale it back. Let's say the matchmaker only knows about 3 other players you could play against. Should it go reach out to the account server and try to find a total of, let's say, like 50 people you can play against? Should everyone always try to have 50? Like, what is a good amount here? Yeah, okay. So this is interesting because of what the implications are. Take that point back. So even if we have 50 people, that could just mean that those 50 people played recently, and then they're the only ones who will ever be chosen for a match. Yeah, this is... Well, wait a second. Yeah, they're the only ones who will be chosen at first. Hey, Pixpoke. Then other people will start to play. Until other people try finding matches too, so that they're in the matchmaker. This is why if there's pre-population, it needs to pre-populate as much as humanly possible. So I think pre-population should still exist. Yeah. But then the order in which we add them matters too. Okay, so no, pre-population should still exist. This should fill in as many players as possible. That way, the first ones to start playing aren't the ones who get attacked the most. Okay, so how many players do we want at least? Maybe even just one? Probably at least 2, right? Potential matches equals this. So how's this going to work? Hey, Spiritman. So for one, we need to know how many people are there who are around your skill level. Figure out how many players are around your skill level. We could go into the array and find your nearest neighbors to get how much deviation there is. If that deviation is too high, then we could fetch more from the account server. Yeah, like I said, heavy lifting. This is where this stuff's going to start to happen. So find out how many players are around your skill level. Thanks, Big Spoke. Raise that a little bit. Raise my camera up a little bit. There. What is going on here? There. Okay, so one of the other things I'm going to need to ask is how much of a standard deviation, how big does the standard deviation have to be before I'm like, yep, these players are just too far away from you? Because I do not know what the answer to that is. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Hideo. The monitor's right in front of you when you're standing, or do you have to look down? I have to look down. There's, I don't know, 30-degree angle, probably. Actually, no. Yeah, 20 or 30 degrees, something like that. And thanks, Hideo. Yeah, I'll take a look into that, and then I'll make some like guidelines for editing it, I think. If I have time. Maybe I'll just stream myself doing that. Really, why should I even ever stop streaming? Let's just do like a 60-hour stream this week, guys. I'm not going to do that. Some percentage of the min and max range of players. Well, so here's what I'm thinking. We have sorted by skill this. So we have like 60, 120, 130, 132, 133, 190, 220, something like that. And so let's say you are right here. You're 131. Well, when we branch out and we try to get the closest neighbors, we're going to get these four. The standard deviation of these four numbers is I don't know what, but it's something, right? So, and actually, what is the answer to that? What is the standard deviation for these? Node, no, not even there. Modules, matchmaker, node. Util equals require. Botland util. So util.standard deviation of these numbers is 47. Okay, now let's find the standard deviation of just the four nearest neighbors. That's 5. All right, well, we're going to need to find the nearest neighbors no matter what. So I should do that. Get nearest skill neighbors, nearest skill valid neighbors, nearest valid neighbors. So attack skill. And then the other problem that I'm going to run into is that we're using your attack skill to match you against certain defense skill players. But if, let's say, it's much easier to climb the attack ladder than it is to climb the defense ladder, then there's going to be this offset where you need to say, oh, like a level 500 attacker is actually a level 300 defender. Those are even. We're going to need to do this based on win ratio eventually, so that you don't feel horrible as a player. What if you weighted it based on the volume of players within that deviation? So standard deviation already should kind of take that into account. It's the average of the, I forgot the formal definition already. The average of the difference of the like squares of, anyway. Some super long thing. So attack skill, invalid player IDs. So first we'll just say nearest neighbors is an array. We'll do for let I equals, oh, we need to get your index into that array. So sorted index equals get sorted index by, it's not even called get sorted index by, is it? Where's the Lodash documentation? It's just sorted index by. Hey, Carm. Yeah, I'm gonna probably shave tonight. I don't really like having facial hair. Sorted index by, so this dot def skill. Then we have your attack skill, and then matchmaker dot sort player by def skill. So I equals sorted index minus something. How many neighbors do we want? Probably pass that in. Num neighbors. So if, so const, I don't know, player, this dot players by def skill, I vote for keep it, straw poll. No, there's no straw poll about my facial hair. All right, this is actually a bad idea. We should say start index. That way we don't need to check to see if the player exists. They'll just always exist. So math.max 0, comma, sorted index And then there's end index is math.min this dot players by def skill dot length -1 and sorted index plus num neighbors. So that's the end index. But there isn't technically, is there any way for there to not be a player in here? I guess there kind of is. Although, will we find that here? We're doing less than or equal to, so I guess not. Sorted index plus num neighbors, though. What if that's... So if you have an array of one element, and its length will be 1. So we're going to take the minimum of this. This is 0, and then sorted index, u would be placed at, let's say, 0, plus 1. I mean, assuming you even get sorted that way, right? Yeah. This is the worst straw poll. I don't care what your answer is here. I'm getting rid of it. It's just a question of tonight or tomorrow. Okay, so this is potential neighbor. And then we need to make sure that they are not invalid. So invalid player IDs could be converted to a hash map to make it, well, just a dictionary, to make it a faster lookup for us. So yeah, invalid player IDs would have been... We've failed. Yeah, I want this to be a dictionary. Although you could have like 500 things here. But I still think it'd be O of n to add it and more memory too. To add it to a dictionary and then constant time lookup. And we'll need to do this probably multiple times. Adam looks like me on day 2. You made the correct straw poll. On stream. I can't shave my face without like horribly cutting myself every single time. So I don't think I'd want to do that on stream. Imagine setting up my whole computer in the bathroom. Not just getting a mirror over here in a bowl. Hey, Kai Tai. Yeah, okay, I want to convert these. Convert invalid player IDs to a dictionary for easy lookup. Okay, is there already a function that does this for us? Because if not, it's a dead simple function to write. I don't even know what I'd look for in order to find this. Yeah, let's just make it ourselves. So this is invalid player IDs as an array. Invalid player IDs can be a dictionary, and then we just map for each invalid player IDs. Yeah, cool. Done. Okay. Oh, wait a second. I see. I thought that was Jumbo Wumbo who linked in the second straw poll too. So if invalid player IDs, potential neighbor, so if that exists, then we just continue. Otherwise, we do nearest neighbors dot push ID. Now, well, the other thing we can do is figure out the standard deviation of this array as we're pushing to it. Well, I guess that doesn't really matter too much. But we need to know what they're... We could push players here too. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back really fast. Yeah, be right back. All right, I'm back. Hey, smooth dog. Why do I even look at those? Okay, so nearest neighbor should probably be the player, not the IDs. And then we would return this at the end. Okay, so here, figure out how many players are around your skill level. We could go into the array and find your nearest valid neighbors to get how much deviation there is. If that deviation is too high, then we could fetch more from the account server. Hey, Fatality, and hey, H Monkey. If you came back that fast, it's shaven. My face is just covered in red. Because that's what would happen if I tried shaving that fast. It takes me like 10 or 15 minutes, and even then I still cut myself. I think the reason why is because I'm using one of these, and I'm not good at it. And you'd think after all this time I'd be good at it, but I'm not. I think it also has to do with how frequently I'm shaving. Halloween themed stream, yeah. Nice rhymes. So we can get the standard deviation here. Yeah, it wouldn't be that hard. And sure you can. Where is the wiki? I don't even know how to do this. Just go back to this. There we go. Oh, hang on a second. Stupid. Asking me for my password. There. Okay, done. Going over the share with other stuff, maybe you should also add in the FAQ. It's already marked down. You would have everything centralized, and when checking one page, you should see a list of... I didn't want to make it too much for the FAQ. Because, yeah, there are a lot of quotes in the share with others. There's, like, the monetization page. Some stuff is out of date sometimes. But I have thought about that. So to get the standard deviation from here, we go through all of the players. So const all def skills equals underscore dot map. Oh, well, first I guess we call into neighbors equals this target nearest valid neighbors. So how many neighbors do we want to get here? I guess up to, oh, num neighbors is actually num neighbors divided by 2, huh? Num neighbors in each direction. No, you don't really care about that, do you? No, I don't think you do. I think it's just num neighbors. So I think we just divide this number by 2. We can't do it that way. We have to do it this way. Math.ceil, num neighbors divided by 2. So we are searching in both directions. So we divide this number by 2. Hey, Thizard. Feels dialogue, man. Yeah. I wanted to do that this entire weekend, but I have not ever copy pasted something on Twitch, and I don't want to break that chain just to spam my own emotes in someone else's channel. So map all of the neighbors. Neighbor.getDefSkill. So once we have these, we can calculate the standard deviation. All def skills. And then we do something with this value. If it's not high enough or there aren't enough neighbors. So if we don't have enough neighbors or the standard deviation is too low, then we should fetch more players from the account server. All right, so how many players should we have here? If we have fewer than 10, let's say, or if standard deviation is less than, let's just put these here, num players needed 10, min standard, actually not min standard deviation, max standard deviation allowed equals, I have no idea. So let's find out. So when people start, they're going to be at skill level 1500. Well, let's do this. Let's run a bunch of simulations. We have JavaScript, GlycoTest, main.js has a number of matches to run, right? So let's have them play, let's have 50 players, and let's have them play 100 matches in total. So now we run this, node main, and we get at the end of this a whole bunch of different ratings. So here are all the ratings. We can just copy paste this whole column. That's not how you do that. You do it like this. Cool. So we have CRE equals, so Alt F3, copy paste all that. So now here are all of the different skill levels that there are. So first of all, what is the standard deviation of this set of stuff? Prime subs for emotes is pretty crazy right now. There's one channel. Huh, interesting. They're getting subscribers just based on their emotes. Okay, so what's the standard deviation of all 50 of these values? Let's find out. It is 119.9. Okay, what does that tell us? I don't actually know what that tells us. So that's the standard deviation of all of them. I guess the way we'd want to do this is we'd figure out the standard deviation of every single thing in the data set and then figure out how many standard deviations away from that we are. That would be the ideal way to do it, but we don't have everything in the data set, and computing it would probably take too long. So, or well, it'd take too long to do every single time. So we need to calculate the standard deviation amongst just our data set and then determine what's acceptable to us. So let's say we had instead of we had like the top rated person, kind of the median person. So let's just go with what looks like the median there, like 879, let's say, and then 706. Standard deviation there is 226. So I guess if the standard deviation is higher than, let's say, 50, then we have a problem. So let's take real world data, like this real world data I just generated, which I'm calling real world. And let's take 10 consecutive values. How do I know when I have 10 consecutive values? I guess I just count. Yeah, that looks like 10. Either way, it's fine. It doesn't need to be exact. So what's the standard deviation of these? 28. Yeah. So I think what we do is we try to find something with a standard deviation less than, let's say, 50. Which at that point, isn't that just saying that the... Hmm. All right, it's the antimatter tape. Okay, so yeah, let's get the standard deviation, and let's say that the maximum allowed is 50. Jumbo. It's a pretty good joke. All right, so then to do reach out to the account server for more values. Excuse me. So potential matches is going to have to be a promise, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, otherwise, I guess what we do is we return promise.resolve the neighbors that we got, and those should just be fine. Otherwise, return this dot account server rest client dot... I don't even know what we call this function. Actually, wait. Yes, I do. We already wrote the function. Or at least I already wrote it yesterday. It's called something about this. Get matchmake players for skill. So the skill we want to find it for is attack skill. And that's it. So then ideally we would get a bunch of information. I don't know what. So we'll just say resp. And we'll do something here. But again, I don't know what. That's my recommendation. And hey, Alex. Yeah, I'm super happy I'm using a password manager now. Because now I know none of my passwords, and it's a great feeling. If I ever get held up and waterboarded, I won't even know what to shout out. All right. So yeah, we're gonna have to reach out to here for more values. Let's go into account server rest client. Got it. Now we write this function, and we have a shell of a function written somewhere. Ah, here it is. Okay, so this is going to be the get players API URL. We change shell to that. What's the name of this? It is matchmake players slash tax skill. Lazy alley cat. Thanks for following. Is it reliable? Yeah. I think so. Okay, so this is a post request. And we're going to get a response from that. All right, so let's try this out because I do not remember what this does. So let's hit the send button here. We get a bunch of database users as a result of this. And they have an ID and they have a skill. Well, that's perfect. So I'm glad I already wrote this function. This returns DB users. Return resp.body.db users? Or underscore.get resp.body.db users? Something like that. And then here we're going to return null. We probably shouldn't do that. And this shouldn't be here. Which makes me wonder where this thing came from. The old matchmaker. I don't know. Should we just throw the error here? Probably. We have no way of doing anything. And at the end of all of this is going to have to return back to our own REST server. Alright, so we get DB users. So we're going to add all of these players and then just try again. It's probably a bad idea. So each user has ID and what was the other thing? Def estimated skill. So what we're going to do here is this dot add player by params dbuser.id dbuser.def estimated skill. Excuse me. What happened? Yeah, that's pretty crazy. But actually, it's really important that there are a lot of plugins for something like this, because you want to be able to use your passwords that are impossible to type. My banking password is now such that it takes me forever to type it because it was something generated by KeyPass. So when I need to use it on my iPad, it just takes like a minute to log in. I just need to keep pressing the like shift button and the number button and the whatever else. And heaven forbid I screw up one of those characters. Excuse me. Okay, so this adds all the players. Then we try matching again, but we don't have a way to do that. So this won't work. I'd need a parameter to let me call into this a second time. So I'd recurse once, I guess. Should fetch more players on failure equals true. And then return this dot get potential matches, attack skill, invalid player IDs, false. Recurse this time, making it such that we won't recurse if there's a problem. Okay, so if should fetch more players on failure, then this should be its own function. Six character password with no special characters? Really? Wow. Is your password ABCDE? That's only 5 characters, right? Yeah, that's only 5. Fidelity, I don't know if any of you use this site, but if you type in a password like Adam, so I have capital letters here, let's say, so that you can type in your password on your phone, you can just type 2326, I think. Is that right? 2326, yeah. Yeah, so you can just type 2326. It doesn't matter if they're caps or not. So everyone's password is just a set of numbers, basically, so that it works on a phone. Ridiculous. You could try this out if you want. I don't know the last time this worked. I tried it probably a year or two ago. But then it's a base 10 pin. Okay, so we're going to do this over here. Fetch more matchmake players. So when we're done with that, yeah, so we want this part here. So then we can get rid of this, and then this can be here. So return this dot fetch more matchmake players, attack skill, dot then. So then we'll recurse. Yeah. The horrible last pass? Is that bad? Could ask you to spend another chunk of cash on upgrades. Yeah, KeyPass doesn't have any nag dialogues. If I like a program enough, I will buy it. If it's got nag dialogues. Like Sublime, I've bought. Oh, am I using KeyPass 2 or KeyPass? I don't know. Whatever. My bank doesn't even let you pick a password. Just assigns everyone the password flowers or something. Alright, so this part looks fine. We just add these players. Then we return that promise. Good. So then over here, this would have to be tabbed in, I guess. And there we go. So otherwise, return promise.resolve. Actually, there's no one at that point. Hey, 3D Extended. And Tony, thanks for following. Return whoever we've got, even though they're not quality results. Because we're going to have to find some match for you. So what this means is we're going to get valid players. There's potentially no one there, but they might be such a completely different skill level from you that you stand no chance of beating them. And then too bad. I mean, at some point, it's a question of, do you want to play the game, or do you want to only play the game against people you stand a chance of winning against? You bought Sublime? Yeah, I did. Yeah, Jumbo Wumbo's got the right idea. It's impossible to have your bank account hacked if you don't have a bank account. So that's it. Just put all your money in a pile on your bed. Just jump onto it every night when you go to sleep. Totally secure. So we get potential matches. Comments are going to be super important for this. Short introduction to JS fat arrow. So 3D extended, it's just a different way of describing a function. So you could, and there's one caveat to it. So here's the easiest function I could possibly write. And here's that same thing written out with the fat arrow syntax. Now there are two ways you can do this. One is return x plus y, and the other is without the curly braces. So all of these are exactly the same. However, there's one difference, and that's in what's captured as the this in the closure here. So if you were writing a class, let's write it the ES5 way. ES5 class would be like function person, or yeah, function person, person.prototype.sayname equals function console.log this.name. Okay, so let's say you did something like this. You said set timeout function this.sayname. So what you would expect this to do, and this is wrong, what you'd expect it to do is after 1 second say like, hey, my name is whatever, and call this function. But it doesn't do that because of how this gets set. This is actually going to, it's going to refer to this function. So what you would need to do is you need to actually bind this so that the this refers to what you want it to be. But that's ES5, so this is a problem. If you were to do this the ES6 way though, and just use an arrow function, that fixes everything. Because now this is going to be the this that it was before you invoked this function. So that's the short story of this, that it's just a way to define functions, and it also captures this differently. Note the time on OBS to make a highlight of that, and you can link to this answer. Yeah, I suppose so. Alright, there. Yeah, no problem, 3D extended. Okay, so this part's fine. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. And normally I would say I have to sneeze, but then sometimes that doesn't end up with me sneezing. So I just muted the mic for a sec. Okay, so update this player's recentness in the LRU. Yeah, this isn't even totally doable yet. First we need to make sure that there is a match for them. So if they have no match, what do we do? I guess we return nothing. Oh, Rossini, thanks for subbing. Oh, nice. The lights actually changed. Oh, this is, there we go. I don't know if I've ever seen you here. Hey, you've been here for 5 hours. Either way, thank you for subscribing. You are now the newest view bot. We got, I think, 2 subs today. So doing pretty well. Yeah, well, cool. Nice. Another subscriber. I think we're up to like 87 or something. Don't bully people into subbing. I got caught better on. Hey, over for you. So now we just pick one of these random matches. So const opponent equals sample potential matches. This should be a player at this point. Yeah, it is a player. Okay, so now we got to do a bunch of things. One is if util.exists opponent. Well, if they don't exist, then we just return null here. Then there's nothing to do. There actually is kind of something to do. They're doing pretty well, evil left. So update this player's recentness in the LRU and update this player's defense skill. Both of these should be relatively easy to do. So as far as updating recentness, all I have to do is get this player. So const attacking player equals this dot players. What did I call this? Players by ID dot get player ID. And this is why it's crucially important that we turn this into a number, which we probably don't have that happening right now, do we? User ID, parse int, yes we do. Okay, good. Yeah, crucially important. So we get the attacking player, and now we want to update this player's recentness, which we already just did. This will update the attacking player's recentness in the LRU, meaning they'll get to stay around as a potential defender to facilitate their being a defender. We update their def skill as well. Cool. So I haven't actually done this yet, so let's go do that. Where do we even do this? Get player by ID. Add player by params. Here it is. Update player defense skill. Huh. I already wrote a function for that. Okay, pretty easy. Attacking player and then their defense skill. Okay, yeah. Alright, so does this API look pretty much bulletproof at this point? So you can never be matched with yourself. Convert it to a dictionary for easy lookup. Pass that in to get potential matches. Get potential matches is going to get all of the... This function can't be right. No, it's definitely not right. Number of neighbors. How many neighbors do we want? Num neighbors equals 10, let's say. Attack skill, invalid player IDs. So we try fetching 10 people who are close to your skill level. If we don't actually get 10 of them, yeah. Now there's some weird stuff that can happen here that might cause this to just break. I'm not sure about how this is going to work exactly. So let's say we're trying to fetch 9. This is going to do 9, 5. Oh, yeah. So now if we try to find 10, that's an even number. So we'll do this divided by 2. So we go 5 in each direction. So we're going to go sorted index. So if you're at position 3... No, this will never work. Never, ever. No, so we need to try to find something like 20 neighbors. Num neighbors to search for. And then cons min neighbors allowed equals, let's say 10. So here is num neighbors to search for. Here's... When making a game like Call of Duty, are there still coding aspects like what you're doing? Yeah. Yeah, and even on the front end, you'd run into something like this too, although they're using many more tools for that. But Call of Duty actually probably solved this exact same problem of matchmaking. I haven't played Call of Duty, but I imagine when you go to play a game, it pairs you up with people who are about the same skill level, right? So that is just matchmaking, and they might use their own algorithms and everything. Jumbo Wumbo, who's bullying me? And before Bloatland. So we want to... Actually, how does this work? This is just our search space. Num neighbors to search for. We won't necessarily get that many in response. This is how many neighbors we'll search through. They may be invalid. Actually, you know what? We should search for 10 plus the number of... No, that's not a good idea, is it? Yeah, that's an O(n) operation now, though. Whereas the length of an array should be constant time. JavaScript array length time complexity. Is that constant time? Call of Duty just throws you in with like 7 to 11 random people. I find that hard to believe, right? It's really just random people. So when we say get potential matches, we want to know how many players there were. Num invalid player IDs. Okay. Huh, okay. Yeah, I didn't realize. Because, okay, well, whatever works for them, I guess. So if you're really, really good at Call of Duty, there's no guarantee you won't be just playing against total noobs. Sounds like a problem. Matchmaking, you need an elo system, and in Call of Duty there's none. Huh, okay. I didn't know that. Also, hi, nice. Alright, so num invalid player IDs is here. And that means we need to pass this in over here too. Perfect, okay. So we're going to say this plus this plus 1. Yeah. due to having invalid player IDs, we may not end up finding this many valid ones. Yeah, interesting. I mean, it's still matchmaking, it's just not matchmaking based on skill level. Call of Duty requires no skill, though. I think they base other players off of location, not skill level. Yeah, yeah. I don't think that would work for a game like Botland. I don't think that would work for almost any one versus one game, right? Yeah. I can't think of a one versus one game where maybe like Uno or something mostly random. Even then, if the game has any skill in it whatsoever, a 1v1 should come down to a match of skill, right? Okay. All right, so at the end of all of this, we get an opponent. We do this, we do this. All right, so everything should be set. And then when all is said and done here, this is a promise now. So we can't do things this way. Potential matches. That's where all of this stuff has to come in. And then this will return their opponent. Perfect. Risk is based on broken relationships. Yeah. It reminds me of that Hey Ash, what you playing? Which I definitely can't link in here. Well, I can't watch on here. I guess you guys could link it. All right, looks pretty good. Rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, rock, paper, scissors is not a game ever worth creating on a massive scale. Diamond 2 Elo Uno player. All right. I think this is finally good. Let's look through this one more time because there are a whole lot of functions that I wrote right now. So find opponent for player. All right, so we say this player is invalid. We go in to get potential matches. We try to find 10 plus the number of invalid plus 1. And the plus 1 is just because of an offset error I might have just coded in. I'm not sure. So now we get these neighbors. All right, so we search for the number of invalid ones. Yeah. Okay, looks good. Get their sorted index, search through there, get all these players, push them, return them. So we might return very few of these, in which case we will eventually fetch more. Yeah. Get potential matches. This will call into here, return this, add all those players. Perfect. Result that. Yeah, that's fine. The problem is that could have pushed out. This is a very obscure bug that'll probably never happen. Excuse me, but it could happen. So I need to account for it. Where does this come from, though? Here. This doesn't necessarily exist. We need to do this at the beginning of the function. We need to do this at the beginning of the function to prevent a very rare edge case where adding new potential matches to the matchmaker will push out the attacking player. There. Yeah. That's a bug that if that ever happened, I'd just be like, well, I don't know what to do. Because this involves keeping all of these details in your head as you're writing this. And thankfully I noticed this, but I don't think this would have ever happened in the real world. to clarify what I'm talking about as a bug here, the matchmaker keeps track of players in an LRU, which is a least recently used cache. So what happens, we'll have like player 1, and we'll have a time with them. So let's say 3 days ago. And we'll have you, and you might be 5 days ago, and then we might have like, I don't know, player number 2, 1 day ago. So now, when you try to find a match, if you can't play against these other players, we're going to go fetch a whole bunch of other players for you. And we're going to add them all here with 0 days ago in the LRU. So you'll get a whole bunch of other players, but the whole point of this being a least recently used cache is that once we hit the maximum, what's going to happen is we will eject players from the cache. So if we removed you from the cache, then all of a sudden you're going to have a problem finding a match. And Echo, thanks for the cheer. Also proving that the lights work on cheering. Okay. All right, so then update player defense skill. Cool. And then return the opponent. Great. So we're going to have a player returned out of here. And all we really care about for that player is their ID. When is karaoke stream night? That will never happen. There are certain things that I can just tell you are not going to happen on stream. And that's one of them. Hey, Quiet Russian. Thanks for following. Hey, Louis. Okay, so return opponent. Then this comes from the rest server. So we say find opponent. So return this dot then opponent, and it might not exist. And well, I guess it's like opponent player. Also, why do I keep typing opponent without the other N? Am I doing this anywhere else? Opponent? Better not be in the code base. No, good. I'm very welcome. Okay, so then we're going to return 200 with the opponent player's ID. So ID, actually let's just put this here. We'll just return get ID. Is there even a get ID function? No, there isn't. There. Looks good and looks good. Cool. If there's any problem there, then we do rest.send 500, and I guess we get an error. Logger.error. Error in find opponent for player. There. Happened. All right. Well, that's everything. So let's try this out now. You think it'll work? Because I don't. Let's lint the code and then we'll try it out. Unexpected token semicolon. Yeah. Fixed. Okay, let's run it. I don't know what's going to happen, but we'll see. Oh man. All right. Well, this is like 2 hours of work going into me pressing this button right here. Actually, it's not even the right button. Where is it? Oh no, that is the right one? No, that's not right. Find opponent for player. Yeah, this. Internal server error. Well, too bad. Why? Why? What? What's this? Shouldn't be called anywhere. What? Invalid player IDs can't be parsed. Oh, no, that was just a mistake in Postman. That's not my code breaking. Wait, this is my code breaking. Wait, is it? Maybe it's not. There we go. Get def skill is not a function. Wait, that's a really, really minor problem. And the unreasonable one, thank you for following. No idea what just happened, but this is oddly entertaining. Oh, thank you. And as soon as I can start the game, I can show you guys, in person what the game is all about. But until then, there's just this video that you can watch that'll tell you a little bit about the game. Right now, what I'm working on is matchmaking, and you guys always have the today command accessible to you. So today I'm working on matchmaking. The whole point of today was to get to the point where you press the play button in the game and it says, oh, here's the person you're playing against. That's it. That's the whole point of today. And I expected this to take 2 days, so if we get it done today, that's actually great. So anyway, the problem what we're running into here is get def skill is not a function. That's a lie. That's a filthy lie. Sort player by def skill. Yeah. Definitely a lie. What? What is this? What is this indeed? Unreasonable one, if you think that's cool, you should click the whisper that you hopefully got from BotLad. Player is the number 500. Well, that's a mistake. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. That's not good. Isn't sending people to a video of gameplay one of your no-nos in your blog? Age Monkey, I am touched that you even read my blog, let alone remembered things from it. But the context of what I was talking about there was that I said it's not scalable for you to constantly do that. Where did I write this? Yeah. I said this isn't sustainable though. I can't spend an hour every day introducing my game. The problem is, the real problem right now is that I can't even play my game. If I try playing it, there's an error right now because it's trying to use the old matchmaker because I haven't fixed the code. So I can't even show it off if I wanted to. So that's the real reason stopping this. I'm going to give you a point for that anyway, Age Monkey. Okay, let's see what's going on. So what I expect to happen here is it's going to tell us this array is wrong. What? Oh, right, this is a static function, so you can't do things this way. But where does this come from? Base or get nearest valid neighbors. So get nearest valid neighbors. We just put this here. Try that. And it's nothing. Well, this does not work how I expected it to. And the way I expected it to was whatever this thing's doing, which is where sort by CRE. Oh, is that not what it was supposed to be? Sorted index by? Array value iterary. Iterary invoked per element. Yeah, that should be right. And Potter Fox. Thanks for following. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Because the way sorted index by works is such that this shouldn't be happening. Yet somehow we're getting the number 500 out of here. Man. All right, let's just follow the stack trace. Use valid neighbors. Okay, good. And then that's here. That's not here. Drat, I need a new stack trace. There we go. Here, this. So players by def skill, attack skill, that's 500. and then sort player by def skill. Player. Okay, let's bring this on back. Let's do this. Because I clearly don't know what's going on here. This should be player, and it's apparently not. Hey again, Reality-O. Post is not allowed? That's a totally different error from what I would have expected. Well, player is 500 there. That's still a problem. Players by defense skill doesn't even contain anything, though. It doesn't make any sense. Array, value, and a function. I have array, value, and a function. So how is this thing not working? Stack trace adventure actually sounds fun. I beg to differ. Yeah, weird. I don't know why this is happening. We're getting a number in here, not a value. Alright, then this doesn't work the way I expected it to. Let's go find out how I should be expecting this to work. And Spoon, thanks for following. Alright, let's go find where I used this. So ld.sorted index by, so we have an array of stuff, let's say A5 ID1, A8 ID2, and I want to pass in A7, and I want to have it sort by, yeah, that's working totally fine. Why is this happening? Okay. Yeah, so the problem I'm running into, and I still can't figure this out, is that player is somehow a number here. And it shouldn't be a number. And the only thing that I can really reasonably conclude from this is that I'm using the wrong version of Lodash somehow. It is 4.6.1. Right, so if I were to just say require Lodash here, this is 4.6.1. What version are they up to? 4.16. But still, they wouldn't have changed the definition of this. Yeah, since 4.0.0. All right. I don't know what's going on. Oh, never mind. I know what's going on now. Okay. Yeah, the way that this compares is by taking this into this function too. All right, I understand. Hey, Verens. And no problemo. So problem, the code below is using attack skill instead of a player object when trying to find an index. I should just pass in the player. Shouldn't your iterate function return something? Yeah, it should, but I was just testing something out. I mean, this is the real problem here. Is this. Okay, so I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I want to come back, we're gonna fix this problem, and then fix the rest of the feature that I was gonna do. So be right back. Just watch a video. Looks like a fun game. Nice. Thank you, Quiet Russian. Alright, so in order to fix this problem, this is actually relatively easy to do. In fact, attack skill is only used there. And we should have, let's see, fetch more matchmaker players. Yeah, so this is going to be this way. Get potential matches, attacking player. So this will be attacking player. Then this will be attacking player dot. Oh, there's no way to do this. Yeah, there's no way to do this. Okay. Let's undo all of that and change it to this, I guess. Because it's the only place where this tries to happen. So we need to say get def skill is a function that returns attack skill. Oh, I don't like doing this. Fake player. Actually, we could just make a new player. Okay. So yeah, we could make a fake player here. New player, or fake player, I guess. -1 attack skill. There. Okay. So sorted index by. Is there another way to do this? Why does it have almost no padding when there's no text, but padding when there is text? It's changing the dimensions too. And I'm not sure. I would have to look at the document for that. It's a good picture, Jumbo Wumbo. Okay, so sorted index by. I wanted to see if there was. I want to see if there's another function for this. Sorted index of. It's like index of, except it performs a binary search. No, none of this is going to work. Clearly, Adam doesn't. Yeah, Neptos, you did see Lodash. Yeah, fine. I'll just do things this way. So we make a fake player because sorted index by only works on homogeneous. Well, it's not really that. It takes a function that expects the same type, and we don't have anything that keeps track of attack skill. So we make a player and store it as their def skill. Is this necessary? Is there a better way to do this? Well, I could write my own binary search. I'm not going to do that though. Might as well just do things this way. Okay, cool. So let's go make sure that every single other time that I do this is also correct. Yeah, this is wrong. This is definitely wrong. There, now it's correct. Okay, what about this? Good and good. Okay. Yeah, that's everything. All right, good. Whew. All right, let's try it again. Method not allowed. Yeah, so this problem is coming from the account server REST client trying to do a post to something that doesn't let you post. All I should probably have to do is change this to a get. Yeah, that's it. So I just changed post to get, and I'm good. I probably also need to restart this. So let's restart them both. Let's try it again. Does it work? Does it work? Connection refused. Wow. That's something. Whoa, there's a problem. Stop players by def skill. Can I already property get def skill of undefined? Uh-huh. Where's this coming from? Here. Attacking player, def skill. How is this undefined? How does this not exist here? Right, they've never been added. Oh, man. It just keeps giving, doesn't it? Okay, so fine. This dot add player by params, player ID, and then we want their def skill. But then that can't be right. You don't even need to do this. This will also their def skill. Okay, well, let's try this one. This should hopefully fix this. So it's probably still gonna be super spammy. Whoa, it worked. It worked. It actually worked. You all doubted me. All of you. Actually, I don't think any of you really doubted me, but you made fun of my CSS skills. Okay, cool. So now we can just keep pressing this button. Nope, I take it back. No, we can't. Players undefined. Existing player. Remove at is not a function? No. No. It's called pull at. Source scoot. Thanks for following. Pull at array indices. So it was never remove at. Why are there two of these? Remove player from sorted array and remove player from LRU. Removed player from LRU. Should just call that same thing twice, right? I don't know about that. Let's go player. Yeah. There's sorted index. Yeah, they should just be totally gone. Underscore slash Adam, yeah. Stop remove player from sorted array. You need to remove a player from all data structures and dispose. Hey, Sky Blue. Okay, so take number 72, send. Okay, cool. And then it breaks because I never actually fixed that problem. I don't know why I looked at it and then just didn't do anything, but there, now we fixed it and we try again. And it's still broken, this time around def skill. So this should be old def skill, I guess. Update their defense skill, no, this should be new def skill. Oh yeah, a lot of tiny mistakes. These are really easily fixable. There, it's working now. So what's happening is this. It's finding, can you guys even see this? Yeah, you can. Okay, cool. You'd be so kind of show me how a post request works in Node client side. I don't know. I don't seem to get it. I will link you to Restify for now. This goes into a little bit more depth on how you would do something like this. Actually, no. Let's link to Super Agent. That's a better thing for this, I think. And what is that program? So AgeMonkey, I'm not sure which one you're talking about. In the FAQ, there's a question of what program are you using for blank. I think you're talking about Postman. If you're talking about this program, this orange one, yeah. Well, the orange icon at the bottom. Yeah, links, sorry. There's a ton of that stuff. So Sky Blue, in general, I would say something like, easiest way to do it is to use restify on the server and super agent on the client. Okay, let's try this again. Oh yeah, it's working. So what I was going to show you guys is this. So I'm matchmaking with someone, I'm trying to find someone who's around skill level 500. Well, everyone's ID is the same as their skill level. So I'm finding players who are within the like 490 to 510 range. And why is it sometimes going out? Yeah, it's finding 506. How's that happening? Because number of neighbors to search for is 10 plus 0 plus 1, so it should be 11, which is going to be 6 away from 500. It found 507 one time, though. Didn't it? That shouldn't be possible. And either way, I can't get it to do that again. It should be like a 1 out of 12 chance or something. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 507. How is it finding that? Excuse me. So no two players have the same skill level? That sounds like a good simulation. No, they don't for right now, but it doesn't really matter if they did or not. Like, it would still find them as valid players. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about this, like, finding one more person than I expected to. I kind of want to know, but I don't think it matters too much. And Marshall, thanks. All right, and Bo Kerrigan, thank you too. All right, so now what if we return that we have? Oh, never mind. There were 2 players passed in, so this could actually go 2 beyond the 6 that I thought. What does that mean? 10 plus 1 plus 2, 13 divided by 2. The ceiling of that is 7. Yeah, perfect. Okay, this is working exactly how it should be working. So next, what we do is we say, what if we don't allow you to play against players 500, 501, and 502? We should now never see those players get returned from here. Yeah, perfect. Okay, this is working great. Working great. Now, unfortunately, there's another problem that I just thought of. So what if players look like this? Skill levels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or something like this. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and then like 5,000. And so how many do we have here? We have, okay, so 17 players have a skill of less than 5,000, and then 1 player has a skill of 5,000. So let's say you played against all of those 17 players. You now can't play against them again for another 24 hours. So the only other player is the 5,001. Would it define all the expected player IDs as invalid? Should it return an empty set? Yeah, it will eventually. But that should be, there should only be one case where that ever happens. And that one case is that there aren't that many players in botland. So for example, let's say I just push the game, no accounts have been created, and I sign up for an account and I hit play, then yeah, there's no one else in the game. So it can't find anyone for me. Now you sign up for an account and I hit play and I play against you. Now you're an invalid ID for me. So yep, I also can't find a match because otherwise I'd be playing against you again. How could that skill distribution happen though? The 5,001 is always winning? It can't happen, Freak Technic. What can happen is that these could be the only ones sort of paged into the matchmaker. So there are players somewhere between 2 and 5,000. And so let's say this happens, what's gonna result is that the standard deviation of this is gonna be way higher than 50. Where did that function go? Do I have this here? Util. Yeah, so the standard deviation of this array is 1,144. So in the case that this happens, we'll end up in this code here where we say the standard deviation is greater than the maximum allowed. So we'll go fetch more players for you who specifically will meet your skill level. Now, when we do this, I guess part of it is that we can't find players who you've already played against. And so in the end, yeah, we might have just no one you can play against. And in that case, we should still return someone. So imagine this scenario. I put Botland online for the very first time. And then I create an account. You create an account. This is like ID equals 0. This is ID equals 1. I play against you. Now I can't play against you again for 24 hours. I try to find another match. It returns no one. I think the solution here is to allow me to play against you again, but don't count it toward ranking. This is basically a friendly match at that point. Excuse me. Other games with ladder solve that by just letting you queue for a few hours. Wait, I don't understand that. Like in Dota, if you have high MMR, if you have MMR on the high end, you have to queue for like an hour or two, depending on who's queuing. Well, so in Dota, the problem is that you need to play against other people who are also present. In Botland, you don't have that restriction. So if we can't find a player for you, we'll never be able to find a player for you. So we can just tell you right away, yep, we don't have a player for you to play against. And standard deviation is here. So this first sentence is the only real important part for understanding what I'm doing. Is I can quantify the amount of variation in a set of data values. All right, good antimatter tape. You just said that's just players in queuing, which is why the distribution looks like that, but sure. No, so not queuing players. These are players who are, I said, paged into the matchmaker. So the matchmaker can only hold X players at once due to RAM limitations. These are not players who are looking for matches. They're just players. So we have a sampling of players in the player base, and this should ideally never happen. But it is possible that it happens. It's just incredibly unlikely. And when it happens, we would just page in new players. So hopefully that makes sense. Like I said, I only have so much RAM that the matchmaker has access to. So I can't store the entire database of players in the matchmaker. And I have to account for these edge cases. So this is the next thing I'm going to have to account for, was this thing here. So really what we should do, you might only have invalid players who you could have played against. And in that case, we really should never return null from this thing. Where is that return null? Didn't realize how you cache the players. Yeah. And that's why I don't mind explaining this stuff. That's definitely fine. So this, if we don't have an opponent, then just return null. What we're going to have to change this to is like find one who's good enough and return that. So I'm going to need to handle this scenario at some point. Instead of ever returning null from whatever this function is, find opponent for player, find opponent for player, we should return a best possible match and indicate. Could you add a garbage collector for invalid players? Yeah, that's already there. Well, okay, hang on. I'll explain this in just a sec. And indicate that the match shouldn't count toward ranking. That's this scenario. So, Bo Kerrigan, an invalid player is only in the frame of reference of a particular player. So, for example, I may not be able to play against player number, I cannot type today, 40 right now, but maybe you can. So invalid players are not a global, like, hey, this player just doesn't exist or it's not possible anymore. It's just in the context of one player or multiple players. So for example, if 5 different people played against player number 40, then those 5 people will not be able to Play against player 40 again. Oh, did someone just sub? Oh, it's replaying an old sub. Yeah, that was an old sub. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, so this whole part about bots being invalid, or not bots, sorry, players being invalid, like, I don't think it's going to be something I can really solve. Because they are? Did I miss something? For a game I'm making. Oh, why don't we just define a set of rules for the syntax and made it harder for ourselves? No, Sky Blue, it's not like that. It's that anyone can make a programming language. Just like anyone can make their own human language if they want to. I can just make a new thing and call it like Adamese right now and tell you guys what certain words mean and what the grammar is. But I obviously don't do that, right? Because I don't think I can improve upon human languages. But Esperanto is a good example of some people who thought they could improve upon it and they came up with a simpler language. Do people use it? Like, sure, some people do. And it's sort of like having JavaScript when you already had C++ or Python or something. You had different needs and you just applied it in a different way. Yeah, for ends, it's not just those options. Code find match for player. So that's pretty much done. It's just this scenario I've got to accommodate, and then I think we're pretty much good. So let's try this. If we say our skill level is 5 and we hit send, oh, we got a problem. Uh-oh. Unexpected token. Oh, I put an extra comma. Whoops. My bad. Oh, and that just breaks everything? It stops working completely? Oh, that's really bad. See, endless loop, endless loop, endless loop. Where? Yeah, this works. I guess whenever there's a problem, so if I passed in something that breaks this, nothing catches that error and then it just stops working. Yeah, that's a huge problem. I don't know how I managed to break that so badly. Uncaught exception. Oh, it's this. JSON.parse. Yeah, I could just put this inside of a try catch. Made a plan to have a bunch of us do the welcome command at 8:30 UTC. That must have been recently. Oh, that's nice for you. Yeah, it's too bad to replay it. Huh. Probably just phantom bot screwing up. What if everyone would only accept like English, for instance? It would make all of the languages invalid. So yeah, I think there's a think about it, Sky Blue. Like, why wouldn't if you just said, "Hey, we're all using English from now on"? Think of why that wouldn't ever happen. Because how would you convince someone to stop using the languages they're using? No, that's problem number one. Even if you could definitively prove English is the best language to learn, how would you convince people who already know languages and who are, let's say, like 70, 80 years old and don't want to learn a new language and everything's already like this is ingrained in the culture and thanks, Echo. And then yeah, about the part about optimizing is, and I've said this before, there are certain ideas in English that you cannot explain in a single word, like Schadenfreude. That's a German word that, hey, that explains the concept of like what taking enjoyment from someone else's misfortune. You just can't express that in one word in English. And granted, that's one particular idea, but think of other cases where maybe it's more concise for you to write Japanese, for example. So speedrunners, perfect example. Speedrunners run games in Japanese because it's just more concise to write out a Japanese thought than it is to write it out in English. Write out a thought in Japanese than it is to write it in English. So what you're optimizing for there is the amount of characters you have to write. So yeah, different languages still have different purposes. But like I said, even if they didn't and there was just one language sort of to rule them all, it wouldn't just magically change everyone out there. So same thing if you constructed a computer language like that, you wouldn't just get everyone to convert from all the technologies that they're using. So try, catch, return, rest out, send 400, error, invalid player IDs is not JSON. So we're going to say invalid player IDs equals null, and then here we parse it. And then if it's not an array, there. I can either create the arrays of the outputs of certain numbers beforehand or run a complex algorithm at first launch. The way I look at it, Varenz, is you should kind of try to get the best of both worlds here. When the user starts up an application, they don't want it to take forever. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't pre-compute things. Like, have the application start up and in another thread, do whatever number crunching you need to do. And then once it's ready, respond to the first thread and say, okay, now you can enable the whatever go button. I don't exactly know what you're making. So and Hideo, that one's come up before though. And no, it's not willing to change for the greater good, Sky Blue. Programming languages aren't exactly like human languages necessarily. It's just useful as an example to show you how it would be like. It's like whenever you're talking about email, usually people end up comparing it to snail mail, just regular post. But sometimes that breaks down, and then the analogy doesn't work exactly, and you just use it for what it is. Okay, so this looks like it's working pretty well. So what if we say attack estimated skill is like 10,000? Actually, no, that's still going to be fine. 100,000. Interesting. Very interesting. So what happened here is you got the players who are closest to your skill level, but since you're such a high skill level, it just gave up trying to find better ones. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And no, Varenz, I know in general what your program does. I just don't exactly know how you want it to work. But anyway, think about what your perfect UI would look like and what the user experience would be, and then think of how you would achieve that in code. And yeah, EJ, it would make things easier, but you'd probably lose a lot of culture by doing that, I think. Okay, so instead of ever returning null, we should find a best possible match and indicate that the match shouldn't count toward ranking. So at this point, we're like, hey, we just couldn't do anything for you, but we shouldn't return nothing. So this is, how are we going to do this then? So let counts toward ranking equals, actually not even counts towards ranking, like gave up, couldn't find valid player. And at that point, we just return any one of the ones from their invalid set, maybe? Because we knew that they were at least players. Probably shouldn't even do that, huh? Actually, what should we do here? Should we just return a random player from the entire game? If you went through all of the players who were your skill level, we couldn't find anybody else. I think we'll just do things the easy way for now. We'll just return a random person. It's probably not a great idea, though. Yeah, well, let's just do it anyway. So this should be let opponent. Opponent equals sample this dot players by def skill. This could even return you if we do it this way though. We can't allow it to be you. That's a bad idea. Okay, so Yup says time zones are easy to calculate. Difficult part is daylight saving time. They should just get rid of that. But yup, if you look into how just calendars work from a programming perspective, it's very difficult to do because you have, well, first of all, you have time zone differences, but then you have time zone differences that changed after a certain year. So, for example, okay, yeah, Superman just said Russia. Russia apparently just gave up on DST. So before what, 5, 10 years ago, you would have had to compute time one way, and then after it, you would have had to compute it another way. Then there are calendar changes, which I don't think significantly happened except for when the Gregorian calendar came about. But still, like, do you want to account for all these things? Probably not, because you need to know all of human history. I think something like this is usually relatively easy because you should have all these values already and you just need to plug them in. It's usually optimizing this, it's a little bit more difficult. But when you say something like 1 minus 0.7, like converting this line, for example, into code is it's pretty simple. In fact, usually it's exactly already written like the code. It's just obviously 2h would need to be 2 times h and 0.4 cosine would need to be 0.24 times like math.cosine, but it's almost already code. Oh yeah, leap seconds, leap years. What's the other thing? Actually, I think it's leap seconds. It still screw up gigantic companies. So get player after giving up. We're gonna return. Let's do attacking player. We're gonna do this. So let num iterations equals 10 or 0. Whatever. While num iterations is less than 10. Let opponent equals null. So as long as this player doesn't have your ID, if opponent, and I don't think there's a dot equals for this, is there? Equals other player, return this dot ID equals other player dot ID. So if the opponent is not equal to you, then return opponent, otherwise return null, and then at that point you got nothing. Just absolutely nothing. We might as well just return you at that point, which will probably break everything. So let's just return null. I don't know how this would happen. Hey kazoos. Okay. So opponent equals this dot get player after giving up. So opponent, there is a slim possibility that this won't work. Opponent ID equals I mean, what are the odds of this happening? It is a possibility that this happens. I guess if this is still null at this point, we could just get the worst player in the game for you to play against. I don't think this is really possible for this to happen. Oh no, there is one way. There's one way for this to happen, and consistently too. It's that you're the only player who's ever played Botland, and you go to try to play a game, and then there's no way to you can't play a game. Just can't. Yeah. Yeah, and then too bad. Oh well. All right. So utilize this opponent dot get ID, otherwise null, and couldn't find valid player. So we just return opponent ID and couldn't find valid player. Okay. Well, we'll comment this later. We'll say that the only realistic way for this to ever be hit is if you are the only player in the matchmaker. That's it. Actually, the only player in all of botland. If you're the only player in the matchmaker, if there's two players in there, then there's a 2 to the 10th, 1 out of 2 to the 10th, so 1 out of 1,024 chance that this happens. And in that case, you'll just hit the play button again, and you'll have another 1 out of 1,024 chance of it happening. But by the time you've done that, a third player probably would have signed up for botland, and then you'd have hardly any chance of it happening. And see you, Sky Blue. And yeah, Zilly, that's actually a good idea. If there were just like an AI player who you played against. But yeah, I'm going to do this way for now. And actually, that's something that the client could handle. The matchmaker's responsibility is not to it's not to handle cases where there's only like one player in all of botland. It's to handle the usual case. It's the job of the client to handle cases, or the account server, I mean, to handle cases where there's just no one else playing the game. Okay, well, this looks good. So now we get these two things, and we go back to the REST server for the matchmaker, and we say find opponent for player. Opponent details. So this contains these two things. We could just put this in here. Find opponent for player. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the arrow function is pretty great. I have a straw poll I want to take. What would you prefer? A stream with let me do it this way. 6 breaks for 5 minutes each. A stream with 1 break for 30 minutes. Alright. What do you think of JetBrains WebStorm as HTML5 and JavaScript? I haven't used WebStorm. I used PHP Storm, and it was okay. I think whatever works for you is what you should use. I think the only other thing that should ever factor into that consideration is whether you have the money for it, I guess. But if it's working for you and it's producing the same code as anything else would have anyway, then yeah, it's fine. Wow, I didn't think this would be as split as it was. I imagine that the troll option would have gotten a lot of votes, sure. Okay. Interesting. The reason I ask, I wouldn't ever exactly break it up this way, but I just wanted the amounts to work out to be the same. But I am probably still going to take a lunch break at some point today. I'm going to need to take like just a couple of minutes to go make rice and then wait for it to finish cooking and then take my lunch break. I don't even know what I prefer. From a streamer perspective, like, would I rather have one long break? Probably. That way I can kind of relax during that break. Hey, EnvisionNet. Well, so far we're at like besides bathroom breaks. We're at one small break for me getting Soylent, which the energy from that has lasted a decent amount of time. You know what Adam eats today? I mean, you know that there's rice. You don't know what's with the rice. Maybe all I'm having is rice. Maybe rice and toothpaste. That's it. Brush my teeth and get some food at the same time. Alright, this is fine. So the matchmaker starts up, pre-populate player data structures by contacting the account server. I don't think I'm even going to do this. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do this. But I did not finish what I was supposed to finish here, which is this. If we have the database restrict the search, yeah, we need to keep expanding the search. And yeah, Zilly, that's part of the reason why I know there are a lot of jokes about like, hey, when are we going to get to see the end of your ETA screen? But if you consistently got to see that, you wouldn't trust what the times were on the screen any longer. I think there are a lot of people who are very lax about their streaming schedules. And that's fine if their audience is aware of that. And they're like, oh, well, he said he's starting at 9. He'll probably actually start at 9:15. Okay, fine, whatever. I'll just plan on watching at 10. Have you ever thought of hanging a picture or something behind your wall? Or on your wall? Man, this is why the lights were so great in my last apartment. Now, like, nobody cares about the lights. Well, because they're off screen. And also, hey, Tiburon. Ooh, I only realized from the giveaway I forgot to say hi to. How about a giant $20,000 picture of yourself? Yeah, great idea. If you pay for it. So account server should consider last, what's it called, login time? Last login date. Hang the lights with the ceiling like jungle vines. When fetching players for the matchmaker. Straight to people who played within the last month, we may not return anyone. However, if we don't do that, then we may get a bunch of users who just haven't played in forever. Okay, so let's ask this. So you don't need to be online in botland in order to be attacked. How long ago... How much time should pass before you're no longer considered by the matchmaker at all? Pass since your last login. Okay, so 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. I'll say like 2 to 6 months. 6+ months. Right. I think I mostly care about order of magnitude here. That's why I'm asking in such disparate categories. And then toward the end, this isn't really a different order of magnitude, but it sort of feels like it. So you don't need to be online in botland in order to be attacked. How much time should pass since your last login before you're no longer considered by the matchmaker at all? Yeah, I like this. So let's ask you guys this. Because, so wait, what's my hunch on this? I think I'm leaning toward something in this range, probably a month. Because the way I look at it is like, let's say you go on vacation and you're gone for a week. Yeah, you should probably still come back and be like, oh wow, a lot of stuff happened while I was gone. If you're only gone for a day and then you're no longer considered, then that requires that there are a lot of people active in botland. So I think that's too short a time. And if it's like 6+ months, then you could be playing against someone who hasn't played in the last 5 months, and the game could have changed drastically since then. So yeah, I think 1 month is probably closer to that order of magnitude. Then I think the question could be, like, how many weeks should it be? Because it could be, I don't know. Yeah, but I think you guys are probably right on what I'm thinking here. 1 week to 1 month, something like that. What's the consequence of getting attacked? The only consequence is that your rank changes as a defender. So I have a design doc I can link you. Would on patch change work? That would also work. That's probably going to happen just kind of by default. Also, this only... Oh, darn it, there's another thing this has to do. The account server can only consider players who actually have a defense when fetching them for the matchmaker. What about holiday mode? Yeah, something like that could be something I implement later. All right, so somewhere in this range, let's do that. So, yup, I linked this into you. Let me actually show you what it is I'm talking about. So, incentive to defend. So yeah, you don't actually lose anything when you defend. Yeah, and I don't think they're, yeah. Also, did I talk about this whole, like, no, that table's gone. Yeah, okay. Like, if I leave a defense when I go on holiday and on the first day you nerf, oh, sure. But, yeah, I should probably do something about that too. But I'm not super concerned about that. Because if you're a hardcore enough player to care, you'll probably have changed it. And if you are a hardcore enough player and you can't get to it, and I have that in the game, then yeah, that's something I should change at some point. It's just not something I'm going to do for right now. That's like super far ahead planning. But Zilly, it is a fair point. I agree with the points you're making there. Okay. So, should consider last login date when fetching players. So we have this, and then it goes into the database wrapper. Just allow them to mail in their code. Imagine if they mail it to me. I open it up and I'm like, oh, there's a syntax error here, but here's what they probably meant. And I fix it for them. And they're like, no, Adam, that's not what I meant. Nice work for you. Imagine if I got tons of postcards like that, though. That'd be pretty cool. All right, so it's here. So what we need to do is only find ones where what is it? You need a defense. So let's go find those. Where is this? Describe users. Where is serialized defense? Here. And how do you check to make sure it's null or not? Let's just find all of these. Is null anywhere here? Yeah, it is not and null. So we just need this clause right here. So we put this over here. Cool. So it's got to be where you have a defense. They need to have a defense. They need to have logged in sometime in the last X days. They need to have logged in recently. Let's just put it that way. One where you play versus other people live, and another where you're able to attack people. There's no live PvP anymore. So live PvP used to be a thing, but no longer. Well, Spurtman, something like that is okay. Where, so let me respond to this with this on screen. It not being worth it to attack players weaker than you is fine, but then you need to be able to find players who are your rank. So in a game like World of Warcraft, if you're level 60 and you attack a level 1 player, you're not gaining anything from it. Maybe you're having fun doing it, so fine. But you need a way of being able to find level 60 players, and they at least give you that. And that's what I think the point of the matchmaker is. Because I could just say, yeah, here's a list of all 40,000 players who play Botland. go find someone. And they should probably be your rank. Otherwise, it's not going to help you out. But then you just have to wade through, like, okay, who do I want to attack? And that actually poses new problems in bot lane. Silly. I would never even know. And know what's it called when you keep calling functions? Yeah, chaining is what I would probably say too. And so typically this is the builder pattern. But yeah, the actual function invoking is chaining. So check to see if they've logged in recently. Is there, how do we even do this? We want to find only users where the date isn't too far away from what the current date is. How do you do that? Oh, where? Oh, and there's an or where. Is there an and where? And where? Oh, there is. Nice. Okay, so we're going to need that. Dot and where. Last login date. Can I just... how do I do this with dates? Oh, there's a where not null? I didn't know that. I should have just been using that then, huh? Where not null serialized defense. That looks so much better. How to compare dates in SQL? Well, I'm going to get there. Oh, there's a where raw as well. Huh, maybe I could have used this then. I thought I searched for this and couldn't find it earlier. Check if where raw would work on incrementing. Or no, wait, it's update raw that I looked for, not where raw. Update raw, yeah, that doesn't exist. So there's no where for dates. So all I want is, I guess, just where. But I don't know how to do this exactly. So I want to say that it's greater than like new date dot now minus the number of days in a month. 30 times 30 days, I guess. Right, this is the number of milliseconds in a month, I hope. What number do I have anyway? I have that number. 2.628 times 10 to the 9th. Yeah, that's pretty much the same number. We're just going to go with it. I said 30 days. This is probably 31 days. Whoops. Where does this number come from? Is this like 30 and a half days? What is this? I just divide this by the there. They consider to be, doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Whatever. I don't really care. I'm just going to say 30 days. I don't know if this is going to work though. Let's actually just test it out. Select last login date from users where ID equals 1. Cool. So I have a login date. Now can we say where last login date is greater than... I'm not going to be able to do this. And yeah, Neptos, I know about that library, but this is just connects. I got to figure out what format they expect it in. Let's just try this out, because maybe this is correct. Get matchmake players closest to skill. So this is coming from here, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's go restart the account server and see if it works. If it does work, then we're in good shape. Well, that failed. That failed miserably. Or did it? No, it failed miserably. And yeah, I don't know exactly how I would do that, Mike, but I am going to look into that, hopefully. Where date is greater than... Yeah, and so that's what connects will do for me. Connects will turn a date that I pass into it into whatever the ISO date is. So you know what we could do is we could just print out this entire thing. Well, we could call this query, I guess. Okay, let's try that out. So it should at least tell us what query it's trying to run. It is not doing that for some reason. Am I even in the right function right now? Get match make players closest to skill. That's in this, which is here, which is the skill that was passed in, yeah. Can you not two-string connects queries? There's two string and there's two SQL. Neither one of these actually go anywhere. Weird. That is really weird. That this thing doesn't even print out? I wonder what's going on. Ah, there we go. Okay, so here's our query. Is this correct or not? Where last login date is greater than... Yeah, this is correct. This is a month ago, September 17th. Huh. So where serialized defense is not null and last login date is greater than that. So is this not valid? It's not valid SQL. Let's find out. And last login date is greater than this. No, that works. So why is it not returning anything for me? Sending limit. Weird. Yeah, this looks like the right SQL. So what am I doing wrong? Just return database users. Weird. I don't know. I do not know. I would expect this to return... Wait, what's my ranking? Maybe that's a problem. Select def estimated skill. It's 1. What does order by abs do? That's order the results in terms of the difference between their skill and the skill that I want. So this isn't returning anything because order by doesn't trim out elements. And like I said, the SQL looked fine to me. In fact, we should be able to paste that SQL into here. Why did I not think of that? Yeah, let's just paste this into here and see what happens. Empty set. Okay, well, why? What if we got rid of the limit? Nope, still empty. What if we got rid of the order by? Still empty. What if we got rid of the serialized defense is not null? Aha. Oh, I don't have a defense. Oh, no, never mind. Darn it. The query is fine. The query is working this whole time. I just don't have a defense, apparently. Serialized defense. ID from users where serialized defense. This is probably going to print out 2 instead of 1 or 0. Yeah, 2. Okay, well, there's the problem. All right, so how do we fix the problem? Well, we don't. We just log in as Adam2. There, that solves it. Done. Okay, now we run that query and we should get user 2. Perfect. Done. Done and perfect. Okay, so now what we need to test is, does this work? So when did they last log in? They last logged in today. So let's just say they needed to have logged in within the last, I don't know, millisecond. There. So that's basically, not, I wrote 1 second, not a millisecond, but it doesn't matter either way. Now we should find no one. Perfect. Okay. Got it. Got it. Whew. All right. Well, that's pretty good. Kong Simon, I got rid of the donate command. All it ever did is told you why you couldn't donate, but now I guess you technically can, thanks to bits. I didn't mean to type that in caps. I don't know why that's funny to me. Okay, so that's finally done. And now should only consider players who actually have a defense. So that's basically everything. The rest of today is going to be a whole lot of cleanup, I think. The bits button is missing. Maybe it's because you don't have bits that they finally got rid of that. No, that wouldn't make sense because they want you to buy them. By the way, there's this emotes page. You can see the stats for who's using what. Where's today? October 17th. Yeah, Adam Art and Adam Bro aren't getting any love. They're not really that usable. Let's close out all these things. So, comment everything in the matchmaker. Yeah. All right, let's go close out of some of these things and get back to linting. Yeah, so run this and run this. Logger is defined but never used. Sure, moment is defined but never used. We'll probably get rid of moment entirely, don't we? Remove moment from the matchmaker. Were the two bots not centered? After you try logging in and can't, they just kind of collide in the middle. This should be centered though. It might not look centered because of how much stuff I have over here on the side of the screen, but if you do this, it should be more obvious that it's centered. Yeah, they look centered to me. Keyboard monster picture again. Alright, what else do we have here? Player in queue. Oh yeah, we gotta delete like all of this stuff. Where did my refactor list go? Here it is. Make sure these are gone. Moment is not being used. Go through all of the source files and make sure that at least something is requiring them. They just want love. Yeah, Ramy. That's probably what happened. Okay, what else is missing here? Yeah, that stuff. Cool. Well. Wow, that finished quickly. Very quickly. What is even linting? Weird. Assert. Num players needed. That's passed in now, isn't it? No, weird. I don't know. Is flashbang even fun to use when you've got such a delay? This is defined but never used. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna put error no one used varies. ESLint something something disable line no one used varies. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. There. Watching the stream with a lot of expectations when I use the command. All right. That's not at all what I'm thinking. But okay. By the way, Reality I happened to catch your stream yesterday, I think. You were working on a puzzle and you were counting how many moves it took to do the puzzle. And one move you counted as 2 instead of 1. And I was very close to telling you, but then at the end you're like, 41 moves. I think that's too much. So I'm like, well, he'll probably think 40 moves is too much as well. So I just kept my mouth shut. I'm a lurker. I used to be a hydralist. Adam already started slacking off and making funny chat commands. I'm not slacking off. I gotten a lot done today, actually. And there's a lot more that I plan on getting done today. This is what's next. And then check in everything on the account server and check in everything on the matchmaker. 40 is exactly what I needed. Oh no. Okay, so I am gonna go make rice and then come right back. This will take about... Oh, thanks, Kong Simon. And you got yourself a cheer badge by doing that. I appreciate it. Alright, so BRB making rice. This will take like 3 minutes probably. Actually, I think I'm going to set this for 5 minutes just in case. I don't know if we have enough rice for even 1 cup of this. Ralph. I prefer chemical inheritance. Alright, I'll be right back. It probably won't take 5 minutes, like I said, but still, I gotta go. I'll be right back. Alright, Mac. So, I don't know how long a rice cooker takes. How long do rice cookers take? 30 minutes. Okay, so let's set online timer. Let's set this for 20 minutes and I'll go take a look at it again. All right. What did I miss in chat? All right, see Reality O. Probably not here anymore, given that that was 2 minutes ago. Did he say, I probably don't have enough to make a cup of this? I did say that. We have two different kinds of rice, and we just ran out of one of them, and it could only fill 3/4 of a cup, and I wanted to make a cup of rice. I don't want to mix kinds of rice. Minute rice takes 5 minutes? No, you're thinking of 5-minute rice. Simon, thank you. All right, yeah, okay. Sorry, I just want to read through everything. So comment everything in the matchmaker. This is going to take the entirety of the rice cooking time. And I have a rice cooker, if that's who you were talking to there. I just don't know how long it takes usually, because I'm usually standing around it waiting for it. Just watching it. Watching that blue light. Okay, commenting everything. Let's go do this. Line that we use to communicate with the overseer. It is instead of construction time due to circular dependencies. So the matchmaker depends on the client. The client isn't constructed. Well, it's on this client, I guess. Client isn't constructed until the server starts, and the server needs a matchmaker. Yeah, so this is the client that we use to communicate. One up Ping Kong Simon, quite literally. Thank you very much. And hey, Lulong. I believe it's just the orange and red flash things. Yeah. That we use to communicate with the account server. It also, like the overseer REST client, it also isn't set at construction time. Although that's for a different reason, is it not? It could be set. Let me find out why that's not done. Hi, Jamie. And yeah, someone did melt it. They were jerks. This is the matchmaker here. We construct this immediately so that we can pass it into the REST server, but we don't have an account server REST client. But that's only dependent on the state. No, this is a bad idea. This is a really bad idea. Yeah, this is a bad idea. Okay, let's just do this up here. Okay, Mike, thank you. I don't have that many different messages that I wrote for the whole giving 25 bits. You've probably seen them all now. So don't bother testing the connection here to the account server. That should be there. Oh man. Alright, so then here we'll pass this in over there. And then on the matchmaker, we'll get rid of set account server REST client. This will be set by taking it in through the constructor. And I believe that was passed third. Well, we could just put this here, I guess. Yeah, yeah. Donation I think can be confused with charitable donation. And so what's happening with bits is you, the viewer, are giving the streamer bits, and then Twitch, the company, is giving the streamer money for those bits. So I think that's why they don't want it to be confused there. And Jamie, what are you looking for? I don't know, maybe something in the FAQ is what you're curious about. But if you're wondering about the language, it's JavaScript. I don't know what you expect code to do, that's all. So just let me know and I can help you out there. let's just, Ramy, what I was saying is like, let's just wait for the question before spamming with all possible links. All right, so this is an array sorted using sort player by def skill. Yeah. This caps the size of all players by skill and players. Yep. So compute this based on the amount of RAM. Yep, we'll have to do that eventually. For now, we're just going to keep 1 million users. This stores players by their IDs. The LRU part of this has to do with when the player was last looking for a match, not when a match was found that includes this player. This is an important distinction to make because the matchmaker will slowly build up a population of players. Players should eventually be cycled out if they haven't played. If they haven't played recently enough. Oh, curious what I was coding. Oh yeah, that's the Botland video. Hey Ray. And how many months of Botland hosting is that code paid for? Well, Botland hosting while I'm on the free tier is about $1 a month. So quite a lot. But eventually I won't be on the free tier. And then it'll just be a lot, not quite a lot. It says that Twitch might give bits money to the streamer, but bits are not intended to be used as a means of financial support. Interesting. Yeah, I imagine that's like in the future we might exercise this clause of this contract, but for right now it is money. I don't know. Make absolutely certain that you're only ever storing player IDs as an integer here. Yeah. Also keep in mind that calling get will update the recentness of the player. If your intent is only to check if a player exists, use has or peak. Why does a free tier have a cost? Because I'm using Route 53. So Ray, where are you on vacation? Okay, so this is fine. So we need to remove a player from all data structures when they're disposed due to not being used recently enough. Cool. So find opponent for player. finds an opponent of similar skill for this player while keeping invalid player IDs array while taking this into account. So player ID is just a number, their attack skill is a number, their defense skill is a number, and then this is an array of numbers. Players who you cannot be matched against. This returns a promise that eventually resolves to an object. To an object whose definition should just be inspected in the function block. There. All right, we got 10 minutes left on this rice timer. Sounds pretty cool for what you might consider in terms of financial backing nowadays. Yeah, Zilly, I don't want to add any more financial ways for you guys to back me. I think Twitch subscriptions and cheering is good enough for me. Because remember, I'm making a game here, so ideally the game is what's going to keep me afloat and not the stream. I think that I would need to, I don't know, do something crazy basically if the stream was to keep me afloat. And Jamie, no, this is not an open source project. Okay, so you can never be matched with yourself. Convert this into a dictionary for easy lookup. Save off the... I'm not trying to comment every line of code, but these are all relatively important. Ray, I don't know if you heard me earlier. Where are you on vacation? Rami, I don't know if that'll happen exactly, but at some point, yeah, it might. And hey again, Skilled Bubble. Okay, so save off the number of invalid players since it's constant time to do it on an array. Okay, cool. So I'll do the attack player's reason is we need to do this at the beginning of the function to prevent a rare edge case. We're adding potential new matches. Yeah, okay. Oh, Frankfurt got it. For free. Nice. Save off the number of invalid players. Cool. And then finally, go fetch some matches for them. So now we get a random one. Couldn't find player. So actually, the only way for this not to exist... No, that's correct. Zero stress and no effort. That's not even true, actually. Because there's some code I wrote off stream. Although if you had the dedication to replicate all of my code, you could probably figure out what I wrote off stream. It'd be funny if you got to see all of the code except for like what this equals is. And you just never finished Botland because of that. I got to keep my own intellectual property. What a wonderful world. Okay, so if we can't find a player via normal matchmaking, what does this really mean? If we can't find a player who is valid and close enough to your skill level, then we'll call this function. This means we've given up on pairing you with someone who will be an even match. And Jamie, thanks for following. And still count. What, Ray? And Ralph, I would only live in the deepest pond in the most beautiful part of the world. Alright, see you, Amy. So if we can't find a player who's valid and close enough to your skill level, then we'll call this function. This means we've given up on pairing you with someone who will be an even match and still count toward your ranking. Oh, Ramy. Okay, so, and this returns potentially a player. In that case, the account server should probably mark something saying that you'll play against an AI player. Not our responsibility. Alright, so get potential matches. returns a set of players who are valid for you to play against and should also be around your skill level. This will call out to the account server if necessary. Find more players. Your attack skill level. The size of invalid player IDs. This is an object of number to Boolean, right? Yeah. If a player's ID exists here, then it means that we won't return this function. If true, we'll call out to the account server. If we fail to find enough players. And in the end, we're going to return an array of players. So, players who you could possibly play against. This could be empty in certain edge cases. Nah, I'm not going to write out what those are. And thanks, Jamie. Deviation allowed between all returned players. Increase this to allow for more skill disparity. The number of players we want to find, we have to find so that we don't end up reaching out to the account server. Alright, if we don't have enough neighbors or the standard deviation is too low, we should set fetch more players. Yeah, that's fine. I don't need a comment for that. Yeah, cool. Fetches more players of a particular skill from the account server. There's no guarantee that we end up fetching players whose IDs will be valid for whomever we're fetching them. Okay. Add each user to the matchmaker here. Alright, cool. Gets up to num neighbors, players who are closest to your skill. It's not actually up to. The approximate upper bound of players to look through when given an odd number, it may be slightly higher. Attack skill, invalid player IDs. This is not an array at this point. This is actually an object. And what does it return? An array of players. Cool. So we're searching in both directions. We divide it by 2. We make a fake player. Cool. Then we actually go through, search, find, and push all those. Looks good. A function to be passed into sorted index by that will sort players based on defense skill. Alright. Is this ever even called? I don't think this is called. That's client code, client, game server, shared, infra test. Oh, it is called. Well. And update defense skill does what exactly? This is perhaps not correct at all. Yeah, no, this isn't correct. Why do they do things this way? Oh, they have to exist. Oh. Yeah, I see. Make sure the attacking player exists and that their defense skill is updated. Then, over here, we just say this dot players by ID dot get player ID. Note that this isn't necessary if the attacking player didn't already exist, because adding the player to the most recent. Okay, cool. All right, looks good. So we can't find a player who is valid and close enough to your skill level, so that's all fine. We left off here. Gets a player by their ID. Okay, cool. Hey, Rob the Swan. Thank you for the host. Are you in my chat? No. So this is, I don't know, possibly not a manual host. By the way, hi, and thanks, and hi, Rob's viewers. I was like, sort of expect a confirmation of whether there's actually a person behind that or not. This is how you see me now. Oh, whoa, the timer ran out. Oh, darn it. Hang on a second, guys. Yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, that's pretty funny. All right, yeah, rice is probably burning downstairs, so I'll be right back. Yeah, Bing, I'm getting paid, and you could too if you live in the U.S. Checking on rice. This actually shouldn't take me longer than a minute. All right, this is gonna be close. I'll be right back. Oh wait, I can't be right back. What happened to the port's already in use? By what? I don't even have Chrome open. What? Oh, there we go. All right, now I'll be right back. All right, it did not burn. I'm happy to say. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna finish up the commenting, and then after that, what's gonna happen is I'll take a quick lunch break, probably like 20 or 25 minutes. But I'll do that once I'm done with this, which we're almost done, so it's not like it'll take too long. And then when I get back, I'll be back for about like 2-ish hours, something like that. So updates at players' defense skill and back into the sorted position in all right. The whole reason this function, well, the biggest reason why this function exists is to do the sorting optimally. Hey, Banana Man. And T-Bot, that's how TCP kills connections, right? Like, that shouldn't be the case with UDP. Well, I guess there aren't active connections in UDP. So, yeah. But it's actually up to the OS to do that. The biggest reason why this function exists is to do the sorting optimally. Yeah, looks good. Okay. In such a way that it only takes O of log n time. Cool. Adds a player to players by def skill in such a way that it only... Actually, that's not even true what I'm talking about here. It only takes n log... Well, this one isn't true. Because you can't add to an array in JavaScript without it taking O of n time. It's probably silly. This finds the right index to insert at in O of log n time, but inserting into an arbitrary position, inserting at an arbitrary index in a JavaScript array will always be O of n due to shifting elements. Alright, well, whatever. It's at least good to have. Oh, as part of the TCP spec. Interesting. Adds a player. Wait, hasn't this been going on for a while, though? Adds a player to be to all relevant data structures. Here. If the player already exists, then their def skill will be updated. This is a number, and this is a number. Oh, Wrecked! Thanks for subbing. You are the newest viewbot. Nice. I'd love to copy paste that spam, but I can't. I can't easily do it. But yeah, thank you, Wrecked. That spammerino indeed. Wait, did Rect actually say anything? No, apparently not. Doing pretty well on subscribers so far today. Let me take a look. I think that makes 3, which I'm happy with, considering I like never advertise anything. Yeah, 3. Nice. 3 subs. Welcome all. Command not recognized. Please try again. You're not a view bot. Hey, Respirato. Welcome back. Alright, cool. So the rest of this is all commented. So that's finished. And then check in this stuff. Had to clean my room for this sub. Oh, man. Well, everybody wins, right? You got a cleaner room. Your parents presumably are happy that you cleaned your room, and I got a subscriber. So tell whoever made you clean your room that I said thanks. All right, I gotta get lunch. It's 3 o'clock. I've been online for what, 6 hours and 20 minutes. It's perhaps the longest I've gone without a lunch on stream. Well, I did have Soylent, but I will be back after about like 25 minutes, like I said. In fact, I'll even set my time lower than I normally would have. So let's whisper for the lunch list. So here's the lunch list. Let's set this to 30 minutes. I don't think I'm going to take 30 minutes. Oh, no, maybe I will. I don't know. All depends. But yeah, I'm going to go get my lunch. Like I said, when I come back, I'll be back for about 2 hours. Maybe not the full time because I've already been streaming for 6 hours and 20 minutes. But I'll probably end up streaming for about a total of 8 hours today. So I shall see you guys after lunch. Take care. I missed a ton of chat apparently. Okay, like I said, there's a lot of chat. Still just reading through it. I don't know if there are any whispers. That's why I'm not just showing it on my screen. Oh, Echo left as of 4 minutes ago, actually. Let's see, Echo. And yeah, I wanted to figure out how to do that, Hideo. I just don't know how. You know what would be nice is if there was a way to trigger a Twitch picture update. There's a preview thumbnail, but it's showing my BRB lunch screen even though I'm back. A what? A fidget cube? What is that? Oh, it's just something that has a bunch of different things on it? Okay, this is actually hilarious. This is capitalism, everybody. Summed up in one tiny cube. I wonder if this started with someone like, yeah, I bet we can make a ton of money off of this. Oh, what? No. No. Seriously? $6 million? What? What? How did... Wow. Oh man, why did I make Botland? Apparently I should have been identifying little compulsions people have and then play on them. I mean, it's an interesting thing and it's a neat idea. I'm not saying that like they're trying to rip people off or something. They're advertising something. It sounds like that's what you're getting. I think that's great because I think there are enough things on Kickstarter where they advertise something that is not what you're getting and they just fool people into donating money. But this will probably get produced. It'll probably do exactly what people expect it to do. Honestly, it's a pretty low risk thing now that they have the Kickstarter. They're going to make a ton of money and it's pretty hard to disappoint people with a thing that's just supposed to like have buttons and click and the buttons don't have to do anything. Pretty cool. All right, so checking everything on the account server, checking everything on the matchmaker. You know what was really, really nice, I have to admit? Yesterday, I was listening to music, and it's just so different coding with music. Music just is a good thing to have in general, as all of you obviously know. But 99% of the coding I do now is on stream, so I like never get to experience it. All right, so this is where I really should test this out. I think Mike told me something earlier. Maybe connects.update login nums connects.raw. Oh, interesting. Yeah, let's try this out. So I go over to the account server. EJ, I sent that person a message apologizing for laughing. I don't think they got back to me. Like, I doubt they ever would. Nor did I really want them to. You know, it's weird though. Twitch hasn't gotten back to me about that boat emote. All right, so we have this. So num logins. This would go over here in the database wrapper. Num logins +1. So let's try this out. We just need to load this up. Where's the last login date? Yeah. Where ID equals 1. So all I need to do is go to the create API over, where is it? Create token. It's got a giant arrow pointing to it and I still miss it. And now it should have incremented. Yep. Okay, great. So all we need to do is test this out. The jerk is messing with me again. I usually have like a bouncy ball or something. And when it was just me, if it were me alone, I'm not going to do this while I'm streaming, but I'd try to throw it and try to get it as close to the ceiling as I could. And I just do that for like 5 minutes. It's pretty relaxing. And it's a workout. Okay. So we need to go fix up this. So let's try doing this all at once. Connects.raw. I don't think this is going to work. It's worth trying though. And it's num login. That doesn't work. There we go. Is this valid or no? So we're at 4 and then 2213. Actually, we don't even need to remember anything. Could not log in. Yeah. Oh, that's too bad. Connects is not defined? Oh, it should have been this.connects. Whoops. Seems like you have to change the scripts themselves. Yeah. All right, thanks, Hideo. I'll take a look at that later. I think I looked at this once and I was just like, nope, not going to do it. Got caught in your ceiling fan? Well, okay, yeah. That's very different. I have nothing on my ceiling I can hit. So unless I throw it at a monitor, there's no real risk of that happening for me. All right, where do it? Yeah, that worked. Now, did this work? I think it did. I think Mike's a genius. He is a genius. All right, there. Oh, and he's present too. All right, we should also document this. This is a difficult enough thing. So connects migrations. All right, let's do it this way. Migrations. And what is this? So daytime guidelines, I guess when comparing times, we might as well just write this over here. So what did I do? It was like find match make players something something something, I don't remember. Here it is. comparing date time. Just do something like this. Yeah, looks pretty good. We'll just say ID, comma, def estimated skill. Okay, cool. So now let's comment this thing that MCS Mike, the programming god, just told me about. He's probably the best programmer in chat, actually. I don't think anyone probably knows these technologies as much as him. Like Connects, JavaScript, MySQL. Can't keep a straight face. Oh, man. All right. Where did I write this? Here? Yeah. So we don't even need this. I wasn't trying to mock you. I was trying to take EJ down a peg just because of his whole I decided to let you have your moment, but there was a kappa. I decided to let you have your moment. This is not a nice message. This, nice message. Not nice. Actually, even this is kind of iffy. On a scale of 1 to 10, it's like a 5.1. It's just barely enough to make it nice. Don't forget PHP. Connects.raw. So this can be helpful when you're trying to do something that doesn't exactly fit the paradigm that Connects lays out for you. For example, when a user logs in, I guess logged in, I wanted to update their number of logins and their last login time. I thought this would have taken an update and an increment in the query builder, but that didn't do what I expected. I think it only did the increments. Said I ended up with this, so we don't need to do this. Delete that. Cool. Perfect. How does that mean? I wanted to let you have your moment. Can roughly be, I have something to say, but I won't say it. Right? So the nice thing is this, but this acknowledges that there was something instead of saying like, hey, good job. I'm not being totally serious here. I see 8 question marks over 2 IMs. 8. And Wayne, thanks for following. I didn't say anything until he called me out though. Hey man, you gotta take the high road, EJ. Look, I expect that out of all my mods. And if you want an example of who's a good mod in here, look no further than MCS Mike. Really exemplary performance. Never had a problem. Just really all around good guy. Alright, hey Racked. Okay, so this should be good. This is supposed to work. Update and increment is an issue. Oh. Wow. No, nice. Huh. Pretty cool. Now you're taking the low road. That is the command for points wrecked. It's just that Botland bot now whispers it to you. Yeah, I think we're in good shape. So we can check this stuff in. So what do we do in this commit? Added last login date. And what is this doing there? This is a different commit, I guess. Okay. So fix database APIs. Added last login date to the database. Actually made use of num logins in the database by incrementing it. Call get token. This is treated as logging in for now. Hey Bugsy. Yeah, so you guys may notice something revolutionary here. I'm using proper git commit style guidelines. It's a pretty big deal, given that my other like 1,800 commits did not follow this. Let's figure out what else I changed here, because there was something else that was minor. What is it? Oh yeah, git matchmake players closest to skill. Now takes last login date into account. It also only returns players who actually have a defense. Nice. You should fix your older commits. What a gigantic waste of time that would be. Isn't there a command to buy light control? Yeah. And schedule, Kong Simon? I don't know what you're looking for there, but it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, 9 to 5, according to streamer time. So just type streamer time and you'll see it's 3:24 for me right now. So typically stream would end about an hour and a half from now. Must be looking for a new job. No, I like my employer. Okay, so this is all fine. Populate database doesn't need to be checked in. So we did that. Now we're going to commit again. And this commit is just going to have this. So remove pusher from matchmaker, from the matchmaker. And that's it. Hey, Dracklin. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so that's done. Next up, we need to check in everything on the matchmaker. So let's go do that. So got rid of MMQ. What else did we do? Got rid of pusher. Dead code everywhere. Also, not functional code anyway. Oh man. Matchmaker still doesn't really function. UI going all right? Well, so I started working on the, oh, by the way, there's a new UI document I haven't shown you guys yet. But I started to work on the UI, and then I got to the point where, so you log in, and then this is the page you should be looking at. I got the battle log kind of working. I can't show you because the game's broken right now. And then I wanted to make, you can't see because this is off screen. I could just resize the browser, fine. There's an attack button right here. I wanted to make this work. So right now when you press it, it brings you to the arena like how it should, but you don't see an enemy because you need to type in the name of the enemy you want to play against. And that's obviously terrible. So what it should do is find an enemy for you to play against. Oh wow, he actually did something kind of cool in this UI. 13 out of 627 attacks successful. I like that. I like that a lot. Good touch, Jason. And hey, TJ. And yeah, sure, EJ, that's fine. Just rewrite everything from scratch. Yeah. So yeah, UI started to go okay. Who was asking me this? Oh yeah, Kong Simon. But then I wanted to make the matchmaker work. Oh yeah, this is the website I actually looked at. I copy pasted from there to get this. And I think I'm doing all of this now, right? Capitalize subject line, use imperative mood, separate subject, yep. Limit to 50 characters. This I don't really care about. I don't think that matters as much. Like, I'll try to stick to it, but it's not super important. Do not wrap the subject line, or do not end. Yep, wrap, and then use body explain what and why versus how. Yeah. Commit logs from last night. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'll check this out later. Okay. So checking everything on the matchmaker, we need to continue looking through this and find out what else we changed. It's mostly this API that we're trying to support. Yeah, this stuff. Player totally changed. And then this last file, not this one, is the doozy file. It's this. 400 lines of code. Carefully crafted. It's actually mostly comments. Yeah. Okay, so what do we write for our commit message for this? I don't know. Write foundation for new matchmaker. So got rid of MMQ entirely. It revolved around the concept of having players actively wait for a match. But Botland is no longer real-time PvP. They show 50 characters before adding a button to show more. Yeah, I think it's a good thing to keep in mind, definitely. And like I said, I'm going to try to stick to it. So this one is 35 characters. Got rid of pusher. There's dead code everywhere. The matchmaker still doesn't really function because I haven't cleaned up interface yet. Wrote most of get matchmake players for skill. Okay, cool. Looks good. Could I have fit having here? Oh, I could have. Oh, now I need to reform this whole message. There. Could I have fit cleaned here? Yes, I could have. Yeah, so I don't know a better way to do this yet. Also, why were these character counts not the same? I was looking at this. Yeah, this says column 72. Oh, I guess that's... What? I don't know. Whatever. This is probably just wrong. Who really cares now? No, Botland is still PvP. It's not real-time PvP. Alright, so commit. Perfect. Yeah, so that pivot video is something definitely worth watching. Alright, so I don't need to leave these as to-do items. Let's just delete them. Make sure the matchmaker is still tracking salient stats. I think get the game working is probably a more prominent to-do item than that. Yeah, let's do that. Make it so that the client connect again. Adam's titles get more hip every stream. Well, every time I talk about the matchmaker, it makes me think of that song from Fiddler on the Roof. I don't think anyone's actually... Not many people have probably even... I don't know. It's a play, right? A musical, I should say. But I think it was also, yeah, a musical. It was also released as a movie, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, film. Yeah. I doubt many people have seen that. And he's not in chat. So make it so that the client can connect again. So what's going wrong here is that the client is expecting to be told about matchmaker queue status, and that doesn't even exist. Why never again? Do you not like musicals? Add to MMQ. Yeah, so that's going to have to go away. So this is in the client. Adds you to the matchmaking queue if you're not already in it. This can't be the entirety of the code. That's impossible. Or is it the most possible? Maybe this wasn't even queue status. All right, so this is apparently never called anymore. And this was a post to MMQ, so we can just get rid of that. This is way too hard to manage. Add MMQ, post to this, add user to MMQ. Yeah, skill level equals 1. We should pull some basic stats from the database, like win ratio and past that. Yeah, this will probably just get morphed into something new. My funny bone. All right. I'm okay. Totally fine. Let me just stand up so that can't happen anymore. Reported for self-harm. Okay, so what's being called into that doesn't exist here? Because this says internal server error, but it shouldn't be used at all. Account server REST client. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. All I know is that it's definitely wrong. What is this returning an error from? Oh, get MMQ status. Okay, that's more like it. That's the kind of error I can get behind. Yeah, so nothing even... I don't want to do this. Alright, well, account server REST client on here. This just won't even exist any longer. Yeah, so getting MMQ is no longer going to be a thing. So we probably remove that from here too. Matchmaker REST client get MMQ status, yeah. Oh, delete all of this. Delete all of this. Delete it from really just everything, I guess. And then handle MMQ status, that's the next thing. So this is in the matchmaker. This will just be totally gone. Great. So now, handle MMQ status is what we're going to totally get rid of, right? And this just returned promise.resolve if you weren't in a game. Wow. Well, MMQ status type is probably going to be removed completely. There. Nice, Mike. Isn't Git open source? Is it not? Alright, so let's go here check if it's still needed. Hey, look, Yamavano. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. I think I got a lot of stuff done so far today. Handle MMQ status is still not a thing. Oh, right. There. Did it work? Did it work? Well, it's not responding, that's for sure. What's going on here? Internal server error. Oh, right, I never restarted this. MMQ status. Run. Let's say 23. What is going on? Are we playing Let's Negotiate Our Ages? Still isn't working. Fetching script. What is going on? And yeah, Hideo, I do have a lot of dead code still. I'm trying to leave that on this list of stuff that I have here. There's a whole bunch of it, actually. So I don't know if remove from MMQ is there. No, but I'll put that there. Basically, I'll just search for MMQ. Alright, so I expect this to be a client problem. I don't really know why. Let's just go take a look though. So we get all of your script details, then we fetch the battle log. This could actually just be up here. Let's try that. Hey coal miner, it's going well. How are you doing? Huh, still isn't working. What is it doing exactly? I don't think it's getting a response from something. Get battle logs. Did it get a response from this? Oh, it did. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Do get and then handle. Handle must have done something that I didn't expect right now. Set bot login image to null. Okay, yeah, that still needs to happen. And then go to news. Oh yeah. Okay, let's go do that. Silly hyphens. So go to the news page before fetching your battle log? I don't think that's a good idea. Let's go to it after. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, and I lost a comment there too, didn't I? Uh-oh. Whoa. Where'd that comment go? Adam Beard. Yeah, that comment's pretty important. There, done. Hey, Andy Demon Wolf. I was in your channel yesterday. It felt like something very sinister was happening due to the music and the lack of talking. Also, I meant to tell you this yesterday, but your overlays, you spelled tipper wrong. There, I've done it. I said it. I did what I had to do. Your account is not valid. What? That shouldn't be happening. Your account is not valid. Oh, nice, Demon Wolf. Good job. Who am I trying to log in as? I'm trying to log in as Adam2, I believe. Too lazy to update it. Yeah, that's where your double letter's coming from. Ha, gotcha. Okay, so let's do select ID, comma, name from users where ID equals 2. Do you commit the generated minified versions? No, I don't. Okay, cool. So this is the correct ID. Now what we need is account status. It is set to 1. I don't know what 1 means. One means is valid. Okay, what's going on? Whoa. What? What? One means valid. What's going on? Your account has been unverified for too long. You need to verify your account's email address before you can play Botland. If you can't find a link, you can have another one sent to you by clicking the button below. Hi, Anthony from NASA. Wow, sleeping for 10 hours. Yeah, you must have gotten a lot of work done. I know that feeling. Okay, well, I don't know why this is happening because my account status in the database is that it's valid, and yet I try to log in and it says it's not valid. Your account has been unverified for too long. Where's this coming from? Why is this on the server? Why is this on the server? It says email not verified. The only way for that to happen is if this number were 3 in the database. It's definitely not 3. Okay, whatever. Let's just print it out. I don't know how this is possible, but somehow it's possible. Yeah, you can be banned from Botland. Account status is 1. Which means that it's valid. Oh boy. Get account validity of DB user. Account is valid equals is valid not equal to 0. Oh, verified email. Oh yeah. That's the problem. Oh my god, that doesn't change your validity. So I just coincidentally happened to try to log in after exactly 3 days since I tried making this account. It's ridiculous. This should not happen. So let's go describe users. Now it's not following through the ifs. I just happened to, where's the email creation date? Here it is. So I bet this is exactly 3 days ago. 10/14 at 22:41. Time in UTC. 22:41 is 10:41. Yeah, so 4 minutes ago my account was made invalid. Yeah, it's just a coincidence. You know, what's interesting is because I'm only ever coding this on stream, I actually run into this coincidence a lot because I'm going to just randomly make an account at like noon someday, and chances are I'll be coding at noon 3 days later, and I'll find the bug. It's not a bug, actually. This is legit. So what you're supposed to do in this case is hit resend link, and then you'll see a link print out over here somewhere. Ooh, I don't see a link. Oh, I stopped the account server. Whoops. Yeah, okay, there. So that, we try this again. So I connect, I hit resend link, we get the link. Does this still work? I really hope so. Oh, bot.land, no, localhost 3000. Thank you for activating your account, Adam2. Your account will no longer expire and you'll be able to make real money purchases. Hey, cool, it works. Nice, everything's working. Look at that, I can play the game again. Okay, yeah, looking good. So let's go validate all of the accounts, which we can do very easily thanks to this API. In fact, we can test it first. I should not be able to log in as Adam1. Yeah, perfect. But then I click this button, and now I can log in as Adam1. Oops, I logged in as Adam 2. Get all that gunk off the URL. Perfect. It's working. And yeah, Smooth Dog, replays are finally working. So if I go make a defense, so let's edit a defense to look like this, and I'll save that to the account server. Now on another player, I go and attack that player. And let's just make it so that I beat them. LOL. There. So I beat them, then I log back on as the first player. I will see that someone beat my defense 5 seconds ago. I hit replay, and I see everything that happened. Nice. Kill everyone with real money? No, it's not pay to win. Okay, I fixed the game. Make it so the client can connect again. Yeah. Done. So let's go fix this over here too. Get rid of that. Yeah, nice. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Where do you store those replays? I store them in the database on the account server. Well, actually, I take that back. I store them in a database, which just so happens to be the same machine as the account server right now. Okay, so let's lint. Why is this taking so long? Okay, I don't care about either of those, but I do care about this stuff. Set queue statistics. Oh god. There's going to be a bunch of this stuff that's not going to be necessary any longer. Alright, let's go back down to the refactoring list. And then MMQ status type. I want to make an Adam GJ emote for a great job. I just don't know what it would be, and I don't have the slots for it, assuming that I put in the light stuff. It's closer to I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so now we can check this in. And this fix bug where client can't connect. Yeah, okay, so linting passed for everything I actually care about. So it was trying to get the MMQ status, despite that it no longer exists. Alright, see you, bother. Bother. Yeah, cool. Check in. Great. Alright, we'll do this part toward the end. What do we have here? When a player requests a match, have it contact the account server. So this is where everything comes together. And maybe we can get this done in an hour. So when a player requests a match, have it contact the account server. The account server should send the most up-to-date information about which player IDs will be invalid and what this player's Glico scores are. Prevent a player from playing botland if they have too many matches played in the last 24 hours. Did I already do that? Pretty sure I already did that. Oh, come on. I wrote the number 500 in here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Yeah. You've played too many matches recently. Okay, yeah, I guess I already did this. So we really need to test this out. I need to add a test for that. Make sure a player can't play too many botland games every day. There's code for this on the account server. And where is that code? In find match for user. All right. Yeah, looking good there. I'm gonna move this up a bit. Okay, so this is done. The matchmaker should take this information into account and try to fetch a suitable defender. If it can't find one, then the account server should treat this as an indication that it needs to send more players, blah, blah, blah. I already did all that. So I just need to call into this API. We should be good to go. So how about this? Let's close both of these Sublime windows because this is super confusing right now. I want this back to how it used to be. So now I open Sublime one time. Good. And I make sure that I'm in the Botland project. Good. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Now we're just going to set this back to tasks. Okay, this is weird. There we go. So yeah, find match for user is what we want to call into. And then this needs to call into the matchmaker. None of this stuff matters. This is what matters. Find opponent for player. So we need to post to matchmaking with these 4 things. All right. Yeah. We have all this information. So all we need to do now is say return this dot matchmaker rest client dot find opponent for player. So we want the user ID, the attack estimated skill, the defense estimated skill, and then invalid player IDs. Sounds good. Are you good enough at math to write your own easing animation library? Easing's pretty simple. The part that I think is harder is writing your code in such a way that you can use the easing easily. God, some things just sound stupid in the English language. All right, so easing is you are here and you want to get to here. How do you do it? So you can have it go like really fast at first and then slow down toward the end. And so all that's just controlled by whatever function you have of saying, here's how much time has passed, where should I be on this line? You could go really slow at first and have it speed up at the end, or you can have it be linear. So those functions are all pretty simple, I think. And if you look at most tween libraries, you should find all of those formulas somewhere pretty easily. I don't even know what library this is, but I still, oh my god. They should have a bunch of tween functions in here. Whatever. Okay. So find opponent for player, matchmaker rest client, that would be in here. So we just pass this in. We say user ID, attack estimated skill, all this stuff. Join. And then we're going to post find opponent API URL, matchmaking. We're going to post with all of this stuff. What is it called on the matchmaker? All of those same things. Okay, well that's easy. Done. Okay, so what's the account server going to return from here? Let's just have it return everything, that's fine. So we now call into that. This is going to return two things. It's going to return opponent ID and couldn't find valid player. And that's it. That's all we're going to have. So, yeah. And then we're going to use that information to let's just print it out for right now. Matchmaking response. We should have both of these though. Opponent ID. Actually, that's really all we care about for right now. This then should just be somewhere else. There. Perfect. Okay, so we have find match for user. How do you call into this? You just post to matchmaking with your user ID. That can't be right. No, you just post to matchmaking with a token. There we go. So do we have matchmaking on here? Get matchmake players. No, it's neither of those. It's got to be... Yeah, post to matchmaking with your token. I never did this anywhere though, did I? Fences plus game? No. No. Huh, I just never did it. Okay, well, it's not like it's going to be hard, so let's go do this. Edit this to be find match for user. And this is going to be a post. And we want BL token to be whatever what's this supposed to be called? Account 1 token. Done. Okay, now we go get a token. Send. We save the token. Then we update the account server. And we try it out. And this should return nothing actually, because I never had to return anything. Post is not allowed. Well, that's not supposed to happen. Oh, that's not the right API. Matchmaking. Did it. Okay, what happened? Bad request. Perfect. It's not perfect. Okay, I don't know why that happened. Find opponent for player is what failed. I guess that's why it's helpful to know here. Logger.error. Error in find opponent for player. Oh, what happened? It said bad request 500. So that must mean that the matchmaker would have printed something out? No. Bad request. Let's just try again. Same thing. We're getting a 500 error. But nothing's happening on the matchmaker. That is quite unusual. Random.choice all players. That's actually true. You're right, Spurtman. But it took about, what, 2 or 3 days to get the matchmaker working, so not bad. Actually, I guess, yeah, I'd probably say 3 days. No, I don't. T-Blah, I'm not expecting any negative response here, and I'm getting one, which means I need to find out why this is returning a 500. So it's coming from here, wherever matchmaking is, which is find opponent for player, yeah, which is here. So something in here is returning a 500. It must be this. But the only way for that to happen is if it actually said what the error is, and it's not doing that. Bad request. Oh, bad request is 400? Oh, yeah, you're right. I see what you're saying, T-Blot. Okay, so knowing that, I should get an error back. So it should tell me exactly what's going wrong here. And yet it's not. Alright, well, what do we call this then? Error message. I don't know. There's probably a login error here. Oh, it needs to be JSON. That's probably what's going wrong there. Or that we don't even have an array of players. I'm not sure what, but the only way to know for sure is to get... We're in the wrong set of programs here. This one. We need everything that's in this error message. So let's stringify it. There. All right, what do we get? Invalid player IDs is not JSON. Yeah, so it's what I expected. We really should print out the body of that. We don't have an easy way to do that, do we? Response.status code. So what is this called? Error response text. There, that should give me the same information I just had, but hopefully in a little bit of a better way. Yeah, it's only a little bit better, that's for sure. Even that, what is going on here? This is like super long. Response is what's printing out? But response has... Do I ever use this anywhere else? I do. And for some reason this is printing very strangely. It's printing way too much stuff. Am I hacking? No, Bjorn. I'm not. Oh well, we can just print this out here. I bet that's part of the error that we're getting back. Let's try that. Yeah, that's much better. So invalid player IDs is not JSON. There we go. Okay, well, I already knew that. Now we just need to figure out why it's not. So what are we trying to pass in here? Invalid player IDs. What is that equal to? If it's undefined, then that's dead simple to fix. It is just an empty array. Huh. So it should be getting sent correctly. Nice necklace. Thanks. They will in future. So right here, I wonder what this is. Or maybe I'm the one doing something wrong here. Maybe this should have been with no parse. Stringify rec.body.invalid player IDs. That's on the matchmaker though, so we gotta go restart both of these things. There we go, and it's an empty array. Yeah, okay, well, I guess I was wrong. This doesn't need to be done. You just don't parse this. But then how do I call into this API myself? That's the part I don't understand. You can't specify anything other than just a string there. Are you going to be gone all December? Yeah, pretty much. Are they Christmas lights? No, they're not, Bjorn. They're hue lights, so they can change colors. So how am I supposed to do this? What's the correct way? Define or was not an array. There. Now everything should just work. Let's try it out. Yeah, Mike, I was wondering the same thing. That's why I want to do something where you guys don't feel like you're just losing out on content. Invalid player ID is nothing. Let me call into this. This never sends a response, apparently. It must not. Yeah, Tiburon. I mean, almost. We're gone starting, I think, December 8th. Doesn't Twitch have a playlist feature? Maybe. I want it to be content I make, but that means I need to make it in advance. I have about a month and a half to do it. I want you guys to have something to see in December. I don't know what it would be. I don't know what I would spend time on. I don't know what you guys want to see. I mean, it's mostly botland stuff. Maybe I save a bunch of artwork until then and then reveal it, but I don't want to do that. I'd rather just show you guys as it comes out. Wait, Davey, what? It's moving at the end of November. Are you also moving? Or what? Because didn't you say there were a bunch of layoffs in that same area? Anyway, it's sorry to hear that. Also, what is going on here? Rest.send 200 or rest.send 500. Both of these should work, but instead we're getting an error over here. No, we're not getting an error. But I'm not getting a response here. Something's definitely wrong. Oh wait, matchmaking response. What's this? 200. SAS text. Oh. Oh, I'm just not sending it to the client. Oh, okay. Yeah. So let's go figure out where I'm not doing that. Find match for user. Got it. So it should print out the response. It got it. Okay, good. Yeah, so there's the opponent ID and then couldn't find that. Okay, great. So rest.send 200 matchmaking response. Otherwise, if there's any error with really any of this stuff, and why are things done this way? Oh, so that I can get invalid player IDs? Yeah, that's not really helpful. Okay, so send that, otherwise dot catch. There we go. What do you spend 2 days playing Portal 2 and release it hour by hour on YouTube? I like the general idea of like, hey, I could just play a game and you guys can feel like there's more content. But Portal 2 would probably be something where I'll play just on stream. Company's moving from this WeWork to another building. Like, oh, so you're not moving very far. So you're staying with the company and everything. Maybe you could make some tutorials for beginner programmers, since I see there are always some lurking around. Yeah, that's another good idea, Tiburon. December lull. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. Beginner tutorials for programmers, I think, could be interesting, but my main pushback for this long has been I need to research how to make them better than other tutorials. I need to figure out what people want to know about and then what I'm kind of qualified to teach. Maybe I'll just show myself downloading Python and then kind of just going through the tutorial. I don't know. I don't know what to do. But then, yeah. Okay, well, let's try this out. So I think everything should be working now. So I hit this button and I should get an ID back. That is not an ID. In the world? What? What? Oh, right. Oh, what am I doing? It's body. Opponent details. Can I do this? What did I call this here anyway? Yeah, opponent details. All right, how's that working now? Oh, come on. Unexpected token. What's that, a game? Yeah, it's a game. I can show you in just a sec. Let me get this working. Oh, yeah, I did forget this. What am I doing? Just being sloppy right now. Hey, nice. It worked. It's only finding player 2 because they're the only ones who have a defense. So let's go make another player. And in this time, Felix, I can show you the game too. Tiburon, if I'm going to do something like this, it would be for when I'm offline in December. So it wouldn't be something that I show live. And I can't do it while I'm on vacation. It needs to be something I can prepare ahead of time. Okay, so Felix, Botland is, assuming you're, hang on, are you still in chat? Yeah, okay. So Botland is a game about making bots and then writing AI for them. So I will do that. I'm going to make a bot with, let's just make it really simply. Melee and cloaking and reflect. And so all I'm going to do here, I'm going to make a really simple script. I'm just going to say, you know what, use melee if you can, and the rest of it, just figure the rest of it out for me. So there's my script. I'm going to make this. I'm going to, whoops, not press that button. I'm going to edit my defense. I'm going to put a defense down. And just by doing this, now I should be able to find more players to play against. Yeah, now it finds player 3 because they now have a valid defense. That's perfect. Can it be scheduled to be shown in advance? If so, does chat work? Well, it's... no, Tiburon, probably not. At least I don't think so. Also, I don't know if that's against the terms of service or something. Hey, Million Levels. How did that interview go? And yeah, what Hideo said is probably right. It'll probably be YouTube. It might be on Twitch because Twitch has uploads now, but it's going to be a YouTube-like service. Okay, so now what has to happen is when I actually play a game against someone, it's got to mark them as somebody I've played against. But this to-do feature is done as far as I'm concerned. Oh, and... make sure to save to matches server after the match is done. 100%? Nice. Did you have to do a presentation or anything? You could have just been like, let's just go to twitch.tv/Adam13531 and he'll just tell you guys everything. But great. I'm glad Million Levels. Okay, so I should really check in what I just did. And I think I modified the matchmaker too. Yeah, I did. So how do I call into this API myself now? Missing semicolon. Yeah, I guess I'm missing a semicolon. Oh, I want to restructure this. Had to go up to him and have like a conversation about you in general. No presentation though. Well, that's still really good. I'm glad the assignment went well for you. Okay, so refactor server.js so that I don't need nested promises. Last week of soccer? Wow. That was what, like 2 months of soccer? That's it? Seems like just a little while ago you were telling me about the tryouts for the team. And then everybody passes tryouts. Okay, so I guess the matchmaker itself can be checked in. But yeah, the problem I was going to run into here is how do I call this function now? Find opponent for player. How do I call it? This is going to fail. I need some way to pass this in that it's not... What? Yeah, this won't work, right? I can't just do this. How am I supposed to do this? Form data. Binary raw. Bulk edit. How does this get sent? User ID is not a number. What? No idea what's going on right now. Last week I'm sitting on a bench. Oh man. Choose file. I don't want that either. There's no way to do this, is there? Now it's saying user ID was not defined or is not a number. Oh, that's because of this? Yeah. I don't know how to do this. What does this check mark do? Oh, I see. Postman send JSON payload. Is that even what I want? In the body, I guess. What? How do you do this? I mean, I guess I could set a variable in here, maybe? Use invalid thing 0 and invalid thing 1. Seriously? Wait, what? Two variables, one array? No, I don't. Unless I'm not understanding you correctly, I don't think that's correct. What did you miss? I got some APIs kind of working. I'm trying to get this working end to end. So there's still some more work I need to do there. Also, I guess the next step after this is allow the client, make it so that the client uses the new APIs when you click attack. Right. So, yeah, I don't know how to do this. Form data. Oh, it needs to be form data. No, I have form data. What? Array name, array Twitter. This is weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly how this is supposed to work. Because this has, yeah, array name. I apparently can't do something like that. Unless it's supposed to be like that, maybe? No, that doesn't work. I don't know. I don't know how I'm supposed to pass this over. It's supposed to just be an array of values. But So what's happening underneath here that I should be keeping in mind? And have I ever done this before? No. Hang on, let me check something really fast. Okay, let's try this. Maybe this will work. We'll just set test equal to 1, 2. And then we'll use test here. No, that didn't work. Does this even work at all? What if we say that this is A? Yeah, okay, so what if we set test equal to the number 1? And then we try using that here. Yeah, that works. Okay, so we know that this works at least. So all I need to do is figure out how we can use this thing to set this correctly. Setting it to 1, 2 might actually just be fine. So close. I don't know. What version do you have working for you? What version do I have? How do I even find out? No idea. Settings. About. 4.8.0. What are they up to? What version are they on? Four point 8.0. Huh. Can I just say? I don't know. Man, I don't think this should be difficult. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't think this is easy to do. Probably auto updates, yeah, because of Chrome. Yeah, wasn't defined or wasn't an array. We can try setting this to anything, I guess. JSON.stringify. I don't know. Try setting two variables with the same name. Sends it as an array. Whoops, get rid of that. Nah, I can't figure it out. Without putting this at the end of the name. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm doing something wrong here, if this just isn't going to work for me. It probably has more to do with what I'm defining over here. Where is it? Yeah, this. Rec.body, invalid player IDs. So what is this equal to? Is type of a function? Why do I always forget this? All right, let's try now. So what are we getting? Type of is string. So one, we can see that it's overriding it. So it doesn't matter if I have two values here. If I do this, what is the type of it? Still a string. So it's just always sending a string for me. I think that's the problem. And if I set this back to, I think no matter what, this is going to be a string. Yeah, it is. So I don't know how to make it send JSON. Yeah. Is that a drop down? I mean, there's just text and file here. Click on the raw radio button, then you can select application JSON from there. Yeah, but then I lose the rest of this, I guess. Oh well, I could just do it that way. Let's do it that way. Map of veins, thank you. I'll try that out. God, typing JSON is the worst. Let's just do this in here. So this would be 1, 2. Perfect. We put some commas here, and this, format it, and we're done. Cool, it works. Okay, great. All right, so we can get rid of this. We can go back over to here. That took me way longer than it should have. And we need to save this too. And then headers, we can get rid of this possibly? No, we don't. And we can get rid of this, yeah. Cool, so now it's totally failing. Oh, because I took it offline? Yeah, I took it offline. Can't contact a server that's not running. All right, we're good. So if I say invalid player IDs equals all three, what happens here? Cannot read property ID of undefined. Interesting. Player dot equals. Oh yeah, interesting. Interesting indeed. So that's actually a bug. That's coming from here. Oh, so if this dot players by def skill, if there are none, then that's it, we're done. Yeah, I wasn't sending it as JSON. Okay, so now it says cannot read property ID of undefined. Yeah, that's the same problem now, which means I didn't fix it, which is strange because players by def skill. Oh, no. Weird. Oh, it only has you. That's why. Right. It should at least be a player, though. Let's find out. Yep. Strange. Huh. Maybe attacking player doesn't exist. Oh, yeah, that's the problem. Alright, yeah, that was just sloppy. There we go. So now we don't need to print out opponent like that anymore. So what's happening is, even though you said player 3, I don't know if you guys can see this really, but even though you say, hey, these 3 players are invalid, if those are the only players who exist, it's going to find you an invalid one, but it's going to say, hey, this was not valid. So it'll tell you right in the response that, yep, there was just no one to match you with, so it shouldn't count toward your ranking. Now, what I don't know about is the only way for this to not count towards your ranking is for something to remember that it's not going to count. And by the time that you've played against them, I don't know. I guess the client could just display something. If you're playing against someone who won't count toward your rank because you've already exhausted the entire player pool around your level, then the client needs to know that it won't increase your rank. I have a feeling that when you log out and log back in, it's probably going to forget. Then again, does it matter? Probably matters. Wimbles, have you played Terraria? I mean, you don't necessarily need to get a new game. You just need to get a game that's new for you. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask about this. I almost forgot. Have you played Phantasy Star Online? Is that what... Are there any colons in this or something? Have you played Phantasy Star Online before? Yes, and I would play it again with Adam. Yes, but I would not play it again with Adam. And no. Cool. Yeah, I have an idea of something I wanted to do, but it's pretty far-fetched. I'll tell you guys what it is. It's only far-fetched because of constraints. So, Phantasy Star Online is a 4-player game. I would be one of those players. So we need 3 other players. The number 2? No, just original PSO. They did make a new one, yeah. The old Dreamcast one, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The old Dreamcast one, the GameCube one, Blue Burst, any of those. The only thing I'm not talking about is Phantasy Star Online 2, which is a completely different game. Anyway, 3 other players would be needed. So there's this concept of a static party, which at least it's not like it's a difficult concept. It's just a party whose members don't change. But this came from way back in Final Fantasy XI, where leveling up was the most tedious task you could ever conceive of. You needed to stay at the same level as your party, because if you got too far away from them, this was back in the day before they had these level sync feature or something like that, you just wouldn't be able to level up anymore. So I was thinking, I wonder if people would ever want to play Phantasy Star Online with me. I need 3 other players, and we'd all need to agree to like stay at the same level. Anyway, this has answered this definitely. Number 1 was PC too. Yeah, number 1 was on PC as Blueburst. Phantasy Star Online Blueburst. And you can just play it. Okay, so that was poll number 1. How do you want us to play that? Yeah, so there's still servers that are running online for Blueburst. So poll number 2 is, have you played Diablo 2? And then there are these same questions. Diablo 2 I'm not so sure about, only because I don't think there's, it's a much longer game. Actually, no, they're both pretty long. So PSO, I'm gonna mark this down. Oh, the PC version's free. But either way, if there aren't people to play with, then yeah. And yeah, Hideo, I figured. How do they come up with version numbers? I mean, it's the same way that you'd come up with, like, okay, so it's supposed to be that the first number is the major version, the second number is the minor version, and the third is the patch. But not everyone needs to necessarily follow that. Okay. So yeah, what I was thinking about doing at some point with this stream, and I don't know how this would work exactly, but like we'd play Diablo. The thing is, I would want the answer to be yes, and I would play it again, instead of no, and I would play it. Because if someone's inexperienced, I've learned that in a lot of these games, if you're trying to have fun in a very short amount of time, you don't have time to teach people how to play. Like, and Diablo 2 is a lot about comparing items on the fly and like learning your skills, and if you don't know what those are, teaching you over the course of like 2 hours is possible, but it just won't be as good. All right, well, interesting. I just want to take that into account. Yeah, cool. Thanks for answering, guys. Okay, so refactor server, so I don't need nested promises. Yeah, that comes from here. And it's really just, what? Attack and then invalid player IDs. Yep, okay. Def and invalid player IDs equals null. Cool. So when we get this in response, we're going to save this off. Okay, then we return this. Great. Then this gets tabbed back. And then we're going to save these things off. Perfect. Then we return that. Great. So this looks much better now. Yeah. Yeah, and actually, I think the only games that would be fun to play with mixed groups of skills are games that aren't like super, I don't know, hardcore, I guess. Like Minecraft is okay to play with as many people as you want, because you can all go do your own thing. Terraria, totally fine. Terraria on expert mode, not totally fine anymore. And so Diablo 2, I think, is one of those games where I have had friends play with me where some knew what they were doing and some didn't. Like I said, it turns into like, oh wait, I didn't know you could do that, or oh, I was looting stuff when I should have been fighting, and I don't know. It's just not a great experience. Okay, so we got to make sure that this still works. So let's go restart the account server. And the account server, we're going to say find match for user. So where is that API? Practically impossible for me to find anything here. Okay, perfect. So it's working. Does Adam even have a defense? Hopefully I do. Edit defense. Yeah, I do. Cool. Yep, everything's working. All right, so that's done. Make so the client uses the new APIs. Yeah, so the first thing I need to do is check this in. And all of the linting errors should have gone away now. And I got to check in both the matchmaker and the server. All right, so that's done. That's done. Cool. Yeah, looking good. Looking good. So this was a bug fix. And what's this? It's also kind of a bug fix. So we'll just check this one in first. This is fixed a bug where fix bug where how do I say what the bug is? Fix bug? Is that just, I guess I'll describe what function it was in. I wasn't passing in a certain argument, so I was trying to call a function on an undefined variable. There we go. There's a filter at the top of Postman if you need. A filter for what? Also, what is this thing? Slut. Ooh, interesting. What does this button do? And why is it not labeled and there's nothing when you interceptor? What? Alright, I have no idea. Oh, this. Oh, yeah. Oh, that would have helped me. Oh, God. Alright, let's try to remember that. There's also a history here. Interesting. Are you switching to imperative commit messages? Yeah. It's about time that I did this. Today is the day that I finally use proper get messages. So yeah, I think I now know these guidelines, so we're going to get rid of those. Alright, so we checked in the matchmaker. Did we check in the second one too? No, we didn't. Okay, so this was fixed a bug. I was doing JSON.parse on data that was already parsed. This error wasn't apparent to me at first due to, I could type, how I was using Postman. Okay, cool. So those are done. Now we commit this too. Not that one. Find opponent for player. Looks good. Okay, so find match for user is finish writing find match for user. It now returns, what does it return? Opponent details. The ID of your opponent. Oh, interesting, people. And now returns the ID of your opponent. Note that this is still not actually used by the client yet. Okay. So we're going to do this. And then I'll have to consider how much overtime I want to do. But this one I'm definitely going to do now. Because what's my uptime right now? 8 hours, 12 minutes. Coincidentally, I just started dropping frames. Huh. So make it so that the client uses the new APIs when you click attack. Well, what's going on right now? Also, did I write this down somewhere? No, I don't think so. So we say join game, set this up, is defender false. We need to go download that player's defense. This is going to do a lot of stuff. A lot. Maybe I shouldn't have committed to this. Alright, so for one, join game is just called when you press attack, right? Yeah. So we need to do actually that's pretty much it, right? Yeah. There's a chat message thing happening right now. Where's that? Fetch defense. So we need to do all of this stuff. So really, when we say find opponent, all we're going to get back, we're going to get back a defense. Yeah. So instead, let's change it to this. Return this dot account server rest client dot find opponent. That's it. And then we should get a defense back. And that's when we'll do this stuff, I guess. Yeah, this stuff should all be pretty much the same. Except for this needs to be up there too. Okay, so find opponent. Fetch defense. So find opponent. Really everything in here. And what does this look like over on the account server? It is post to matchmaking. Well, that didn't work how I expected. All right, and it's a post to matchmaking. So find opponent API URL. Fetch defense is really find opponent. The rest of that looks fine, I think, right? Find opponent takes in. That's not right. Find match? Yeah, find match. Yep, cool. Okay, so we post to matchmaking. We return the defense that we get back. Yeah, and then we should probably, well, that's fine. Let's just leave it at that for now. Okay, next on the server, find match for user is going to need to fetch the defense of the player that we get in response. So opponent details is possibly going to contain a user ID. So if opponent details dot, I already figured out what this is called. Opponent ID. So this isn't guaranteed to exist, although there's really only one case where that should happen, and it's when you're the only user in all of botland. Which is something that, if anyone runs into this, it'll be exactly one user who can run into it, like at most for what, 5-10 seconds before I sign up for an account. So I'm not too concerned about this. Actually, that's not true. Never mind. It's not just when I sign up for an account. It's when someone else made a defense. With a defense. That part is actually relatively important. You're the only player in all of botland who has a defense. Yeah, okay. So that's not guaranteed to exist, but if it does exist, we'll go fetch the defense. So we got to do whatever we would have gotten, get defense. And this used to take in a username just so that we can get a user ID, so that we can call get defense. So this is the function we're going to need here. So return this. What's the attacking user ID? user ID. All right, cool. We don't need to send in the opponent details. To do, make use of opponent details dot couldn't find valid player. This would mean that you already played against them or they're out of your skill level. I don't even think it's necessarily that. It hasn't been that long, Mr. Cheap. This is like 17 minutes longer than a regular stream for me. I think if I'm on here for like 10 hours, have I ever streamed for 10 hours before? I don't know. We play against them or they're out of your skill level. Yeah, all right. So that's fine. And then down here, we put this here, this up here. Good, 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 and good. Yeah. That should be it. Okay, well, let's try it out. So we gotta go restart this. And we've got to just press the attack button and it should work. All right, are you ready? This is all of the work from like the last 3 days. Well, not really all of it, but like the last day and a half. I click this button and I'm playing as Adam 2. Okay, that seems to work. I click the button again. Okay, I should eventually find Adam 3, although it's random. So yeah, there's Adam 3. Wow. That was easy. Yeah, that's pretty great. That is definitely pretty great. Oh, man. All right, so what's happening here is it's going through all of the different players who I could play against and finding valid ones. So actually, you know what? If I log in as, I don't know the username of who I want to log in as. Select name from users. Yeah, so if I log in as someone like Adam9999, yeah, so if I log in as Adam9999, and then I make a defense, and Penazord? Thanks for following. So if I log in as this player has such a high skill level that they should never show up as a match for me. Oh, now return serialized defense. Darn it, this is going to be a little bit annoying. But you can see down here, Defender ID 2. It should never say Defender ID 9999. Yeah, 3, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2. Wow. Okay, so this is actually, I think this is completely working. If I log in as 9998, now the only user this person should find should be 9999. So actually, let's try that out. Let's go to create token. We'll pass in Adam9998, who is very similar in skill level to 9999. And then we'll just put this. Is code quality important for what you're doing? Yeah, it is. Definitely. Okay, I don't like this filter anymore because it closes all of these afterward. And then I don't know where stuff went. Find match for user. So we do this. Did it work? Oh, no, I don't think it worked. Oh, no. No. Why not, though? Did I save the defense? Did I? Who am I right over here? Adam9999. I saved it. Yeah. Oh, no. I don't think this is working correctly. But why not? Oh, there it is. This one worked this time. What is my skill level in the database? Select def estimated skill from users where name equals Adam9999. It's 9,997. This player is way more skilled than the other ones. I guess it's, no. Yeah, no, it might be because there's only a few people in the database. Let's do this. Here's actually a good way of testing this. So update users set serialized defense equals nothing, but not null, where serialized defense is null. There. Now what? This can't be correct. This definitely can't be correct. Well, that also just didn't work. It says 10,000 rows affected, but I don't think this is correct. Yeah, now 0 rows affected. What's going wrong? It's only finding those 3 users still. Serialized defense is now updated. Oh, and they needed to have logged in. That's right. How do we set it so that they've logged in recently? Let's just do it this way. Select last login date where ID equals 1 from users. Okay, so we get this date and then we do this. Update users, set last login date. There. So now everyone has a login date of whatever that time is, and now we should get a bunch of different stuff. Yeah, internal server error. That's actually correct because I just filled in a unexpected end of JSON input. So the way I would fix that is by doing this. There. Now what? Nice. So Defender ID 696. We should only have Defender IDs that are very high. Not anything that's lower than, apparently lower than 700-ish. So yeah, all these are fine. They're in the range. Oh, wait, what's going on there exactly? It's pulling like the same 10 users this whole time. Why is that? Something weird is happening. What does this do? No, that's not right. So I don't have an answer to why this is working the way that it is. It's returning the same like 5 users every time. What happens if I pass in the original token that I had here? Oh, it is account 1 token. Oh, that can't be good. Yeah, that definitely can't be good. Yeah, uh-oh. Oh boy. Alright, so problem. When I'm on an account with skill level 1, I'm still getting opponents who are way higher skill than me. Way higher skill than me. Why is that happening though? Well, let's just follow the code. Find opponent is here. So I get my skill and then I call into the matchmaker. So the matchmaker is going to use my skill and take that into account. Oh, wait a sec. Select attack estimated skill from users. It's always 700. Oh, man. Oh, I knew there was a problem. Okay, so this is what's going wrong. It's not even actually going wrong. Well, there's one thing I can't answer yet. But your attack skill is used against someone else's defense skill to figure out how you should be paired up. But everyone's attack skill is 700. It's everyone's defense skill that's different right now. And yeah, Mike, I'm working a little bit of overtime. Okay, so that made sense. So answer everyone's attack skill is 700. So then why am I eventually facing up against users who have an ID of 10,000? If my attack is 700, oh wait, 10,003. What is 10,003? Select star where from users where ID equals 10,003. What's their skill? 700. Well, isn't that convenient? So I'm only getting matched up against players who have my skill level. This is working exactly how it's supposed to work. Yeah, this player has a 700 skill level too. Exactly, too. And then 10,002 has a skill level of 700. Yep. Wow. So it's all working. Well, that makes me feel a lot better. Yeah, bug fixed by just understanding my own program. Oh man, that was worrisome for a little while. So if I just do this, if I say update users set attack estimated skill equals 9,000 where ID equals 1. So I've just made myself a very skilled player. Now I hit send and yeah, you can see the IDs I'm finding are much closer to 9,000. Yep. There we go. Perfect. Wow. Well, everything works. I am quite happy with this. I feel very accomplished. There's a lot that went into today in getting this stuff to work. Professor Glickman would be proud, except for that I'm not using Glicko yet. Okay, well, we can check this in. So client name, join game now just calls find opponent and does what it needs to do. Yeah. It didn't take very much time. Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't say it was exactly fast, but it was about 2 days of work. And then some over the weekend too. I think I was just prepared for this. Okay, cool. And the whole thing lints. So let's check this in. So this doesn't get checked in. All right, what's going on here? Oh yeah, find opponent, find match for user now returns. Now on the account server now returns the opponent's defense, and there's actually a bug there. This doesn't necessarily exist. Yeah. Whatever. We'll just leave it as a bug for right now. Because like I said, the cases where that happens, they're so few and far between where it doesn't really matter too much. Much of this time was figuring out you weren't sending Jason. Yeah. Okay, so the client is now... Yeah. Okay. Make client use find opponent API. The client now calls into that function so that you don't have to type a player's name. Mobile makes it really easy to spam emotes. There's this cool effect. I have it set so that emotes can overlap on my screen, on my chat client. So it's like a 3D effect. Pretty cool. So the client now calls into that function so that you don't have to type a player's name in order to find someone to attack. Note that matchmaking ranking is not being updated and you're not forbidden from playing against players you've already challenged. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. I am definitely feeling pretty good about this. So when a match is finished, have the account server update the matchmaker to indicate how the Glico scores have changed. Save to matches. Yep. If you're already playing a game when you try to find a match, make sure we send you that match. Shouldn't be considered ready until its pre-populate call finishes. There is no pre-populate call anymore. When a player is deleted from the database, we need to tell the matchmaker about it. Yeah, this could cause some weird, well, some very weird things from happening. It's kind of like a distant future thing. Make sure the matchmaker is still replicating data to the secondary. I should test this. Make sure a player can't just call the REST APIs themselves to change which match they're in. I.e., if they're in a match, they should be forced to play against that player. Okay. Wimbles, I imagine it's outputting JavaScript. It probably has to be at some point. Otherwise, I don't know how you're controlling web pages. It could be outputting JavaScript for you, but you're going to need JavaScript at some point. Right? Because how else would this work? Example Django page. They have some easy. They don't have a. Okay, whatever. I don't know. Okay, so the rest of this is mostly like cleanup stuff. This will take a decent amount of time, but man, getting this part done. I mean, take a look at this. So I can log in as a player. I can log in as Adam and hit play, and I'm playing against someone, but no one has a defense set up right now, so I'll immediately win. I don't know who this player is. And who did I just beat? Who did I just beat? I have no idea who I just beat. There's nothing printing that out. Something should probably keep track of that, right? Fetch battle log. Wait, what? Promises return from a handler. Transition to news page? I think that was the issue here. Yeah, I think that was whatever was going on. Try that out really fast. I think that should fix this. Still, I don't know who I played against. And that is not actually fixing that. Oh man, where's this coming from then? Account server REST client fetch battle logs. Yeah, it's not this. Fetch battle log itself has a problem. Return this dot then weird. I'm not doing anything wrong here as far as I can tell. This could be just trying to use a promise function from within the throttle. Although I kind of doubt it. I don't know why this is happening though. And it happens consistently, right? Like if I refresh this page and I hit connect, it's gonna happen again? Yeah. Oh, I guess it's not being returned from here. Transition to news page. Oh, maybe that's why. Is that it? But that shouldn't. Maybe that is it. All right, let's try it. Nope, that's not it. Okay, I don't know. I don't know where this is coming from. Promise is created in a handler but was not returned from it. Where's the return null? I wonder where I should be doing this though. Is it from here? Does that fix this? I think this is just some weird side effect. You know what I'd like to do is resize this. There we go. No, it's not this that's causing it. Which is to say it's not fetch battle log. I'm not sure. Maybe it's the throttle function. Let's try it this way. Let's see if that fixes things. Alright, see you, T-Blog. That does not fix things. Huh. And it's supposedly coming from here. I don't believe that though. Because I have a return from this. I don't know. Unless it was both of those in combination. No, weird. Let's try something. What's the coolest coding-oriented game out? I don't know. I haven't really played any. Did that cause this problem? Yeah, it's still there. I don't know what's doing this then. This is super weird. That part's fine. Everywhere that I have fetch battle log. I think this is all correct. Yeah, I don't know. Where's the one in transition to news page though? I don't get it. I just don't get it. And it's only coming from this. Oh, wait, is that it? Oh, wait, yeah, I think this is it. I think this is a red herring. In which case, that is very tough to find. No, it's not a red herring. Oh, God. Alright, I don't know. From previous event was here. From previous event was here. Get user details. But it did start from that one. Then it doesn't have to do a transition to news page though. This is a very peculiar error. Yeah, I wonder if we cut this out of here, then this would stop happening altogether, right? So I know what line of code it's coming from. At least where it originates. Yeah, it's definitely that. So something in this chain is not returning it. Throttled battle log function equals throttle this. I think it has to do with how throttle works, though. Let's try this out. Let's just get rid of the throttle part of this. I have a feeling this is going to fix things. There. That did not fix things. So it doesn't have to do with this. Weird. So it's coming from this somehow, but how? Always a missing return? Yeah, I would expect the same thing, and I've run into this before too, and usually I can find it pretty quickly, but this time for some reason I can't find it quickly. Something's going wrong here. Hey, Judge Bacon. Don't you need a return from the setup? I'm not sure. Not sure what's going on here. That triggered this too, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about this. It hasn't already happened at this point. It's only when we leave this that it happens. Now it's going to do pop context. We're still not there yet. Just put these side by side. How are things? They're going pretty well, actually. I just thought I'd fix some tiny thing now, and now I'm getting a ton of problems here. Well, minor problems. Yeah, settle promises is where this happens. Huh. And it doesn't have the second time. So it's when this is called the first time. And then settle promises triggers it. So where are we here? We're in some try catch of something that like never. We're already in settle promises. Are you only returning in the if? Yeah, but this isn't in a promise, I think. What are you programming? Don't hack me. I can show you in just a sec. Let me. Well, that video that Hideo linked in can also show it to you, but no, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's here. Because if I don't have this here at all, then it doesn't do anything bad. Actually, let's try this. Return null. Because, yeah, I don't know where this is happening from. None of this is going to do anything. Alright, yeah. I'm totally confused then. In fact, what if I just never did this stuff? Does that have any impact on this? Nope. But it doesn't matter if I do something extra here. This should never have an impact on a promise. There's still somewhere where this is being called where I guess it's just not being returned. But it always stems from transition to news page, which calls in the throttle fetch battle log, which is just this, which does indeed return it. It's strange. Yeah, very strange. Unless just writing this here? Is that what's doing this? That'd be very weird. No, that's not causing this. Good. Alright, I don't know. I do not know. Let's read the error message again. A promise was created in a handler but was not returned from it. I mean, it really looks like it's coming from here. In this class. I don't know how it would be coming from here. What if I just did return null? And then over here, none of this is gonna work. This is just a strange issue. That something screwed up here. Yeah, that doesn't even fix things either. I don't know. I do not know. And there are no errors that are printing out, right? No, there aren't. What a weird thing to get caught up on, especially after everything that happened today. It's a troller. Thanks for following. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would like to be able to show you this. I don't know what's happening all of a sudden. Yeah, Mr. Robot. Honestly, this isn't even a big problem. Maybe try -- trace warnings. Where would I even pass that in? In order to get full stack traces with warnings, you need to enable trace warnings flag. Okay, so this is when I launched the... Wait, this isn't even in Node though. This is coming from the client. And descending is just. Thanks for following. Okay, well, let's follow this a little bit more thoroughly. Is there anywhere else where I'm doing this? Rest takes in a function. Yeah. Is it fun to study game development? Yeah, I think so, but it all depends on kind of what you want to do afterward and how you learn. I think this PDF is a pretty good starting point. It's just a page and a half. and it's nothing really complex. But game development is going to be a lot of coding. You'll probably learn math. You'll probably learn things like, 3D modeling, animation, maybe shaders, all that sort of thing too. But at the end, it's coding that controls all of that. So you need to enjoy coding to some extent, even if you're using a game engine. So I think it's good to read through this. I don't know where this is coming from. And I really haven't changed that much of this file. I just added a bunch of returns, but even then, it's not like that's fixing this. Didn't get the issue before. Maybe a git diff on this file. Did I not get this issue before though? I don't remember. Let's just revert the file and find out. There, the file's been reverted. Now we'll just save to get it to rebuild. There, and now I'll try it again. Because if I just added this in now somehow, then that's crazy. No, but I probably could figure out where exactly I added this in. Coding seems hard. You build up step by step. So imagine any other complex thing that you do right now that took you a long time to learn. So math, for example, you probably know, I don't know, even let's just think of something that you might consider basic, like multiplication. Think of what you needed to learn to find out just how to multiply numbers. Granted, it's not a ton. I don't know exactly what your math knowledge is, but still, if you know something like calculus, think of what your journey was to get to that point. You needed to understand algebra and variables and then all of the normal math things like multiplication, division, fractions, square root. There's a lot there actually, but you probably didn't feel overwhelmed at any point learning math. Yeah, so I think what might be helpful here is knowing when was the last time that this worked. Like when did I end up breaking this? So let's just kind of time travel here. Actually, all we care about is when we change the client. So yeah, we'll just put a breakpoint here. Not breakpoint, show the log for this. Okay, so fix a bug where the client couldn't connect. Oh, was it from this promise? Oh my god, seriously? Wait, no, this was always doing this though. This dot setup. I don't think it'd be this. But if I return null from here, does that fix this? Do you use GitHub reps for backing up your project? I use Bitbucket because they have private repositories. Hey Jath, how's it going? Did this fix this problem? Oh my god, seriously. Okay. Well, I'm going to give you points for this, Hideo, because someone's got to get points. And you were the closest. That's ridiculous, though. Look at my old code, which presumably did not have this problem. I was calling setup battle log interval. Oh, I think I know why. Because pushing to news calls transition. Yeah, okay, that's probably why. All right, I understand this. I get it. So we could have just returned this, and then everything would have been fine. Okay, that's definitely not a straightforward thing. Oh, that we're actually not fine. Okay. We're explicitly ending the promise chain. This prevents any warnings here as a result of transition to news page. Okay, great. Well, what did this stuff all change? And actually, do I even care? Like, let's just do this. Oh, wait, that might have worked. If I had done this, I didn't have the right returns originally. What am I doing? Okay, there. Does that fix it? I know I have an unnecessary return null. No, that doesn't fix it. Okay, so then we have to do this. Okay, well, at least I know. Yeah. Weird. I think I know why, though. I think this function does not return whatever the output is from the transition handler. So there's a promise that never gets returned. That makes sense. Okay. Well, let's check that in. A lot of this wasn't even necessary. This definitely wasn't. Fixed warning about returning promises. How many characters is that? 37. I am pretty sure this came about because I changed where I switched to the news page. And React Router probably just doesn't return the result of push, which happened to be a promise. I don't know. Apparently English is hard. Alright, what was I trying to do there, though? Like, what even led to me coming across that problem? I don't know. I think that's it for today. I've been streaming now for almost 9 hours. Yeah, actually 9 hours. So I'm going to be going. I'll be online tomorrow for at least 8 hours. I'm going to be working on the matchmaking stuff, and then we're going to get back to UI. So tomorrow's all matchmaking, refactoring, UI. I expect matchmaking to take about 4 hours to finish up probably, and then we'll start with the UI again. But right now, at the end of the day, let's just take a look at this. So you can log in. You can take a look at any replays that you might have had. You can edit your defense just like before. I don't have a defense. Oh, right. Yeah, no one has a defense. So let's set up a defense. Cool. And now, actually, no. There's no easy way to show this off. Oh, well. I can log in as another player, though, hit the attack button, and I'm presented with someone else's defense, which I've just hard-coded to nothing for now. So, yeah, we're doing pretty well. I'm going to go host somebody, and I will catch you guys later. So, take care. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.